Chapter 1 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 1. The day was warm, and there was no shade. Out of the olive woods which they had left behind, and where all was soft coolness and freshness, they had emerged into a piece of road widened and perfected by recent improvements till it was as shelterless as a broad street. High walls on one side clothed with the green clinging trails of the Mesembryanthemum, with palm trees towering above but throwing no shadow below. On the other a low house or two, and more garden walls, leading in a broad curve to the little old walled town, its campanile rising up over the clustered roofs, in which was their home. They had 15 minutes or more of dazzling sunshine before them ere they could reach any point of shelter. 10 minutes, or even 5, would have been enough for Frances. She could have run along had she been alone, as like a bird as any human creature could be, being so light and swift and young. But it was very different with her father. He walked but slowly at the best of times, and in the face of the sun at noon what was to be expected of him? It was part of the strange contrariety of fate, which was against him in whatever he attempted, small or great, that it should be just here, in this broad, open, unavoidable path, that he encountered one of those parties which always made him wroth, and which usually he managed to keep clear of with such dexterity, an English family from one of the hotels. Tourists from the hotels are always objectionable to residents in a place. Even when the residents are themselves strangers, perhaps, indeed, all the more from that fact. The chance visitors who come to stare and gape at those scenes, which the others have appropriated and taken possession of, are insufferable. Mr. Waring had lived in the old town of Bordighera for a great number of years. He had seen the marina and the line of hotels on the beach created, and he had watched the travellers arriving to take possession of them, the sick people and the people who were not sick. He had denounced the invasion unceasingly and with vehemence. He had never consented to it. The Italians about might be complacent, thinking of the enrichment of the neighbourhood, and of what was good for trade, as these prosaic people do. But the English colonist on the Punto could not put up with it. And to be met here, on his return from his walk, by an unblushing band about whom there could be no mistake, was very hard to bear. He had to walk along exposed to the fire of all their unabashed and curious glances, to walk slowly, to miss none, from that of the stout mother to that of the slim governess. In the rear of the party came the papa, a portly Saxon, of the class which, if comparisons could be thought of in so broad and general a sentiment, Mr. Waring disliked worst of all. A big man, a rosy man, a fat man, in large, easy morning clothes, with a big white umbrella over his head. This last member of the family came at some distance behind the rest. He did not like the sun, though he had been persuaded to leave England in search of it. He was very warm, moist, and in a state of general relaxation, his tidy necktie coming loose, his gloves only half on, his waistcoat partially unbuttoned. It was March, when no doubt a good genuine east wind was blowing at home. At that moment this traveller almost regretted the east wind. The Warings were going uphill towards their abode. The slope was gentle enough, yet it added to the slowness of Mr. Waring's pace. All the English party had stared at him, as is the habit of English parties. And indeed he and his daughter were not unworthy of a stare. But all these gazers came with accumulation of curiosity to widen the stare of the last comer, who had, besides, 20 or 30 yards of vacancy in which the indignant resident was fully exposed to his view. Little Frances, who was English enough to stare too, though in a gentlewomanly way, saw a change gradually come as he gazed over the face of the stranger. His eyebrows rose up bushy and arched with surprise. His eyelids puckered with the intentness of his stare. His lips dropped apart. Then he came suddenly to a standstill, and gasped forth the word, "Waring," in tones of surprise, to which capital letters can give but faint expression. Mr. Waring, struck by this exclamation as by a bullet, paused too, as with something of that inclination to turn round which is said to be produced by a sudden hit. He put up his hand momentarily, as if to pull down his broad-brimmed hat over his brows. But in the end he did neither. He stood and faced the stranger with angry energy. "Well?" he said. "Dear me, who could have thought of seeing you here? Let me call my wife. She will be delighted. Mary! Why, I thought you had gone to the East. I thought you had disappeared altogether, and so did everybody. And what a long time it is, to be sure. You look as if you had forgotten me." "I have," said the other, with a supercilious gaze, perusing the large figure from top to toe. "Oh, come, Waring! Why, Mannering! You can't have forgotten Mannering, a fellow that stuck by you all through. Dear, how it brings up everything, seeing you again. Why, it must be a dozen years ago. And what have you been doing all this time? Wandering over the face of the earth, I suppose, in all sorts of out-of-the-way places, since nobody has ever fallen in with you before." "I am something of an invalid," said Waring. "I fear I cannot stand in the sun to answer so many questions, and my movements are of no importance to anyone but myself." "Don't be so misanthropical," said the stranger in his large round voice. "You always had a turn that way, and I don't wonder if you are soured. Any fellow would be soured. Won't you say a word to Mary? She's looking back, wondering with all her might what new acquaintance I've found out here, never thinking it's an old friend. Hello, Mary! What's the matter? Don't you want to see her? Why, man alive, don't be so bitter. She and I have always stuck up for you. Through thick and thin we've stuck up for you. Hey, can't stand any longer? Well, it is hot, isn't it? There's no variety in this confounded climate. Come to the hotel then, the Victoria, down there." Waring had passed his interrogator, and was already at some distance, while the other, breathless, called after him. He ended affronted by another discharge of musketry, which hit the fugitive in the rear. "I suppose," the indiscreet inquirer demanded, breathlessly, "that's the little girl?" Frances had followed with great but silent curiosity this strange conversation. She had not interposed in any way, but she had stood close by her father's side, drinking in every word with keen eyes and ears. She had heard and seen many strange things, but never an encounter like this, and her eagerness to know what it meant was great. But she dared not linger a moment after her father's rapid movement of the hand, and the longer stride than usual, which was all the increase of speed he was capable of. As she had stood still by his side without a question, she now went on, very much as if she had been a delicate little piece of machinery of which she had touched the spring. That was not at all the character of Frances Waring, but to judge by her movements while at her father's side, an outside observer might have thought so. She had never offered any resistance to any impulse from him in her whole life. Indeed, it would have seemed to her an impossibility to do so. But these impulses concerned the outside of her life only. She went along by his side with the movement of a swift creature, restrained to the pace of a very slow one, but making neither protest nor remark. And neither did she ask any explanation, though she cast many a stolen glance at him as they pursued their way. And for his part he said nothing. The heat of the sun, the annoyance of being thus interrupted, were enough to account for that. This broad bit of sunny road which lay between them and the shelter of their home had been made by one of those two progressive municipalities, thirsting for English visitors and tourists in general, who fill with hatred and horror the old residents in Italy. And after it followed a succession of stony stairs more congenial to the locality, by which, under old archways and through narrow alleys, you got at last to the wider centre of the town, a broad stony piazza, under the shadow of the bell tower, the characteristic campanile which was the landmark of the place. Except on one side of the piazza, all here was in grateful shade. Waring's stern face softened a little when he came into these cool and almost deserted streets. Here and there was a woman at a doorway, an old man in the deep shadow of an open shop or booth unguarded by any window, 2 or 3 girls filling their pitchers at the well, but no intrusive tourists or passengers of any kind to break the noonday stillness. The pair went slowly through the little town, and emerged by another old gateway on the farther side, where the blue Mediterranean with all its wonderful shades of colour, and line after line of headland cutting down into those ethereal tints, stretched out before them, ending in the haze of the Ligurian mountains. The scene was enough to take away the breath of one unaccustomed to that blaze of wonderful light, and all the delightful accidents of those purple hills. But this pair were too familiarly acquainted with every line to make any pause. They turned round the sunny height from the gateway, and entered by a deep small door sunk in the wall, which stood high like a great rampart rising from the punto. This was the outer wall of the palace of the lord of the town, still called the Palazzo at Bordighera. Every large house is a palace in Italy, but the pretensions of this were well founded. The little door by which they entered had been an opening of modern and peaceful times, the state entrance being through a great doorway, and court on the inner side. The deep outer wall was pierced by windows, only at the height of the second story on the seaside, so that the great marble stair up which Waring toiled slowly was very long and fatiguing, as if it led to a mountain top. He reached his rooms breathless, and going in through antechamber and corridor, threw himself into the depths of a large but upright chair. There were no signs of luxury about. It was not one of those hermitages of culture and ease which English recluses make for themselves in the most unlikely places. It was more like a real hermitage. Or, to speak more simply, it was like what it really was, an apartment in an old Italian house, in a rustic castle, furnished and provided as such a place, in the possession of its natural inhabitants, would be. The palazzo was subdivided into a number of habitations, of which the apartment of the Englishman was the most important. It was composed of a suite of rooms facing to the sea, and commanding the entire circuit of the sun, for the windows on one side were to the east, and at the other the apartment ended in a large loggia, commanding the west and all the glorious sunsets accompanied there. We northerners, who have but a limited enjoyment of the sun, show often a strange indifference to him in the sights and situations of our houses. But in Italy it is well known that where the sun does not go, the doctor does, and much more regard is shown to the aspect of the house. The Warings at the worst of that genial climate had little occasion for fire. They had but to follow the centre of light when he glided out of one room to fling himself more abundantly into another. The Punto is always full in the cheerful rays. It commands everything, air and sea, and the mountains and all their thousand effects of light and shade, and the palazzo stands boldly out upon this, the most prominent point in the landscape, with the houses of the little town withdrawing on a dozen different levels behind. In the warlike days, when no point of vantage which a pirate could seize upon was left undefended or assailable, it is probable that there was no loggia from which to watch the western illuminations. But peace has been so long on the Riviera that the loggia too was antique, the parapet crumbling and grey. It opened from a large room, very lofty, and with much faded decoration on the upper walls and roof, which was a salon or drawing-room, beyond which was an ante-room, then a sort of library, a dining-room, a succession of bedchambers. Much space, little furniture, sunshine and air unlimited, and a view from every window which it was worth living to be able to look out upon night and day. This, however, at the moment of which we write, was shut out all along the line, the green persiani being closed, and nothing open but the loggia, which was still cool and in the shade. The rooms lay in a soft green twilight, cool and fresh. The doors were open from one to another, affording a long vista of picturesque glimpses. From where Waring had thrown himself down to rest, he looked straight through the apartment, over the faded formality of the anteroom with its large old chairs, which were never moved from their place, across his own library, in which there was a glimmer of vellum binding and old gilding, to the table with its white tablecloth, laid out for breakfast in the eating-room. The quiet soothed him after a while, and perhaps the evident preparations for his meal, the large and rotund flask of Chianti, which Domenico was placing on the table, the vision of another figure behind Domenico with a delicate dish of mayonnaise in her hands. He could distinguish that it was a mayonnaise, and his angry spirit calmed down. Noon began to chime from the campanile, and Frances came in without her hat and with the eagerness subdued in her eyes. "Breakfast is ready, Papa," she said. She had that look of knowing nothing and guessing nothing beyond what lies on the surface, which so many women have. She was scarcely to be called a woman, not only because of being so young, but of being so small, so slim, so light, with such a tiny figure, that a stronger breeze than usual would, one could not help thinking, blow her away. Her father was very tall, which made her tiny size the more remarkable. She was not beautiful, few people are to the positive degree, but she had the prettiness of youth, of round soft contour, and peach-like skin and clear eyes. Her hair was light brown, her eyes dark brown, neither very remarkable. Her features small and clearly cut, as was her figure, no slovenliness or want of finish about any line. All this pleasing exterior was very simple and easily comprehended, and had but little to do with her, the real Frances, which was not so easy to understand. She had two faces, although there was in her no guile. She had the countenance she now wore, as it were, for daily use. A countenance without expression, like a sunny, cheerful morning in which there is neither care nor fear. The countenance of a girl calling Papa to breakfast, very punctual, determined that nobody should reproach her as being half of a minute late, or having a hair or a ribbon a hair's breadth out of place. That such a girl should have ever suspected anything, feared anything, except perhaps gently that the mayonnaise was not to Papa's taste, was beyond the range of possibilities. or that she should be acquainted with anything in life beyond the simple routine of regular hours and habits, the sweet and gentle bond of the ordinary, which is the best rule of young lives. Frances Waring had sometimes another face. That profile of hers was not so clearly cut for nothing, nor were her eyes so lucid only to perceive the outside of existence. In her room, during the few minutes she spent there, she had looked at herself in her old-fashioned dim glass, and seen a different creature. But what that was, or how it was, must show itself farther on. She led the way into the dining room, the trimmest composed little figure, all England embodied, though she scarcely remembered England, in the self-restrained and modest toilet of a little girl accustomed to be cared for by women well instructed in the niceties of feminine costume. And yet she had never had anyone to take counsel with except an Italian maid-of-all-work, who loved the brightest primitive colours, as became her race. Frances knew so few English people that she had not even the admiration of surprise at her success. Those she did know took it for granted that she got her pretty sober suits, her simple unelaborate dresses, from some very excellent dressmaker at home, not knowing that she did not know what home was. Her father followed her, as different a figure as imagination could suggest. He was very tall, very thin, with long legs and stooping shoulders, his hair in limp locks, his shirt collar open, a velvet coat, looking as entirely adapted to the locality, the conventional right man in the right place, as she was not the conventional woman. A gloomy look, which was habitual to him, a fretful longitudinal pucker in his forehead, the hollow lines of ill health in his cheeks, disguised the fact that he was, or had been, a handsome man, just as his extreme spareness and thinness made it difficult to believe that he had also been a very powerful one. Nor was he at all old, save in the very young eyes of his daughter, to whom 45 was venerable. He might have been an artist or a poet of a misanthropical turn of mind, though when a man has chronic asthma, misanthropy is unnecessary to explain his look of pain and fatigue and disgust with the outside world. He walked languidly, his shoulders up to his ears, and followed Frances to the table, and sat down with that air of dissatisfaction which takes the comfort out of everything. Frances either was inaccessible to this kind of discomfort, or so accustomed to it that she did not feel it. She sat serenely opposite to him, and talked of indifferent things. "Don't take the mayonnaise if you don't like it, Papa. There is something else coming out that will perhaps be better." Mariuccia does not at all pride herself upon her mayonnaise. Mariuccia knows very little about it. She has not even the sense to know what she can do best. He took a little more of the dish, partly out of contradiction, which was the result which Frances hoped. "The lettuce is so crisp and young, that makes it a little better," she said, with the air of a connoisseur. "A little better is not the word. It is very good," he said, fretfully, then added with a slight sigh, "Everything is better for being young." "Except people, I know. Why does young mean good with vegetables and everything else, and silly only when it is applied to people? Though it can't be helped, I know." "That is one of your metaphysical questions," he said, with a slight softening of his tone. "Perhaps because of human jealousy. We all like to discredit what we haven't got, and most people you see are no longer young." "Oh, do you think so, Papa? I think there are more young people than old people." "I suppose you are right, Fan, but they don't count for much, in the way of opinion at least. What has called forth these sage remarks?" "Only the lettuce," she said, with a laugh. Then, after a pause, "For instance, there were 6 or 7 children in the party we met today, and only 2 parents." "There are seldom more than 2 parents, my dear." She had not looked up when she made this careless little speech, and yet there was a purpose in it, and a good deal of keen observation through her drooped eyelashes. She received his reply with a little laugh. "I did not mean that, Papa, but that 6 or 7 are a great deal more than 2, which of course you will laugh at me for saying. I suppose they were all English?" "I suppose so. The father, if he was the father, certainly was English." "And you knew him, Papa?" "He knew me, which is a different thing." Then there was a little pause. The conversation between the father and daughter was apt to run in broken periods. He very seldom originated anything. When she found a subject upon which she could interest him, he would reply, to a certain limit, and then the talk would drop. He was himself a very silent man, requiring no outlet of conversation, and when he refused to be interested it was a task too hard for Frances to lead him into speech. She on her side was full of 1,000 unsatisfied curiosities, which for the most part were buried in her own bosom. In the meantime, Domenico made the circle of the table with the new dish, and his step and a question or two from his master were all the remarks that accompanied the meal. Mr. Waring was something of a gourmet, but at the same time he was very temperate, a conjunction which is favourable to fine eating. His table was delicately furnished with dishes almost infinitesimal in quantity, but superlative in quality, and he ate his dainty light repast with gravity and slowly, as a man performs what he feels to be one of the most important functions of his life. Tell Mariuccia that a few drops from a fresh lemon would have improved this ragout, but a very fresh lemon. Yes, Excellency, freschissimo, said Domenico with solemnity. In the household generally, nothing was so important as the second breakfast, except, indeed, the dinner, which was the climax of the day. The gravity of all concerned, the little solemn movement round the white-covered table in the still soft shade of the atmosphere, with those green persiani shutting out all the sunshine, and the brown old walls, bare of any decoration, throwing up the group, made a curious picture. The walls were quite bare, the floor brown and polished, with only a square of carpet round the table. But the roof and cornices were gilt and painted with tarnished gilding and half-obliterated pictures. Opposite to Frances was a blurred figure of a cherub with a finger on his lip. She looked up at this faint image as she had done 100 times, and was silent. He seemed to command the group, hovering over it like a little tutelary god. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Julian Pratley.
Chapter 2 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 2. The Warings had been settled at Bordighera almost as long as Frances could remember. She had known no other way of living than that which could be carried on under the painted roofs in the palazzo, nor any other domestic management than that of Domenico and Mariuccia. She herself had been brought up by the latter, who had taught her to knit stockings and to make lace of a coarse kind, and also how to spare and save, and watch every detail of this piece, the weekly or daily accounts, with an anxious eye. Beyond this, Frances had received very little education. Her father had taught her fitfully to read and write after a sort, and he had taught her to draw, for which she had a little faculty. That is to say, she had made little sketches of all the points of view round about, which, if they were not very great in art, amused her, and made her feel that there was something she could do. Indeed, so far as doing went, she had a good deal of knowledge. She could mend very neatly, so neatly that her darn or her patch was almost an ornament. She was indeed neat in everything, by instinct without being taught. The consequence was that her life was very full of occupation, and her time never hung heavy on her hands. At 18, indeed, it may be doubted whether time ever does hang heavy on a girl's hands. It is when 10 years or so of additional life have passed over her head, bringing her no more important occupations than those which are pleasant and appropriate to early youth, that she begins to feel her disabilities. But fortunately, that is a period of existence with which at the present moment we have nothing to do. Her father, who was not 50 yet, had been a young man when he came to this strange seclusion. Why he should have chosen Bordighera, no one had taken the trouble to inquire. He came when it was a little town on the spur of the hill, without either hotels or tourists, or at least very few of these articles, like many other little towns which are perched on the little platforms among the olive woods all over that lovely country. The place had commended itself to him because it was so completely out of the way, and cheap, simple, and primitive. He was not, however, by any means a primitive-minded man, and when he took Domenico and Mariuccia into his service, it was for a year or two, an interest in his life to train them to everything that was the reverse of their own natural primitive ways. Mariuccia had a little native instinct for cookery, such as is not unusual among the Latin races, in which her master trained into all the sophistications of a cordon bleu, and Domenico had that lively desire to serve his pardon, hand and foot, as English servants say, and do everything for him, which comes natural to an amiable Italian eager to please. Both of them had been encouraged and trained to carry out these inclinations. Mr. Waring was difficult to please. He wanted attendance continually. He would not tolerate a speck of dust anywhere or any carelessness of service, but otherwise he was not a bad master. He left them many independences, which suited them, and never objected to that appropriation to themselves of his house as theirs, and assertion of themselves as an important part of the family, which is the natural result of a long service. Francis grew up accordingly in a franker intimacy with the honest couple than is usual in English households. There was nothing they would not have done for the signorina, starve for her, scrape and pinch for her, die for her if need had been, and in the meantime, while there was no need for service more heroic, correct her and improve her mind, and set her faults before her with simplicity. Her faults were small, it is true, but zealous love did not omit to find many out. Mr. Waring painted a little, and was disposed to call himself an artist, and he read a great deal, or was supposed to do so, in the library which formed one of the set of rooms among the old books in vellum, which took a great deal of reading. A little old public library existing in another little town further up among the hills gave him an excuse, if it was not anything more, for a great deal of what he called work. There were some manuscripts and a number of old editions laid up on this curious little hermitage of learning, from which the few people who knew him believed he was going some day to compile or collect something of importance. The people who knew him were very few. An old clergyman who had been a colonial chaplain all his life, and now took the service in the bare little room which served as an English church, was the chief of his acquaintances. This gentleman had an old wife and a middle-aged daughter who furnished something like society for Francis. Another associate was an old Indian officer, much battered by wounds, liver, and disappointment, who, systematically neglected by the authorities, as he thought, and finding himself a nobody in the home to which he had looked forward for so many years, had retired in disgust, and built himself a little house surrounded with palms, which reminded him of India, and full in the rays of the sun, which kept off his neuralgia. He, too, had a wife, whose constant correspondence with her numerous children occupied her mind and thought, and who liked Francis because she never tired of hearing stories of those absent sons and daughters. They saw a good deal of each other, these three resident families, and reminded each other from time to time that there was such thing as society. In summer they disappeared, sometimes to places higher up among the hills, sometimes to Switzerland or the Tyrol, sometimes home. They all sat home, though neither the Durants nor the Gaunts knew much of England, and though they could never say enough in disparagement of its great skies and cold winds. But the Warings never went home. Frances, who was entirely without knowledge or associations with her native country, used the word from time to time, because she heard Tassie Durand or Mrs. Gaunt do so. But her father never spoke of England, nor of any possible return, nor of any district in England as that to which he belonged. It escaped him at times that he had seen something of a society a dozen or 15 years ago, before this date, but otherwise nothing was known about his past life. It was not a thing that was much discussed, for the intercourse in which he lived with his neighbors was not intimate, nor was there any particular reason why he should enter upon his own history. But now and then it would be remarked by one or another that nobody knew anything of his antecedents. "What's your county, Waring?" General Gaunt had once asked, and the other had answered with a languid smile, "I have no county," without the least attempt to explain. The old general, in spite of himself, had apologized. He did not know why. But still, no information was given. And Waring did not look like a man who had no county. His thin, long figure had an aristocratic air. He knew about horses and dogs, and country gentleman sort of subjects. It was impossible that he should turn out to be a shopkeeper's son, or a bourgeois of any kind. However, as has been said, the English residents did not give themselves much trouble about the matter. There was not enough of them to get up a little parochial society, like that which flourishes in so many English colonies, gossiping with the best and forging anew for themselves those chains of a small community which everybody pretends to hate. In the afternoon of the day on which the encounter recorded in the previous chapter had taken place, Frances sat in the loggia alone at her work. She was busy with her drawing, a very elaborate study of palm trees, which she was making from a cluster of those trees which were visible from where she sat. A loggia is something more than a balcony. It is like a room with the outer wall or walls taken away. This one was as large as the big salon out of which it opened, and had therefore room for changes of position as the sun changed. Though it faced the west, there was always a shady corner at one end or the other. It was the favorite place in which Frances carried out all her occupations. Where her father came to watch the sunset, where she had tea, with that instinct of English habit and tradition which she possessed without knowing how. Mr. Waring did not much care for her tea, except now and then in a fitful way, and Mariuccia thought it medicine. But it pleased Frances to have the little table set out with 2 or 3 old china cups which did not match, and a small silver teapot which was one of the very few articles of value in the house. Very rarely, not once in a month, had she any occasion for these cups, but yet such a chance did occur at long intervals, and in the meantime with a pleasure not much less infantine, but much more wistful than that with which she had played at having a tea party 7 or 8 years before, she set out her little table now. She was seated with her drawing materials on one table and the tea on another, in the stillness of the afternoon, looking out upon the mountains and the sea. No, she was doing nothing of the sort. She was looking with all her might in the clump of the palm trees within the garden of the villa, which lay down at her feet between her and the sunset. She was not indifferent to the sunset. She had an admiration, which even the humblest art training quickens, for the long range of coast with its innumerable ridges running down from the sky to the sea, in every variety of gnarled edge and gentle slope, and precipice, and for the amazing blue of the water, with its ribbon edge of paler colors, and the deep royal purple of the broad surface, and the white sails thrown up against it, and the white foam that turned up the edges of every little wave. But in the meantime she was not thinking of them, nor of the infinitely varied lines of the mountains, or the specks of towns, each with its campanile shining in the sun, which gave character to the scene, but of the palms, on which her attention was fixed, and which, however beautiful they sound, or even look, are apt to get very spiky in a drawing, and so often will not come at all. She was full of fervor in her work, which had got to such a pitch of impossibility that her lips were dry and wide apart from the strain of excitement which she struggled with her subject, when the bell tinkled, where it hung outside upon the stairs, sending a little jar through all the palazzo, where the bells were uncommon. And presently Tassie Durand, pushing open the door of the salon with a breathless little permesso, came out upon the loggia in her usual state of haste, and with 6 small books tumbling around of her hand. "Never mind, dear, they are only books for the Sunday school. Don't you know we had 12 last Sunday? 12! Think, when I have thought it quite large and extensive to have 5. I never was more pleased. I'm getting up a little library for them like they have at home. It is so nice to have everything like they have at home." "Like what?" said Frances, though she had no education. Like they have, well, if you are so particular, the same as they have at home. There were 3 of one family, think. Not little nobodies, but ladies and gentlemen. It is so nice of people, not just poor people, people of education, to send their children to the Sunday school. New people? Said Francis. Yes, tourists, I suppose. You all scoff at the tourists, but I think it is very good for the place, and so pleasant for us to see a new face from time to time. Why should they all go to Mentone? Mentone is so towny, quite a big place, and Papa says that in his time Nice was everything, and that nobody had ever heard of Mentone. Who are the new people, Tassie? Francis asked. They are a large family, that is all I know. Not likely to settle, more's the pity. Oh no, quite well people. Not even a delicate child, said Miss Durand regretfully. And such a nice domestic family, always walking about together. Father and mother and governess and 6 children. They must be very well off, too, or they could not travel like that, such a lot of them, and nurses, and I think I heard a courier, too. This Miss Durand said in a tone of some emotion, for the place, as has been said, was just beginning to be known, and the people who came as yet were but pioneers. I have seen them. I wonder who they are. My father, said Frances, and then stopped, and held her head on the one side to contemplate the effects of the last touches of her drawings. But this was in reality because it suddenly occurred to her that to publish her father's acquaintance with the stranger might be unwise. Your father? Said Tassie. Did he take any notice of them? I thought he never took any notice of tourists. Haven't you done those palms yet? What a long time you are taking over them. Do you think you have got the color quite right on those stems? Nothing is so difficult to do as palms, though they look so easy, except olives. Olives are impossible. But what were you going to say about your father? Papa says he has not seen Mr. Waring for ages. When will you come up to see us? It was only last Saturday, Tassie. Week, said Tassie. Oh yes, I assure you, for I put it down in my diary. Saturday week. You can't quite tell how time goes when you don't come to church. Without Sunday, all the days are alike. I wonder that you were not at church last Sunday, Frances, and so did Mamma. Why was it? I forget. I had a headache, I think. I never liked to stay away, but I went to church here in the village instead. Oh, Frances, I wonder your papa lets you do that. It is much better when you have a headache to stay at home. I'm sure I don't want to be intolerant, but what good can it do you going there? You can't understand a word. Yes, indeed I do. Many words. Mariusha has shown me all the places, and it is good to see the people all saying their prayers. They are a great deal more in earnest than the people down at the marina, where it would be just as natural to dance as to pray. Ah, dance, said Tassie with a little sigh. You know, there is never anything of that kind here. I suppose you never was at a dance in your life, unless it is in summer, when you go away. I have never been at a dance in my life. I have seen a ballet, that is all. Oh, Frances, please don't talk of anything so wicked. A ballet, that is very different from nice people dancing, from dancing one's own self with a nice partner. However, as we never do dance here, I can't see why you should say that about our church. It is a pity, to be sure, that we have no right church, but it is a lovely room, and quite suitable, if you would only practice the harmonium a little, so as to take the music when I am away. I never can afford to have a headache on Sunday, Miss Durand added in an injured tone. But Tassie, how could I take the harmonium when I don't even know how to play? I have offered to teach you till I am tired, Frances. I wonder what your papa thinks, if he calls it reasonable to leave you without any accomplishments? You can draw a little, it is true, but you can't bring out your sketches in the drawing-room of an evening to amuse people, and you can always play when you can play. Yes, of course, that is what I mean. When you can play. It has quite vexed me often to think how little trouble is taken about you, for you can't always be young, so young as you are now. And suppose some time you should have to go home, to your friends, you know?" Frances raised her head from her drawing and looked her companion in the face. "I don't think we have any friends," she said. "Oh, my dear, that must be nonsense," cried Tassie. "I confess I have never heard your papa talk of any. He never says 'my brother,' or 'my sister,' or 'my brother-in-law,' as other people do. But then he's such a very quiet man, and you must have somebody, cousins at least. You must have cousins. Nobody is without somebody," Miss Durand said. "Well, I suppose we must have cousins," said Frances. "I had not thought of it, but I don't see that it matters much. For if my cousins are surprised that I can't play, it will not hurt them. They can't be considered responsible for me, you know." Tassie looked at her with the look of one who would say much if she could, wistfully and kindly, yet with something of the air of mingled importance and reluctance with which the bearer of ill news hesitates before opening his budget. She had indeed no actual ill news to tell, only the burden of that fact of which everybody felt Frances should be warned, that her father was looking more delicate than ever, and that his friends ought to know. She would have liked to speak, and yet she had not the courage to do so. The girl's calm consent that probably she must have cousins was too much of anyone's patience. She never seemed to think that one day she might have to be dependent on these cousins. She never seemed to think, but after all it was Mr. Waring's fault. It was not poor Frances that was to blame. "You know how often I have said to you that you ought to play, you ought to be able to play. Supposing you have not any gift for it, still you might be able to do a little. You could so easy get an old piano, and I should like to teach you. It would not be a task at all. I should like it. I do so wish you would begin. Drawing and languages depend a great deal upon your own taste and upon your opportunities. But every lady ought to play." Tassie, or Anastasia, but that name was too long for anybody's patience, was a great deal older than Frances, so much older as to justify the hyperbole that she might be her mother. But of this fact she herself was not aware. It may seem absurd to say so, but yet it was true. She knew, of course, how old she was, and how young Frances was, but her faculties were of the kind which do not perceive differences. Tassie herself was just as she had been at Frances's age, the girl at home, the young lady of the house. She had the same sort of occupations: to arrange the flowers, to play the harmonium in the little colonial chapel, to look after the little exotic Sunday school, to take care of papa's surplice, to play a little in the evening when they had people with them, to do fancy work, and to look out for such amusements as were going. It would be cruel to say how long this condition of young ladyhood had lasted, especially as Tassie was a very good girl, kind and friendly, and simple-hearted, and thinking no evil. Some women chafe at the condition which keeps them still girls when they are no longer girls. But Miss Durand had never taken it into consideration. She had a little more of the housekeeping to do, since mamma had become so delicate, and she had a great deal to fill up her time, and no leisure to think or inquire into her own position. It was her position, and therefore the best position which any girl could have. She had the satisfaction of being of the greatest use to her parents, which is the thing of all others which a good child would naturally desire. She talked to Frances without any notion of an immeasurable distance between them, from the same level, though with a feeling that the girl, by reason of having had no mother, poor thing, was lamentably backward in many ways, and sadly blind, though that was natural to the hazard of her own position. What would become of her if Mr. Waring died? Tassie would sometimes grow quite anxious about this, declaring that she could not sleep for thinking of it. If there were relations, as of course there must be, she felt that they would think Frances sadly deficient. To teach her to play was the only practical way in which she could show her desire to benefit the girl who, she thought, might accept the suggestion from a girl like herself, when she might not have done so from a more authoritative voice. Frances, on her part, accepted the suggestion with placidity, and replied that she would think of it and ask her father, and perhaps, if she had time, but she did not really at all intend to learn music of Tassie. She had no desire to know just as much as Tassie did, whose accomplishments as well as her age and her condition altogether were quite evident and clear to the young creature, whose eyes possessed the unbiased and distinct vision of youth. She appraised Miss Durand exactly as her real value, as the young so constantly do, even when they are quite submissive to the little conventional fables of life, and never think of asserting their superior knowledge. But the conversation was suggestive, and beguiled her mind into many new channels of thought. The cousins unknown, should she ever be brought into intercourse with them, and enter perhaps a kind of other world through their means, would they think it strange that she knew so little and could not play the piano? Who were they? These thoughts circled vaguely in her mind through old Tassie's talk, and kept flitting out and in of her brain, even when she removed to the tea-table and poured out some tea. Tassie always admired the cups. She cried, "This is a new one, Frances. Oh, how lucky you are! What pretty bits you have picked up, with all the ardor of a collector." And then she began to talk of the old Savannah pots, which were to be had so cheap, quite cheap, but which, she heard at home, were so much thought of. Frances did not pay much attention to the discourse about the Savannah pots. She went on with her thoughts about the cousins, and when Miss Durand went away she gave herself up entirely to those speculations. What sort of people would they be? Where would they live? And then there recurred to her mind the meeting of the morning, and what the stranger said, who knew her father. It was almost the first time she had ever seen him meet anyone whom he knew, except the acquaintances of recent times, with whom she had made acquaintance, as he did. But the stranger of the morning evidently knew about him in a period unknown to Frances. She had made a slight and cautious attempt to find out something about him at breakfast, but it had not been successful. She wondered whether she would have courage to ask her father, now in so many words, who he was and what he meant. End of chapter 2. Recording by AnaNaumoska. Chapter 3 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in a public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 3. As it turned out, Frances had not the courage. Mr. Waring strolled into the loggia shortly after Miss Durand had left her. He smiled when he heard of her visit, and asked what news she had brought. Tassie was the recognized channel for news, and seldom appeared without leaving some little story behind her. I don't think she had any news today, except that there had been a great many at the Sunday school last Sunday. Fancy, Papa, 12 children. She's quite excited about it. That is a triumph, said Mr. Waring, with a laugh. He stretched out his long limbs from the low basket chair in which he had placed himself. He had relaxed a little altogether from the tension of the morning, feeling himself secure and at his ease in his own house, where no one could intrude upon him or call up ghosts of the past. The air was beyond expression, sweet and tranquilizing, the sun going down in a mist of glory behind the endless peaks and ridges that stretched away towards the west, the sea lapping the shore with a soft cadence that was more imagined than heard on the heights of the Punto, but yet added another harmony to the scene. Near at hand, A faint wind rustled the long leaves of the palm trees, and the pale olive woods lent a softness to the landscape, tempering its radiance. Such a scene fills up the weary mind, and has the blessed quality of arresting thought. It was good for the breathing too, or at least so this invalid thought, and he was more amiable than usual, with no harshness in voice or temper to introduce a discord. "I am glad she was pleased," he said. "Tassie is a good girl, though not perhaps so much of a girl as she thinks. Why she goes in for a Sunday school where none is wanted, I can't tell, but anyhow, I am glad she is pleased. Where did they come from? The 12 children? Poor little beggars, how sick of it they must have been. A number of them belong to that English family, Papa." "I suppose they must all belong to English families," he said calmly. "The natives are not such fools." "But, Papa, I mean the people we met, the people you knew." He made no reply for a few minutes, and then he said calmly, "What an ass the man must be, not only to travel with children, but to send them to poor Tassie's Sunday school. You must do me the justice, Van, to acknowledge that I never attempted to treat you in that way." "No, but, Papa, perhaps the gentleman is a very religious man." "And you don't think I am?" "Well, perhaps I laid myself open to such a retort." "Oh, Papa," Frances cried, with tears starting to her eyes, "you know I could not mean that." "If you take religion as meaning a life, by rule, which is its true meaning, you were right enough, my dear. That is what I never could do. It might have been better for me if I had been more capable of it. It is always better to put oneself in harmony with received notions and the prejudices of society. Tassie would not have her Sunday school but for that. It is the right thing. I think you have a learning towards the right thing, my little girl, yourself." "I don't like to be particular, Papa, if that is what you mean." "Always keep to that," her father said, with a smile, and then he opened the book which he had been holding all this time in his hand. Such a thing had happened when Frances was in high spirits and very courageous, as that she had pursued him even into his book. But it was a very rare exercise of valor, and today she shrank from it. If she only had the courage! But she had not the courage. She had given up her drawing, for the sun no longer shone on the group of palms. She had no book, and indeed at any time was not much given to reading, except when a happy chance threw a novel into her hands. She watched the sun go down by imperceptible degrees, yet not slowly, behind the mountains. When he had quite disappeared, the landscape changed too. The air, as the Italians said, grew brown. A little momentary chill breathed out of the sky. It is always depressing to a solitary watcher when this change takes place. Frances was not apt to be depressed, but for the moment she felt lonely and dull, and a great sense of monotony took upon her. It was like this every night. It would be like this, so far as she knew, every night to come, until perhaps she grew old, like Tassie, without becoming aware that she had ceased to be a girl. It was not a cheering prospect, and when there is any darkness or mystery surrounding one's life, these are just the circumstances to quicken curiosity, and turn it into something graver, into an anxious desire to know. Frances did not know positively that there was a mystery. She had no reason to think there was, she said to herself. Her father preferred to live easily on the Riviera, instead of living in a way that would trouble him at home. Perhaps the gentleman they had met was a bore, and that was why Mr. Waring avoided all mention of him. He frequently thought people were bores, with whom Frances was very well satisfied. Why should she think any more of it? Oh, how she wished she had the courage to ask plainly and boldly, "Who are we? Where do we come from? Have we any friends?" But she had not the courage. She looked towards him and trembled, imagining within herself What would be the consequence if she interrupted his reading, plucked him out of the quietude of the hour and his book, and demanded an explanation, when, very likely, there was no explanation, when, in all probability, everything was quite simple, if she only knew. The evening passed as evenings generally did pass in the palazzo. Mr. Waring talked a little at dinner, quite pleasantly, and smoked a cigarette in the loggia afterwards, in great good humour, telling Francis various little stories of people he had known. This was a sign of high satisfaction on his part, and very agreeable to her, and no doubt he was entirely unaware of the perplexity in her mind, and the questions she was so desirous of asking. The air was peculiarly soft that evening, and he sat in the loggia till the young moon set, with an overcoat on his shoulders, and a rug on his knees, sometimes talking, sometimes silent, in either way a very agreeable companion. Frances had never been cooped up in streets, or exposed to the chill of an English spring, so she had not that keen sense of contrast which doubles the enjoyment of a heavenly evening in such a heavenly locality. It was all quite natural, common, and everyday to her, but no one could be indifferent to the sheen of the young moon, to the soft circling of darkness, and the reflections on the sea. It was all very lovely, and yet there was something wanting. What was wanting? She thought it was knowledge, acquaintance with her own position, and relief from the strange bewildering sensation of being cut off from the race altogether, which had risen within her mind so quickly and with so little cause. But many beside Frances have felt the wistful call for happiness more complete, which comes in the soft darkening of a summer night, and probably it was not explanation, but something else, more common to the human nature, that she wanted. The voices of the peaceful people outside, the old men and women who came out to sit on the benches upon the Punto, or on the stone seat under the wall of the palazzo, and compare their experiences, and enjoy the cool of the evening, sounded pleasantly from below. There was a softened din of children playing, and now and then a sudden rush of voices, when the young men who were strolling about got excited in conversation, and stopped short in their walk for the delivery of some sentence more emphatic than the rest. And the mothers chattered over their babies, cooing and laughing. The babies should have been in bed, Frances said to herself, half laughing, half crying, in a sort of anger with them all for being so familiar and so much at home. They were entirely at home where they were. They knew everybody, and were known from father to son, from mother to daughter, all about them. They did not call a distant and unknown country by that sweet name, nor was there one among them who had any doubt as to where he or she was born. This thought made Frances sigh, and then made her smile. After all, if that was all, and then she saw that Domenico had brought up the lamp into the salon, and that it was time to go indoors. Next morning she went out between the early coffee and the midday breakfast to do some little household business, on which, in consideration to that she was English, did not bound by the laws that are so hard and fast with Italian girls. Mariusha consented to let her go alone. It was very seldom that Mr. Waring went out, or indeed was visible at that hour, the expedition of the former day being very exceptional. Frances went down to the shops to do her little commissions for Mariusha. She even investigated the Savannah pots of which Tassie had spoken. In her circumstances it was scarcely possible not to be more or less of a collector. There is nobody in these regions who does not go about with eyes open to anything they may be to pick up. After this, she walked back through the olive woods, by those distracting little terraces which lead the stranger so constantly out of his way, but are quite simple to those who are to the manner born, until she reached once more the broad piece of unshadowed road which leads up to the old town. At the spot at which she and her father had met the English family yesterday, she made a momentary pause, recalling all the circumstances of the meeting, and what the stranger had said. "A fellow that struck by you all through." All through what? She asked herself. As she paused to make this little question, to which there was no response, she heard a sound of voices coming from the upper side of the wood, where the slopes rose high into more and more olive gardens. "Don't hurry along so, I'm coming," someone said. Frances looked up, and her heart jumped out of her mouth as she perceived that it was once more the English family whom she was about to meet on the same spot. The father was in advance this time, and he was hurrying down, she thought, with the intention of addressing her. What should she do? She knew very well what her father would have wished her to do, but probably for that very reason a contradictory impulse arose in her. Without doubt, she wanted to know what this man knew and could tell her. Not that she would ask him anything, she was too proud for that. To betray that she was not acquainted with her father's affairs, that she had to go to a stranger for information, was a thing of which she was incapable. But if he wished to speak to her, to send perhaps some message to her father, Frances quieted her conscience in this way. She was very anxious, excited by the sense that there was something to find out, and if it was anything her father would not approve, why then she could shut it up in her own breast, and never let him know it to trouble him. And it was right at her age that she should know. All these sophistries hurried through her mind more rapidly than lighting during the moment in which she paused hesitating, and gave the large Englishman, overwhelmed with the heat and hurrying down the stepped path with his white umbrella over his head, time to make up to her. He was rather out of breath, for though he had been coming down the hill, and not going up, the way was steep. "Miss Waring, Miss Waring," he cried as he approached. "How is your father? I want to ask for your father," taking off his straw hat and exposing his flushed countenance over the shadow of the green-lined umbrella, which enhanced all its ruddy tints. Then, as he came within the reach of her, he added hastily, "I'm so glad I have met you. How is he?" For he did not give me any address. "Papa is quite well, thank you," said Frances, with the habitual response of a child. "Quite well? Oh, that is a great deal more than I expected to hear. He was not quite well yesterday. I'm sure he's dreadfully changed. It was a sort of guesswork my recognizing him at all. He used to be such a powerful made man. Is it pulmonary? I suspect it must be something of the kind. He has so wasted away." "Pulmonary? Indeed, I don't know. He has a little asthma sometimes, and of course he is very thin," said Frances. "But that does not mean anything. He's quite well." The stranger shook his head. He had taken the opportunity to wipe it with a large white handkerchief, and had made his bold forehead look redder than ever. "I shouldn't like to alarm you," he said. "I wouldn't for all the world. But I hope you have trustworthy advice? These Italian doctors, they're not much to be trusted. You should get a real good English doctor to come and have a look at him." "Oh, indeed, it is only asthma. He is well enough. Quite well. Not anything the matter with him," Frances protested. The large stranger stood and smiled compassionately upon her. Still shaking his head. "Mary," he said, "here, my dear, this is Miss Waring. She says her father is quite well. Poor thing! I am telling her I am so very glad we have met her, for Waring did not leave me any address." "How do you do, my dear?" said the stout lady, not much less red than her husband, who had also hurried down the steep path to meet Frances. "And your father is quite well? I'm so glad. We thought him looking rather thin, not so strong as he used to look. But then," added her husband, "it is such a long time since we have seen him, and he never was very stout. I hope, if you will pardon me for asking, that things have been smoothed down between him and the rest of the family? When I say smoothed down, I mean set on a better footing, more friendly, more harmonious. I am very glad I have seen you to inquire privately, for one never knows how far to go with a man of his, well, peculiar temper." "Don't say that, George. You must not think, my dear, that Mr. Mannering means anything that is not quite nice and friendly, and respectful to your papa. It is only out of the kindness that he asks. Your poor papa has been much tired. I am sure he has always had my sympathy, and my husband's too. Mr. Mannering only means that he hopes things are more comfortable between your father and, which is so much to be desired for everybody's sake." The poor girl stood and stared at them with large, round, widely opening eyes, with the wondering state of a child. There had been a little half mischievous, half anxious longing in her mind to find out what these strangers knew. But now she came to herself suddenly, and felt as a traveller feels who all at once pulls himself up on the edge of a precipice. What was this pitfall which she had nearly stumbled into? This rant from the past, which was so great and so complete that she had never heard of it, never guessed it. Fright seized upon her, and dismay, and what probably stood her in more stead for the moment, a stinging sensation of a wounded pride, which brought to the colour burning of her cheeks. Must she let these people find out that she knew nothing at her age? That her father had never confided in her at all? That she could not even form an idea what they were talking about? She had pleased herself with the possibility of some little easy discovery, of finding out, perhaps, something about the cousins whom it seemed certain, according to Tassie, everyone must possess. Whether they were aware of it or not, some little revelation of origin and connections, such as could do nobody any harm. But when she woke up suddenly to find herself as it were upon the edge of a chasm which had split her father's life in two, the young creature trembled. She was frightened beyond measure by this unexpected contingency. She dared not listen to another word. "Oh," she said, with a quiver in her voice, "I am afraid I have no time to stop and talk. Papa will be waiting for his breakfast. I will tell him you asked for him." "Give him our love," said the lady. "Indeed, George, she is quite right. We must hurry too, or we shall be too late for the table d'hôte." "But I have not got the address," said the husband. Frances made a little courtesy, as she had been taught, and waved her hand as she hurried away. He thought that she had not understood him. "Where do you live?" he called after she was hastened along. She pointed towards the height of the little town, and alarmed for she knew not what, lest he should follow her, lest he should call something after her which she ought not to hear, fled along towards the steep ascent. She could hear the voices behind her slightly elevated talking to each other, and then the sound of children rattling down the stony course of the higher road, and the quick question and answer as they rejoined their parents. Then gradually everything relapsed into silence as the party disappeared. When she heard the voices no longer, Frances began to regret that she had been so hasty. She paused for a moment, and looked back, but already the family were almost out of sight, the figures which led to the procession indistinguishable from the little ones who straggled behind. Whether it might have been well or ill to take advantage of the chance, it was now over. She arrived at the palazzo out of breath, and found Domenico at the door, looking out anxiously for her. "The signorina is late," he said, very gravely. "The pardon has almost had to wait for his breakfast." Domenico was quite original, and did not know that such a terrible possibility had threatened any illustrious personage before. End of chapter 3. Recording by AnaNaumoska.
Chapter 4 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Sloma-Martinez. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 4. It was natural that this occurrence should take a great hold of the girl's mind. It was not the first time that she had speculated concerning their life, a life which one has always lived, indeed, the conditions of which have been familiar and inevitable since childhood, is not a matter which awakens questions in the mind. However extraordinary its conditions may be, they are natural. They are life to the young soul which has had no choice in the matter. Still, there are curiosities which will arise. General Gaunt foamed at the mouth when he talked of the way in which he had been treated by the people at home, but still he went home in the summer as a matter of course. And as for the Durrants, it was a subject of the fondest consideration with them when they could afford themselves that greatest of delights. They all talked about the cold, the fogs, the pleasure of getting back to the sunshine when they returned, but this made no difference in the fact that to go home was their thought all the year and the most salient point in their lives. "Why do we never go home?" Frances had often asked herself. And both these families, and all the people to whom she had ever talked, the strangers who went and came, and those whom they met in the rambles which the Warings too were forced to take in the hot weather, when the mistral was blowing, talked continually of their county, of their parish, of their village, of where they lived, and where they had been born. But on these points Mr. Waring never said a word, and whereas Mrs. Gaunt could talk of nothing but her family, who were scattered all over the world, and the Durrants met people they knew at every turn, the Warings knew nobody, had no relations, no house at home, and apparently had been born nowhere in particular, as Frances sometimes said to herself with more annoyance than humour. Sometimes she wondered whether she had ever had a mother. These thoughts indeed occurred but fitfully now and then, when some incident brought more forcibly than usual under her notice the difference between herself and others. She did not brood over them, her life being quite pleasant and comfortable to herself, and no necessity laid upon her to elucidate its dimnesses. But yet they came across her mind from time to time. She had not been brought face to face with any old friend of her father's that she could remember until now. She had never heard any question raised about his past life, and yet no doubt he had a past life like every other man, and there was something in it, something she could not guess what, which had made him unlike other men. Frances had a great deal of self-command. She did not betray her agitation to her father. She did not ask him any questions. She told him about the greengrocer and the fisherman, these two important agents in the life of the Riviera, and of what she had seen in the marina, even the Savonaplatz. But she did not disturb his meal and his digestion by any reference to the English strangers. She postponed until she had time to think of it all reference to this second meeting. She had by instinct made no reply to the question about where she lived, but she knew that there would be no difficulty in discovering that, and that her father might be subject at any moment to invasion by this old acquaintance, whom he had evidently no desire to see. What should she do? The whole matter wanted thought, whether she should ask him what to do, whether she should take it upon herself, whether she should disclose to him her new-born curiosity and anxiety, or conceal them in her own bosom, whether she should tell him frankly what she felt, that she was worthy to be trusted, and that it was the right of his only child to be prepared for all emergencies, and to be acquainted with her family and her antecedents, if not with his. All these were things to be thought over. Surely she had a right, if anyone had a right, but she would not stand upon that. She sat by herself all day and thought, putting forward all the arguments on either side. If there was, as there might be, something wrong in that past, something guilty which might make her look on her father with different eyes, he had a right to be silent, and she no right, none whatever, to insist upon such a revelation. And what end would it serve? If she had relations or a family from whom she had been separated, would not the revelation fill her with eager desire to know them, and open a fountain of dissatisfaction and discontent in her life, if she were not permitted to do so? Would she not chafe at the banishment if she found out that somewhere there was a home, that she had belongings, like all the rest of the world? These were little feeble barriers which she set up against the strong tide of consciousness in her that she was to be trusted, that she ought to know. Whatever it was, and however she might bear it, was it not true that she ought to know? She was not a fool or a child. Frances knew that her 18 years had brought more experience, more sense to her than Tacy's 40, and she was capable of understanding, capable of keeping a secret. And was it not her own secret, the explanation of the enigma of her life as well as of his? This course of reflection went on in her mind until the evening, and it was somewhat quickened by a little conversation which she had in the afternoon with the servants. Domenico was going out. It was early in the afternoon, the moment of leisure, when one meal with all its responsibilities was over, and the second great event of the day, the dinner, not yet imminent. It was the hour when Mariuccia sat in the anteroom and did her sewing, her mending, her knitting, whatever was wanted. This was a large and lofty room, not very light, with a great window looking out only into the court of the palazzo, in which stood a long table and a few tall chairs. The smaller anteroom, from which the long suite of rooms opened on either side, communicated with this, as did also the corridor which ran all the length of the house, and the kitchen and its appendages on the other side. There is always abundance of space of this kind in every old Italian house. Here Mariuccia established herself whenever she was free to leave her cooking and her kitchen work. She was a comely middle-aged woman with a dark gown, a white apron, a little shawl on her shoulders, large earrings, and a gold cross at her neck, which was a little more visible than is common with English women of her class. Her hair was crisp and curly, and never had been covered with anything save, when she went to church, a shawl or veil. And Mariuccia's olive complexion and ruddy tint feared no encounter of the sun. Domenico was tall and spare and brown, a grave man with little jest in him, but his wife was always ready to laugh. He came out hat in hand, while Frances stood by the table, inspecting Mariuccia's work. "I am going out," he said, "and this is the hour when the English gentlefolks pay visits. See that thou remember what the padrone said." "What did the padrone say?" cried Frances, pricking up her ears. "Signorina, it was to my wife I was speaking," said Domenico. "That I understand, but I wish to know as well. Was Papa expecting a visit? What did he say?" "The padrone himself will tell the signorina," said Domenico, "all that is intended for her. Some things are for the servants, some for the family. Mariuccia knows what I mean." "You are an ass, Menico," said his wife calmly. "Why shouldn't the dear child know? It is nothing to be concerned about, my soul, only that the patron does not receive, and again that he does not receive, and that he never receives. I must repeat this till the Ave Maria, if necessary, till the strangers accept it and go away." "Are these special orders?" said Frances, "or has it always been so? I don't think that it has always been so." Domenico had gone out while his wife was speaking, with a half-threatening and wholly disapproving look, as if he would not involve himself in the responsibility which Mariuccia had taken upon her. "Carina, don't trouble yourself about it. It was always been so in the spirit, if not in the letter," said Mariuccia. "Figure to yourself Domenico or me letting in anyone that chose to come to disturb the signor padrone. That would be impossible. It appears, however, that there is someone down there in the hotels to whom the padrone has a great objection, greater than to the others. It is no secret, nothing to trouble you, but Menico, though he is a good man, is not very wise. Che, you know that as well as I." "And what will you do if this gentleman will not pay any attention, if he comes in all the same? The English don't understand what it means when you say you do not receive. You must say he is not in. He has gone out. He is not at home." "Che, che, che!" cried Mariuccia. Little deceiver, but that would be a lie. Frances shook her head. Yes, I suppose so, she said with a troubled look. But if you don't say it, the Englishman will come in all the same. He will come in, then, over my body, cried Mariuccia with a cheerful laugh, standing square and solid against the door. This gave the last impulse to Frances' thoughts. She could not go on with her study of the palms. She sat with her pencil in her hand, and the color growing dry, thinking all the afternoon through. It was very certain, then, that her father would not expose himself to another meeting with the strangers who called themselves his friends, innocent people who would not harm anyone, Frances was sure. They were tourists, that was evident, and they might be vulgar, that was possible, but she was sure that there was no harm in them. It could only be that her father was resolute to shut out his past, and let no one know what had been. This gave her an additional impulse, instead of discouragement. If it was so serious, and he so determined, then surely there must be something that she, his only child, ought to know. She waited till the evening with a gradually growing excitement, but not until after dinner, after the soothing cigarette which he puffed so slowly and luxuriously in the loggia, did she venture to speak. Then the day was over. It could not put him out, or spoil his appetite, or risk his digestion. To be sure, it might interfere with his sleep, but after consideration, Frances did not think that a very serious matter, probably because she had never known what it was to pass a wakeful night. She began, however, with the greatest caution and care. "Papa," she said, "I want to consult you about something Tazy was saying." "Ah, that must be something very serious, no doubt." "Not serious, perhaps, but she wants to teach me to play." "To play? What? Croquet? Or whist, perhaps? I have always heard she was excellent at both." "These are games, Papa," said Frances with a touch of severity. "She means the piano, which is very different." "Ah," said Mr. Waring, taking the cigarette from his lips and sending a larger puff of smoke into the dim air. "Very different indeed, Frances. It is anything but a game to hear Miss Tazy play." "She says," continued Frances, with a certain constriction in her throat, "that every lady is expected to play a little at least, even if she has not much taste for it. She thinks when we go home that all our relations will be so surprised—" She stopped, having no breath to go further, and watched as well as she could, through the dimness and through the mist of agitation in her own eyes, her father's face. He made no sign. He did not disturb even the easy balance of his foot stretched out along the pavement. After another pause, he said in the same indifferent tone, "As we are not going home, and as you have no relations in particular, I don't think your friend's argument is very strong. Do you?" "Oh, Papa, I don't want indeed to be inquisitive or trouble you, but I should like to know." "What?" he said with the same composure. "If I think that a lady, whether she has any musical taste or not, ought to play? Well, that is a very simple question. I don't, whatever Miss Tazy may say." "It is not that," Frances said, regaining a little control of herself. "I said I did not know of any relations we had. But Tazy said there must be cousins. We must have cousins. Everybody has cousins. That is true, is it not?" "In most cases, certainly," Mr. Waring said, "and a great nuisance, too." "I don't think it would be a nuisance to have people about one's own age belonging to one, not strangers, people who were interested in you, to whom you could say anything. Brothers and sisters, that would be the best. But cousins, I think, Papa, cousins would be very nice." "I will tell you, if you like, of one cousin you have," her father said. The heart of Frances swelled as if it would leap out of her breast. She put her hands together, turning full round upon him in an attitude of supplication and delight. "Oh, Papa!" she cried with enthusiasm, breathless for his next word. "Certainly, if you wish it, Francis. He is in reality your first cousin. He is 50. He is a great sufferer from gout. He has lived so well in the early part of his life that he is condemned to slops now, and spends most of his time in an easy-chair. He has the temper of a demon, and swears at everybody that comes near him. He is very red in the face, very bleared about the eyes, very— "Oh, Papa!" she cried in a very different tone. She was so much disappointed that the sudden downfall had almost a physical effect upon her, as if she had fallen from a height. Her father laughed softly while she gathered all her strength together to regain command of herself, and the laugh had a jarring effect upon her nerves of which she had never been conscious till now. "I don't suppose that he would care much whether you played the piano or not, or that you would care much, my dear, what he thought." "For all that, Papa," said Frances, recovering herself, "it is a little interesting to know there is somebody, even if he is not at all what one thought. Where does he live, and what is his name? That will give me one little landmark in England where there is none now." "Not a very reasonable satisfaction," said her father lazily, but without any other reply. "In my life I have always found relations a nuisance. Happy are they who have none, and next best is to cast them off and do without them. As a matter of fact, it is every one for himself in this world." Frances was silenced, though not convinced. She looked with some anxiety at the outline of her father's spare and lengthy figure laid out in the basket chair, one foot moving slightly, which was a habit he had, the whole extended in perfect rest and calm. He was not angry, he was not disturbed. The questions which she had put with so much mental perturbation had not affected him at all. She felt that she might dare further without fear. "When I was out today," she said, faltering a little, "I met that gentleman again." "Ah," said Mr. Waring, no more, but he ceased to shake his foot, and turned towards her the merest hair's breadth, so little that it was impossible to say he had moved, and yet there was a change. "And the ladies," said Frances, breathless. "I am sure they wanted to be kind. They asked me a great many questions." He gave a faint laugh, but it was not without a little quiver in it. "What a good thing that you could not answer them," he said. "Do you think so, Papa? I was rather unhappy. It looked as if you could not trust me. I should have been ashamed to say I did not know, which is the truth, for I know nothing, not so much as where I was born," cried the girl. "It is very humiliating when you are asked about your own father to say you don't know. So I said it was time for breakfast, and you would be waiting, and ran away." "The best thing you could have done, my dear. Discretion in a woman or a girl is always the better part of valor. I think you got out of it very cleverly," Mr. Waring said. And that was all. He did not seem to think another word was needed. He did not even rise and go away, as Frances had known him to do when the conversation was not to his mind. She could not see his face, but his attitude was unchanged. He had recovered his calm, if there had ever been any disturbance of it. But as for Frances, her heart was thumping against her breast, her pulses beating in her ears, her lips parched and dry. "I wish," she cried, "oh, I wish you would tell me something, Papa. Do you think I would talk of things you don't want talked about? I am not a child any longer, and I am not silly, as perhaps you think." "On the contrary, my dear," said Mr. Waring, "I think you are often very sensible." "Papa, oh, how can you say that? How can you say such things, and then leave me as if I were a baby, knowing nothing?" "My dear," he said with the sound of a smile in his voice, she thought to herself, "you are very hard to please. Must not I say that you are sensible? I think it is the highest compliment I can pay you." "Oh, papa!" Disappointment and mortification and the keen sense of being fooled, which is so miserable to the young, took her very breath away. The exasperation with which we discover that not only is no explanation, no confidence to be given us, but the very occasion for it ignored, and our anxiety baffled by a smile, a mortification to which women are so often subject, flooded her being. She had hard ado not to burst into angry tears, not to betray the sense of cruelty and injustice which overwhelmed her. But who could have seen any injustice or cruelty in the gentleness of his tone, his soft reply? Frances subdued herself as best she could in her dark corner of the loggia, glad at least that he could not see the spasm that passed over her, the acute misery and irritation of her spirit. It would be strange if he did not divine something of what was going on within her, but he took no notice. He began in the same tone, as if one theme was quite as important as the other, to remark upon the unusual heaviness of the clouds which hid the moon. "If we were in England, I should say there was a storm brewing," he said. "Even here I think we shall have some rain. Don't you feel that little creep in the air, something sinister, as if there was a bad angel about? And Domenico, I see, has brought the lamp. I vote we go in." "Are there any bad angels?" she cried, to give her impatience vent. He had risen up and stood swaying indolently from one foot to the other. "Bad angels? Oh, yes," he said. "Abundance. Very different from devils who are honest, like the fiends in the pictures, unmistakable. The others, you know, deceive. Don't you remember how there looked him in the face an angel beautiful and bright, and how he knew it was a fiend that miserable night?" He turned and went into the salon, repeating these words in an undertone to himself, but there was in his face none of the bitterness or horror with which they must have been said by one who had ever in his own person made that discovery. He was quite calm, meditative, marking with a slight intonation and movement of his head the cadence of the poetry. Frances stayed behind in the darkness. She had not the practice which we acquire in later life. She could not hide the excitement which was still coursing through her veins. She went to the corner of the loggia which was nearest the sea, and caught in her face the rush of the rising breeze, which flung at her the first drops of the coming rain. A storm on that soft coast is a welcome break in the monotony of the clear skies and unchanging calm. After a while her father called to her that the rain was coming in, that the windows must be shut, and she hurried in, brushing by Domenico, who had come to close everything up, and who looked at her reproachfully as she rushed past him. She came behind her father's chair and leaned over to kiss him. "I have got a little wet, and I think I had better go to bed," she said. "Yes, surely, if you wish it, my dear," said Mr. Waring. Something moist had touched his forehead, which was too warm to be rain. He waited politely till she had gone before he wiped it off. It was the edge of a tear, hot, miserable, full of anger as well as pain, which had made that mark upon his high white forehead. It made him pause for a minute or two in his reading. "Poor little girl," he said with a sigh. Perhaps he was not so insensible as he seemed. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 5. It is a common impression that happiness and unhappiness are permanent states of mind, and that for long tracts of our lives we are under the continuous sway of one or other of these conditions. But this is almost always a mistake, save in the case of grief, which is perhaps the only emotion which is beyond the reach of the momentary lightnings and alleviations and perpetual vicissitudes of life. Death and the pangs of separation from those we love are permanent, at least for their time, but in everything else there is an ebb and flow which keeps the heart alive. When Frances Waring told the story of this period of her life, she represented herself unconsciously as having been oppressed by the mystery that overshadowed her, and as having lost all the ease of her young life prematurely in a sudden encounter with shadows unsuspected before. But as a matter of fact, this was not the case. She had a bad night, that is, she cried herself to sleep. But once over the boundary which divides our waking thoughts from the visions of the night, she knew no more till the sun came in and woke her to a very cheerful morning. It is true that care made several partially successful assaults upon her that day, and for several days after, but as everything went on quite calmly and peacefully, the impression wore off. The English family found out, as was inevitable, where Mr. Waring lived, without any difficulty, and first the father came, then the mother, and finally the pair together to call. Frances, to whom a breach of decorum was pain unspeakable, sat trembling and ashamed in the deepest corner of the loggia, while these kind strangers encountered Margaret at the door. The scene, as a matter of fact, was rather comic than tragic, for neither the visitors nor the guardian of the house possessed any language but their own, and Mr. and Mrs. Mannering had as little understanding of the statement that Mr. Waring did not receive as Frances had expected. "But he is in casa, in," said the worthy Englishman. "Then, my dear, of course it is only a mistake, when he knows who we are, when he has our names." "Non riceve oggi," said Margaret, setting her sturdy breadth in the doorway. "Oggi non riceve il signore." The master does not receive today. "But he is in," repeated the bewildered good people. They could have understood "not at home," which to Margaret would have been simply a lie, with which, indeed, had need been, or could it have done the padrone any good, she would have burdened her conscience as lightly as anyone. But why, when it was not in the least necessary? Thus they played their little game at cross purposes, while Frances sat, hot and red with shame, in her corner, sensible to the bottom of her heart of the discourtesy, the unkindness of turning them from the door. They were her father's friends. They claimed to have stuck by him through thick and thin. They were people who knew about him, and all that he belonged to, and the conditions of his former life, and yet they were turned from his door. She did not venture to go out again for some days, except in the evening, when she knew that all the strangers were at the inevitable table d'hôte, and it was with a sigh of relief, yet disappointment, that she heard they had gone away. Yes, at last they did go away, angry no doubt, thinking her father a churl, and she herself an ignorant rustic, who knew nothing about good manners. Of course this was what they must think. Frances heard those words, "Non riceve oggi," even in her dreams. She saw in imagination the astonished faces of the visitors. "But he will receive us, if you will only take in our names." And then Margaret's steady voice repeating the well-known phrase. What must they have thought? That was an insult, that their old friend scorned and defied them. What else could they suppose? They departed, however, and Frances got over it, and everything went on as before. Her father was just as usual, a sphinx indeed, more and more hopelessly wrapped up in silence and mystery, but so natural and easy and kind in his uncommunicativeness, with so little appearance of repression or concealment about him, that it was almost impossible to retain any feeling of injury or displeasure. Love is cheated every day in this way, by offenders much more serious, who can make their dependents happy even while they are ruining them, and beguile the bitterest anxiety into forgetfulness and smiles. It was easy to make Frances forget the sudden access of wonderment and wounded feeling which had seized her, even without any special exertion. Time alone and the calm succession of the days were enough for that. She resumed her little picture of the palms, and was very successful, more than usually so. Mr. Waring, who had hitherto praised her little works as he might have praised the sampler of a child, was silenced by this, and took it away with him into his room, and when he brought it back, looked at her with more attention than he had been used to show. "I think," he said, "little Fran, that you must be growing up," laying his hand upon her head with a smile. "I am grown up, papa. I am 18, she said, at which he laughed softly. "I don't think much of your 18, but this shows. I should not wonder, with time and work, if you mightn't be good enough to exhibit at Mentone after a while." Francis had been looking at him with an expression of almost rapturous expectation. The poor little countenance fell at this, and a quick sting of mortification brought tears to her eyes. The exhibition at Mentone was an exhibition of amateurs. Tazy was in it, and even Mrs. Gaunt, and all the people about who ever spoilt a piece of harmless paper. "Oh, papa," she said, since the failure of her late appeal to him, this was the only formula of reproach which she used. "Well," he said, "are you more ambitious than that, you little thing? Perhaps by and by you may be fit even for better things." "It is beautiful," said Mariuccia. "You see where the light goes, and where it is in the shade. But, carina, if you were to copy the face of Domenico, or even mine, that would be more interesting. The palms we can see if we look out the window, but imagine to yourself that Domenico might go away, or even might die, and we should not miss him so much if we had his face hung upon the wall." "It is easier to do the trees than to do Domenico," said Francis. "They stand still." "And so would Domenico stand still if it was to please the signorina. He is not very well educated, but he knows enough for that. Or I myself, though you will think perhaps I am too old to make a pretty picture. But if I had my veil on, and my best earrings, and the coral my mother gave me—" "You look very nice, Mariuccia. I like you as you are, but I am not clever enough to make a portrait." Mariuccia cried out with scorn. "You are clever enough to do whatever you wish to do," she said. "The padrone thinks so too, though he will not say it. Not clever enough. Magari! Too clever is what you mean." Frances set up her palms on the little stand of carved wood, and was very well pleased with herself. But that sentiment palled perhaps sooner than any other. It was very agreeable to be praised, and also it was pleasant to feel that she had finished her work successfully. But after a short time it began to be a great subject of regret that the work was done. She did not know what to do next. To make a portrait of Domenico was above her powers. She idled about for the day and found it uncomfortable. That is the moment in which it is most desirable to have a friend on whom to bestow one's tediousness. She bethought herself that she had not seen Tazy for a week. It was now more than a fortnight since the events detailed in the beginning of this history. Her father, when asked if he would not like a walk, declined. It was too warm, or too cold, or perhaps too dusty, which was very true, and accordingly she set out alone. Walking down through the marina, the little tourist town which was rising upon the shore, she saw some parties of travellers arriving, which always had been a little pleasure to her. It was mingled now with a certain excitement. Perhaps some of them, like those who had just gone away, might know all about her, more than she knew herself. What a strange thought it was! Some of those unknown people, in their travelling cloaks, which looked so much too warm, people whom she had never seen before, who had not a notion that she was Frances Waring. One of the parties was composed of ladies, surrounded and enveloped, so to speak, by a venerable courier, who swept them and their possessions before him into the hotel. Another was led by a father and mother, not at all unlike the pair who had stuck by Mr. Waring. How strange to imagine that they might not be strangers at all, but people who knew all about her. In the first group was a girl who hung back a little from the rest, and looked curiously up at all the houses, as if looking for someone, at all fair-haired girl with a blue veil tied over her hat. She looked tired, but eager, with more interest in her face than any of the others showed. Frances smiled to herself, with the half-superiority which a resident is apt to feel. A girl must be very simple indeed if she thought the houses on the marina worth looking at, Frances thought. But she did not pause in her quick walk. The Durants lived at the other end of the marina, in a little villa built upon a terrace over an olive garden. A low house with no particular beauty, but possessing also a loggia turned to the west, the luxury of building on the Riviera. Here the whole family was seated, the old clergyman with a large English newspaper, which he was reading deliberately from end to end, his wife with a work-basket full of articles to mend, and Taisy at the little tea-table pouring out the tea. Frances was received with a little clamour of satisfaction, for she was a favourite. "Sit here, my dear. Come this way, close to me, for you know I am getting a little hard of hearing." They had always been kind to her, but never, she thought, had she been received with so much cordiality as now. "Have you come by yourself, Frances, and along the marina? I think you should make Domenico or his wife walk with you when you go through the marina, my dear." "Why, Mrs. Durant? I have always done it. Even Mariuccia say it does not matter, as I am an English girl." "That may be true, but English girls are not like American girls. I assure you they are taken a great deal more care of. If you ever go home—" "And how is your poor father to-day, Frances?" said Mrs. Durant. "Oh, papa is very well. He is not such a poor father. There is nothing the matter with him. At least, there is nothing new the matter with him," said Frances, with a little impatience. "No," said the clergyman, looking up over the top of his spectacles and shaking his head. "Nothing new the matter with him. I believe that." "If you ever go home," resumed Mrs. Durant, "and of course sometime you will go home—" "I think very likely I never shall," said the girl. "Papa never talks of going home. He says home is here." "That is all very well for the present moment, my dear, but I feel sure, for my part, that one time or other it will happen as I say, and then you must not let them suppose you have been a little savage going about as you liked here. I don't think anyone would care much, Mrs. Durant, and I am not going, so you need not be afraid." "Your poor father," Mr. Durant went on in his turn, "has a great deal of self-command, Frances. He has a great deal of self-control. In some ways that is an excellent quality, but it may be carried too far. I wish very much he would allow me to come and have a talk with him, not as a clergyman, but just in a friendly way." "I am quite sure you may come and talk with him as much as you like," said Frances, astonished. "Or if you want very much to see him, he will come to see you." "Oh, I should not take it upon me to ask that, in the meantime," Mr. Durant said. The girl stared a little, but asked no further questions. There was something among them which she did not understand, a look of curiosity, an air of meaning more than their words said. The Durants were always a little apt to be didactic, as became a clergyman's family, but Taisy was generally a safe refuge. Frances turned to her with a little sigh of perplexity, hoping to escape further question. "Was the Sunday school as large last Sunday, Taisy?" she said. "Oh, Frances, no! Such a disappointment. There were only 4. Isn't it a pity? But you see the little Mannerings have all gone away. Such sweet children. And the little one of all has such a voice. They are perhaps coming back for Easter, if they don't stay in Rome. And if so, I think we must put little Herbert in a white surplice. He will look like an angel, and have a real anthem with a soprano solo for once." "I doubt if they will all come back," said Mr. Durant. "Mr. Mannering himself, indeed, I don't doubt, on business. But as for the family, you must not flatter yourself, Taisy." "She liked the place," said his wife, "and very likely she would think it her duty, if anything is to come of it, you know." "Be careful," said the clergyman with a glance aside, which Frances would have been dull indeed not to have perceived was directed at herself. "Don't say anything that may be premature." Frances was brave in her way. She felt with a little rising excitement that her friends were bursting with some piece of knowledge which they were longing to communicate. It roused in her an impatience and reluctance mingled with keen curiosity. She would not hear it, and yet was breathless with impatience to know what it was. "Mr. Mannering," she said deliberately, "that was the gentleman that knew papa." "You saw him, then?" cried Mrs. Durant. There was something like a faint disappointment in her tone. "He was one of papa's early friends," said Frances, with a little emphasis. "I saw him twice, he and his wife both. They seemed kind people." Mr. Durant and his wife looked at each other, and even Taisy stared over her teacups. "Oh, very kind people, my dear. I don't think you could do better than have full confidence in them," Mrs. Durant said. "And your poor father could not have a truer friend," said the old clergyman. "You must tell him I am coming to have a talk with him about it. It was a great revelation, but I hope that everything will turn out for the best." Frances grew redder and redder as she sat and marked for all their arrows. What was it that was a revelation? But she would not ask. She began to be angry, and to say to herself that she would put her hands to her ears, that she would listen to nothing. "Henry," said Mrs. Durant, "who is it that is premature now?" "I'm afraid I can't stay," said Frances, rising quickly from her chair. "I have something to do for Mariuccia. I only came in because I was passing. Never mind, Taisy. I know my way so well. And Mr. Durant wants some more tea." "Oh, but Frances, my dear, you really must let me send someone with you. You must not move about in that independent way." "And we had a great many things to say to you," said the old clergyman, keeping her hand in his. "Are you really in such a hurry? It will be better for yourself to wait a little, and hear something that will be for your good." "It cannot be any worse for me to run about today than any other day," said Frances, almost sternly. "And whatever there is to hear, won't tomorrow do just as well? I think it is a little funny of you all to speak to me so. But now I must go." She was so rapid in her movements that she was gone before Taisy could extricate herself from the somewhat crazy little table. And then they all three looked at each other and shook their heads. "Do you think she can know? Can she have known it all the time? Has Waring told her, or was it Mannering?" they said to each other. Frances could not hear their mutual questions, but something very like the purport of them got into her agitated brain. She felt sure they were wondering whether she knew. What? This revelation, this something which they had found out. Nothing would make her submit to hear it from them, she said to herself. But the moment was come when she could not be put off any longer. She would go to her father, and she would not rest until she was informed what it was. She hastened along, avoiding the marina, which had amused her on her way, hurrying from terrace to terrace of the olive groves. Her heart was beating fast, and her rapid pace made it faster. But as she thought of her father's unperturbed looks, the calm with which he had received her eager questions, and the very small likelihood that anything she could say about the hints of the Durants would move him, her pace and her excitement both decreased. She went more slowly, less hopefully, back to the palazzo. It was all very well to say that she must know, but what if he would not tell her? What if he received her questions as he had received them before? The circumstances were not changed, nor was he changed because the Durants knew something. She did not know what. Oh, what a poor piece of friendship was that betrayed a friend's secret to his neighbours. She did not know, she could not so much as form a guess what the secret was, but little or great, his friend should have kept it. She said this to herself bitterly, when the chill probabilities of the case began to make themselves felt. It was harder to think that the Durants knew than to be kept in darkness herself. She went in, at last, very soberly, with the intention of telling her father all that had passed, if perhaps that of itself might be an inducement to him to have confidence in her. It was not a pleasant mission. Her steps had become very sober as she went up the long marble stair. Mariuccia met her with a little cry. Had she not met the padrone? He had gone out down through the olive woods to meet her and fetch her home. It was such a reprieve. In the evening after dinner was the time when he was most accessible. Frances, with a thrill of mingled relief and disappointment, retired to her room to make her little toilet. She had an hour or two at least before her ere it would be necessary to speak. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret OLIPHANT. Chapter 6. When one has made up one's mind to reopen a painful subject after dinner, the preliminary meal is not usually a very pleasant one, nor, with the tremor of preparation in one's mind, is one likely to make a satisfactory dinner. Frances could not talk about anything. She could not eat. Her mind was absorbed in what was coming. It seemed to her that she must speak, and yet how gladly would she have escaped from or postponed the explanation. Explanation! Possibly he would only smile and baffle her as he had done before, or perhaps be angry, which would be better. Anything would be better than that indifference. She went out to the loggia when dinner was over, trembling with a sensation of suspense. It was still not dark, and the night was clear with the young moon already shining, so that between the retiring day and the light of the night it was almost as clear as it had been 2 hours before. Frances sat down, shivering a little, though not with the cold. Usually her father accompanied or immediately followed her, but by some perversity he did not do so tonight. She seated herself in her usual place and waited, listening for every sound, that is, for sounds of one kind. His slow step coming along the polished floor, here soft and muffled over a piece of carpet, there loud upon the parquet. But for some time, during which she rose into a state of feverish expectation, there was no such sound. It was nearly half an hour, according to her calculation, probably not half so much by common computation of time, when 1 or 2 doors were opened and shut quickly, and a sound of voices met her ear. Not sounds, however, which had any but a partial interest for her, for they did not indicate his approach. After a while there followed the sound of a footstep, but it was not Mr. Waring's. It was not Domenico's subdued tread, nor the measured march of Marietta. It was light, quick, and somewhat uncertain. Frances was half disappointed, half relieved. Someone was coming, but not her father. It would be impossible to speak to him tonight. The relief was uppermost. She felt it through her whole being. Not tonight, and no one can ever tell what tomorrow may bring forth. She looked up no longer with anxiety, but curiosity as the door opened. It opened quickly. Someone looked out, as if to see what was beyond. Then, with a slight exclamation of satisfaction, stepped out upon the loggia into the partial light. Frances rose up quickly with the curious sensation of acting over something which she had rehearsed before. She did not know where or how. It was the girl whom she had remarked on La Marina as having just arrived, who now stood looking about her curiously, with her travelling cloak fastened only at the throat, her gauze veil thrown up about her hat. This newcomer came in quickly, not with the timidity of a stranger. She came out into the center of the loggia, where the light fell fully around her and showed her tall, slight figure, the fair hair clustering in her neck, a certain languid grace of movement, which her energetic entrance curiously belied. Frances waited for some form of apology or self-introduction, prepared to be very civil, and feeling in reality pleased and almost grateful for the interruption. But the young lady made no explanation. She put her hands up to her throat and loosed her cloak with a little sigh of relief. She undid the veil from her hat. "Thank heaven I have got here at last, free of those people," she said, putting herself sans façon into Mr. Waring's chair, and laying her hat upon the little table. Then she looked up at the astonished girl who stood looking on. "Are you Frances?" she said, but the question was put in an almost indifferent tone. "Yes, I am Frances, but I don't know." Frances was civil to the bottom of her soul, polite, incapable of hurting anyone's feelings. She could not say anything disagreeable. She could not demand brutally, "Who are you, and what do you want here?" "I thought so," said the stranger, "and oddly enough, I saw you this afternoon and wondered if it could be you. You are a little like Mamma. I am Constance, of course," she added, looking up with a half-smile. "We ought to kiss each other, I suppose, though we can't care much about each other, can we? Where is Papa?" Frances had no breath to speak. She could not say a word. She looked at the newcomer with a gasp. Who was she, and who was Papa? Was it some strange mistake which had brought her here? But then the question, "Are you Frances?" showed it could not be a mistake. "I beg your pardon," she said. "I don't understand. This is Mr. Waring's. You are looking for your father?" Yes, cried the other impatiently. "I know. You can't imagine I should have come here and taken possession if I had not made sure first. You are well enough known in this little place. There was no trouble about it, and the house looks nice, and this must be a fine view when there is light to see it by. But where is Papa? They told me he was always to be found at this hour." Frances felt the blood ebb to her very finger points, and then rush back like a great flood upon her heart. She scarcely knew where she was standing or what she was saying in her great bewilderment. "Do you mean my father?" she said. The other girl answered with a laugh. "You are very particular. I mean our father, if you prefer it. Your father, my father, what does it matter? Where is he? Why isn't he here? It seems he must introduce us to each other. I did not think of any such formality. I thought you would have taken me for granted," she said. Frances stood thunderstruck, gazing, listening, as if eyes and ears alike fooled her. She did not seem to know the meaning of the words. They could not, she said to herself, mean what they seemed to mean. It was impossible. There must be some wonderful, altogether unspeakable blunder. "I don't understand," she said again in a piteous tone. "It must be some mistake." The other girl fixed her eyes upon her in the waning light. She had not paid so much attention to Frances at first as to the new place and scene. She looked at her now with the air of weighing her in some unseen balance and finding her wanting, with impatience and half contempt. "I thought you would have been glad to see me," she said. "But the world seems just the same in one place as another. Because I am in distress at home, you don't want me here." Then Frances felt herself goaded, galled into the matter-of-fact question, "Who are you?" though she felt that she would not believe the answer she received. "Who am I? Don't you know who I am? Who should I be but Constance Waring, your sister? Where?" she cried, springing to her feet and stamping one of them upon the ground. Where is Papa?" The door opened again behind her softly, and Mr. Waring, with his slow step, came out. "Did I hear someone calling for me?" he said. "Frances, it is not you, surely, that are quarrelling with your visitor. I beg the lady's pardon. I cannot see who it is." The stranger turned upon him with impatience in her tone. "It was I who called," she said. "I thought you were sure to be here. Papa, I have always heard that you were a kind man, they all said. That was why I came, thinking. I am Constance," she added after a pause, drawing herself up and facing him with something of his own gesture and attitude. She was tall, not much less than he was, very unlike little Frances. Her slight figure seemed to draw out as she raised her head and looked at him. She was not a suppliant. Her whole air was one of indignation that she should be subjected to a moment's doubt. "Constance," said Mr. Waring. The daylight was gone outside. The moon had got behind a fleecy white cloud. Behind those two figures there was a gleam of light from within, Domenico having brought in the lamp into the drawing-room. He stepped backward, opening the glass door. "Come in," he said. "To the light." Frances came at last with a great commotion in her heart, but very still externally. She felt herself to have sunk into quite a subordinate place. The other two, they were the chief figures. She had now no explanation to ask, no questions to put, though she had 1,000. But everything else was thrown into the background. Everything was inferior to this. The chief interest was with the others now. Constance stepped in after him with a proud freedom of step, the air of one who was mistress of herself and her fate. She went up to the table on which the tall lamp stood, her face on a level with it, fully lighted up by it. She held her hat in her hand and played with it with a careless yet half-nervous gesture. Her fair hair was short and clustered in her neck and about her forehead, almost like a child's, though she was not like a child. Mr. Waring, looking at her, was more agitated than she. He trembled a little. His eyelids were lifted high over his eyes. Her air was a little defiant, but there was no suspicion, only a little uncertainty in his. He put out his hand to her after a minute's inspection. "If you are Constance, you are welcome," he said. "I don't suppose that you have any doubt that I am Constance," said the girl, flinging her hat on the table and herself into a chair. "It is a very curious way to receive one, though, After such a long journey, such a tiresome, long journey, she repeated, with a voice into which a querulous tone of exhaustion had come. Mr. Waring sat down, too, in the immediate center of the light. He had not kissed her nor approached her, save by the momentary touch of their hands. It was a curious way to receive a stranger, a daughter. She lay back in her chair as if wearied out, and tears came to her eyes. "I should not have come if I had known," she said with her lip quivering. "I am very tired. I put up with everything on the journey, thinking, when I came here, and I am more a stranger here than anywhere." She paused, choking with the half-hysterical fit of crying which she would not allow to overcome her. "She knows nothing about me," she cried with a sharp accent of pain, as if this was the last blow. Frances, in her bewilderment, did not know what to do or say. She looked at her father, but his face was dumb and gave her no suggestion. And then she looked at the newcomer, who lay back with her head against the back of the chair, her eyes closed, tears forcing their way through her eyelashes, her slender white throat convulsively struggling with a sob. The mind of Frances had been shaken by a sudden storm of feelings unaccustomed, a throb of something which she did not understand, which was jealousy, though she neither knew nor intended it, had gone through her being. She seemed to see herself cast forth from her easy supremacy, her sway over her father's house, deposed from her principal place. And she was only human. Already she was conscious of a downfall. Constance had drawn the interest towards herself. It was she to whom every eye would turn. The girl stood apart for a moment with that inevitable movement which has been in the bosom of so many since the well-behaved brother of the prodigal put it in words. "Now that this, thy son, has come." Constance, so far as Frances knew, was no prodigal, but she was, what was almost worse, a stranger, and yet the honors of the house were to be hers. She stood thus looking on until the sight of the suppressed sob, of the closed eyes, of the weary, hopeless attitude were too much for her. Then it came suddenly into her mind, if she is Constance. Frances had not known half an hour before that there was any Constance who had a right to her sympathy in the world. She gave her father another questioning look, but got no reply from his eyes. Whatever had to be done must be done by herself. She went up to the chair in which her sister lay and touched her on the shoulder. "If we had known you were coming," she said, "it would have been different. It is a little your fault not to let us know. I should have gone to meet you. I should have made your room ready. We have nothing ready because we did not know." Constance sat suddenly up in her chair and shook her head, as if to shake off the emotion that had been too much for her. "How sensible you are," she said. "Is that your character? She is quite right, isn't she? But I did not think of that. I suppose I am impetuous, as people say. I was unhappy, and I thought you would receive me with open arms. It is evident I am not the sensible one." She said this with still a quiver in her lip, but also a smile, pushing back her chair and resuming the unconcerned air which she had worn at first. "Frances is quite right. You ought to have written and warned us," said Mr. Waring. "Oh, yes, there are so many things that one ought to do. But we will do the best we can for you now you are here. Marietta will easily make a room ready. Where is your baggage? Domenico can go to the railway, to the hotel, wherever you have come from." "My box is outside the door. I made them bring it in." The woman, is that Marietta, would not take it in, but she let me come in. She was not suspicious. She did not say, "If you are Constance." And here she laughed with a sound that grated upon Mr. Waring's nerves. He jumped up suddenly from his chair. "I had no proof that you were Constance," he said, "though I believed it, but only your mother's daughter could reproduce that laugh." "Has Frances got it?" the girl cried, with an instant lighting up of opposition in her eyes. "For I am like you, but she is the image of Mamma." He turned around and looked at Frances, who, feeling that an entire circle of new emotions, unknown to her, had come into being at a bound, stood with a passive, frightened look, spectator of everything, not knowing how to adapt herself to the new turn of affairs. "By Jove," her father said with an air of exasperation she had never seen in him before. "That is true, but I had never noticed it. Even Frances, you've come to set us all by the ears." "Oh, no. I'll tell you, if you like, why I came. Mamma has been more aggravating than usual. I said to myself, you would be sure to understand what that meant, and something arose. I will tell you about it after. A complication. Something that Mamma insisted I should do, though I had made up my mind not to do it." "You had better," said her father with a smile. "Take care what ideas on that subject you put into your sister's head." Constance paused and looked at Frances with a look which was half scrutinizing, half contemptuous. "Oh, she is not like me," she said. "Mamma was very aggravating, as you know she can be. She wanted me, but I'll tell you after." And then she began. "I hope, because you live in Italy, Papa, you don't think you ought to be a medieval parent. But that sort of thing in Belgravia, you know, is too ridiculous." It was so out of the question that it was some time before I understood. It was not exactly a case of being locked up in my room and kept on bread and water, but something of the sort. I was so much astonished at first, I did not know what to do, and then it became intolerable. I had nobody I could appeal to, for everybody agreed with her. Markham is generally a safe person, but even Markham took her side. So immediately I thought of you. I said to myself, one's father is the right person to protect one, and I knew, of course, that if anybody in the world could understand how impossible it is to live with Mamma when she has taken a thing into her head, it would be you. Waring kept his eye upon Frances while this was being said, with an almost comic embarrassment. It was half laughable, but it was painful, as so many laughable things are. And there was something like alarm, or rather timidity in the look. The man looked afraid of the little girl, whom all her life he had treated as a child, and her clear, sensible eyes. "One thinks these things, perhaps, but one does not put them into words," he said. "Oh, it is no worse to say them than to think them," said Constance. "I always say what I mean, and you must know that things went very far, so far that I couldn't put up with it any longer. So I made up my mind all at once that I would come off to you. And I tell you, you are welcome, my dear. It is so long since I saw you that I could not have recognized you. That is natural enough, but now that you are here, I cannot decide upon the wisdom of the step till I know all the circumstances." "Oh, wisdom! I don't suppose there is any wisdom about it. No one expects wisdom from me. But what could I do? There was nothing else that I could do." "At all events," said Waring, with a little inclination of his head and a smile, as if he were talking to a visitor, Frances said to herself, "Frances and I will forgive any lack of wisdom which has given us this pleasure." He laughed at himself as he spoke. "You must expect, for a time, to feel like a fine lady paying a visit to her poor relations," he said. "Oh, I know you will approve of me when you hear everything. Mamma says I'm a Waring all over, your own child." The sensations with which Frances stood and listened, it would be impossible to describe. Mamma? Who was this, of whom the other girl spoke so lightly, whom she had never heard of before? Was it possible that a mother as well as a sister existed for her as for others in the unknown world out of which Constance had come? 100 questions were on her lips, but she controlled herself and asked none of them. Reflection, which comes so often slowly, almost painfully, to her came now like the flash of lightning. She would not betray to anyone, not even to Constance, that she had never known she had a mother. Papa might be wrong. Oh, how wrong he had been! But she would not betray him. She checked the exclamation on her lips. She subdued her soul altogether, forcing it into silence. This was the secret she had been so anxious to penetrate, which he had kept so closely from her. Why should he have kept it from her? It was evident it had not been kept on the other side. Whatever had happened, had Frances been in trouble, she knew of no one with whom she could have taken refuge. But her sister had known. Her brain was made dizzy by these thoughts. It was open to her now to ask whatever she pleased. The mystery had been made plain, but at the same time her mouth was stopped. She would not confuse her father nor betray him. It was chiefly from this bewildering sensation, and not, as her father, suddenly grown acute in respect to Frances, thought, from a mortifying consciousness that Constance would speak with more freedom if she were not there, that Frances now spoke. "I think," she said, "that I had better go and see about the rooms. Mariuccia will not know what to do till I come. And you will take care of Constance, Papa?" He looked at her, hearing in her tone a wounded feeling, a touch of forlorn pride, which perhaps was there, but not so much as he thought. But it was Constance who replied, "Oh yes, we will take care of each other. I have so much to tell him," with a laugh. Frances was aware that there was relief in it, in the prospect of her own absence, but she did not feel it so strongly as her father did. She gave them both a smile, and went away. "So that is Frances," said the new-found sister, looking after her. "I find her very like Mamma, But everybody says I am your child, disposition and all." She rose and came up to Waring, who had never lessened the distance between himself and her. She put her hand within his arm and held up her face to him. "I am like you. I shall be much happier with you. Do you think you will like having me instead of Francis, father?" She clasped his arm against her in a caressing way and leant her cheek upon the sleeve of his velvet coat. "Don't you think you would like to have me, father, instead of her?" she said. A whole panorama of the situation, like a landscape, suddenly flashed before Waring's mind. The spell of this caress and the confidence she showed of being loved, which is so great a charm, and the impulse of nature, so much as that is worth, drew him towards this handsome stranger, who took possession of him and his affections without a doubt, and pushed away the other from his heart and his side with an impulse which his philosophy said was common to all men, or at least, if that was too sweeping, to all women. But in the same moment came that sense of championship and proprietorship, the one inextricably mingled with the other, which makes us all defend our own whenever assailed. Frances was his own. She was his creation. He had taught her almost everything. Poor little Frances, not like this girl, who could speak for herself, who could go everywhere, half commanding, half taking with guile every heart that she encountered. Frances would never do that, but she would be true as the heavens themselves, and never falter. By a sudden gleam of perception he saw that, though he had never told her anything of this, though it must have been a revelation of wonder to her, yet that she had not burst forth into any outcries of astonishment, or asked any compromising questions, or done anything to betray him. His heart went forth to Frances with an infinite tenderness. He had not been a doting father to her. He had even, being himself what the world calls a clever man, much above her mental level, felt himself to condescend a little, and almost upbraided heaven for giving him so ordinary a little girl. And Constance, it was easy to see, was a brilliant creature, accustomed to take her place in the world, fit to be any man's companion. But the first result of this revelation was to reveal to him, as he had never seen it before, the modest and true little soul which had developed by his side without much notice from him, whom he had treated with such cruel want of confidence, to whom the shock of this evening's disclosures must have been so great, but who, even in the moment of discovery, shielded him. All this went through his mind with the utmost rapidity. He did not put his new-found child away from him, but there was less enthusiasm than Constance expected in the kiss he gave her. "I am very glad to have you here, my dear," he said more coldly than pleased her. "But why instead of Frances? You will be happier, both of you, for being together." Constance did not disengage herself with any appearance of disappointment. She perceived, perhaps, that she was not to be so triumphant here as was usually her privilege. She relinquished her father's arm after a minute, not too precipitately, and returned to her chair. "I shall like it as long as it is possible," she said. "It will be very nice for me having a father and a sister instead of a mother and a brother, but you will find that Mamma will not let you off. She likes to have a girl in the house. She will have her pound of flesh." She threw herself back into her chair with a laugh. "How quaint it all is, and how beautiful the view must be, and the mountains and the sea. I shall be very happy here, the world forgetting by the world forgot. And with you, Papa." End of Chapter 6. Recording by Kat Andrews.
Chapter 7 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret OLIPHANT. Chapter 7. She. "What?" cried Mariuccia, making the small monosyllable sound as if it were the biggest word in her vocabulary. "She has come to stay. She is my sister, Papa's daughter, as much as I am. She has come home." Frances was a little uncertain about the word, and it was only a casa that she said, "to the house," which means the same. Mariuccia threw up her arms in astonishment. "Then there has been another signorina all the time?" she cried. Figure to yourself that I have been with the padrone a dozen years, and I never heard of her before." "Papa does not talk very much about his concerns," said Frances, in her faithfulness, "and what we have got to do is to make her very comfortable. She is very pretty, don't you think? Such beautiful blonde hair, and tall. I shall never be tall, I fear. They say she is like Papa, but, as is natural, she is much more beautiful than Papa." "Beauty is as you find it," said Mariuccia. "Carina, no one will ever be so pretty as our own Signorina to Domenico and me. What is the child doing? She is pulling the things off her own bed. My angel, you have lost your good sense. You are fluttered and upset by this new arrival. The blue room will be very good for the new young lady. Perhaps she will not stay very long." The wish was father to the thought. But Frances took no notice of the suggestion. She said briskly, going on with what she was doing, "She must have my room, Mariuccia. The blue room is quite nice. It will do very well for me, but I should like her to feel at home, not to think our house was bare and cold. The blue room would be rather naked, if we were to put her there tonight. It will not be naked for me, for, of course, I am used to it all, and know everything. But when Constance wakes tomorrow morning and looks round her, and wonders where she is, oh, how strange it all seems! I wish her to open her eyes upon things that are pretty, and to say to herself, 'What a delightful house Papa has! What a nice room! I feel as if I had been here all my life.' Constanza, is that her name? It is rather a common name, not distinguished, like our Signorina's, but it is very good for her, I have no doubt. And so you will give her your own room, that she may be fond of the house, and stay and supplant you. That is what will happen. The good one, the one of gold, gets pushed out of the way. I would not give her my room to make her love the house." "I think you would, Mariuccia." "No, I do not think so," said Mariuccia, squaring herself with one arm akimbo. "No, I do not deny that I would probably take some new things into the blue room, and put up curtains, but I am older than you are, and I have more sense. I would not do it. If she gets your room, she will get your place, and she will please everybody, and be admired, and my angel will be put out of the way." "I am such a horrid little wretch," said Frances, "that I thought of that too. It was mean, oh, so mean of me. She is prettier than I am, and taller, and, yes, of course, she must be older too. So you see it is her right." "Is she the eldest?" asked Mariuccia. Frances made a puzzled pause, but she would not let the woman divine that she did not know. "Oh yes, she must be the eldest. Come, quick, Mariuccia, take all these things to the blue room, and now for your clean linen and everything that is nice and sweet." Mariuccia did what she was told, but with many objections. She carried on a running murmur of protest all the time. When there are changes in a family, when it is by the visitation of God, that is another matter. A son or a daughter who is in trouble, who has no other refuge, that is natural. There is nothing to say. But to remain away during a dozen years, and then to come back at a moment's notice, nay, without even a moment's notice, in the evening, when all the beds are made up, and demand everything that is comfortable. I have always thought that there was a great deal to be said for the poor young Signorino of whom the priest speaks, he who had always stayed at home when his brother was amusing himself. Carina, you know what I mean." "I have thought of that too," said Frances, "but my sister is not a prodigal, and Papa has never done anything for her. It is all quite different. When we know each other better, it will be delightful always to have a companion, Mariuccia. Think how pleasant it will be always to have a companion. I wonder if she will like my pictures. Now, don't you think the room looks very pretty? I always thought it was a pretty room. Leave the Persienne open that she may see the sea. And in the morning don't forget to come in and close them before the sun gets hot. I think that will do now. Indeed, I hope it will do, after all the trouble you have taken, and I hope the young lady is worthy of it. But, my angel, what shall I do when I come in to wake her? Does she expect that I can talk her language to her? No, no, and she will know nothing. She will not even be able to say, "Good morning." I hope so, but if not, you must call me first. That is all, said Frances cheerfully. Now, don't go to bed just yet. Perhaps she will like something, some tea, or perhaps a little supper, or I never asked if she had dined. Mariuccia regarded this possibility with equanimity. She was not afraid of a girl's appetite, but she made a grimace at the mention of the tea. It is good when one has a cold. Oh yes, she said, but to drink it at all times, as you do. If she wants anything, it will be a great deal better to give her a syrup, or a little red wine. Frances detained Mariuccia as long as she could, and lingered herself still longer after all was ready in the room. She did not know how to go back to the drawing-room, where she had left these two together, to say to each other, no doubt, many things that could be better said in her absence. There was no jealousy, only delicacy, in this, and she had given up her pretty room to her sister, and carried her indispensable belongings to the bare one, with the purest pleasure in making Constance comfortable. Constance, whom an hour ago she had never heard of, and who now was one of them, nearer to her than anybody, except her father. But all this being done, she had the strangest difficulty in going back, in thrusting herself, as imagination said, between them, and interrupting their talk. To think that it should be such a tremendous matter to return to that familiar room in which the greater part of her life had been passed. It felt like another world into which she was about to enter, full of unknown elements and conditions which she did not understand. She had not known what it was to be shy in the very limited society she had ever known. But she was shy now, feeling as if she had not courage to put her hand upon the handle of the door. The familiar creak and jar of it as it opened seemed to her like noisy instruments announcing her approach, which stopped the conversation, as she had divined, and made her father and her sister look up with a little start. Frances could have wished to sink through the floor, to get rid of her own being altogether, as she saw them both give this slight start. Constance was leaning upon the table, the light of the lamp shining full upon her face, with the air of being in the midst of an animated narrative, which she stopped when Frances entered, and Mr. Waring had been listening with a smile. He turned half round and held out his hand to the timid girl behind him. "Come, Frances," he said. "You have been a long time making your preparations. Have you been bringing out the fairest robe for your sister?" It was odd how the parable, which had no signification in their circumstances, haunted them all. "Your room is quite ready whenever you please. And would you like tea or anything? I ought to have asked you if you had dined," Frances said. "Is she the housekeeper? How odd! Do you look after everything? Dear me! I am afraid, in that case, I shall make a very poor substitute for Frances, Papa." "It is not necessary to think of that," he said hastily, giving her a quick glance. Frances saw it, with another involuntary, quickly suppressed pang. Of course there would be things that Constance must be warned not to say. And yet it felt as if Papa had deserted her and gone over to the other side. She had not the remotest conception what the warning referred to, or what Constance meant. "I dined at the hotel," Constance went on, "with those people whom I travelled with. I suppose you will have to call and be civil. They were quite delighted to think that they would know somebody at Bordighera. Some of the inhabitants. Yes, tea, if you please. and then I think I shall go to bed, for 24 hours in the train is very fatiguing, besides the excitement. Don't you think Frances is very much like Mamma? There is a little way she has of setting her chin. Look there, that is Mamma all over. I think they would get on together very well. Indeed, I feel sure of it." And again there was a significant look exchanged, which once more went like a sting to Frances's heart. "Your sister has been telling me," said Mr. Waring, with a little hesitation, "of a great many people I used to know. You must be very much surprised, my dear. But I will take an opportunity." He was confused before her, as if he had been before a judge. He gave her a look which was half shame and half gratitude, sentiments both entirely out of place between him and Frances. She could not bear that he should look at her so. "Yes, papa," she said as easily as she could. "I know you must have a great deal to talk of. If Constance will give me her keys, I will unpack her things for her." Both the girls instinctively, oddly, addressed each other through their father, the only link between them, hesitating a little at the familiarity which nature made necessary, but which had no other warrant. "Oh, isn't there a maid who can do it?" Constance cried, opening her eyes. The evening seemed long to Frances, though it was not long. Constance trifled over the tea, which Mariuccia made with much reluctance, for half an hour. But she talked all the time, and as her talk was of people Frances had never heard of, and was mingled with little allusions to what had passed before. "I told you about him. You remember, we were talking of them," with a constant recurrence of names which to Frances meant nothing at all. It seemed long to her. She sat down at the table, and took her knitting, and listened, and tried to look as if she took an interest. She did indeed take a great interest. No one could have been more eager to enter without arrière-pensée into the new life thus unfolded before her, and sometimes she was amused and could laugh at the stories Constance was telling, but her chief feeling was that sense of being entirely out of it, having nothing to do with it, which makes people who do not understand society feel like so many ghosts standing on the margin, knowing nothing. The feeling was strange and very forlorn. It is an unpleasant experience even for those who are strangers, to whom it is a passing incident. But as the speaker was her sister and the listener her father, Frances felt this more deeply still. Generally, in the evening conversation flagged between them. He would have his book, and Frances sometimes had a book too, or a drawing upon which she could work, or at least her knitting. She had felt that the silence which reigned in the room on such occasions was not what ought to be. It was not like the talk which was supposed to go on in all the novels she had ever read where the people were nice. And sometimes she attempted to entertain her father with little incidents in the life of their poor neighbors, or things which Mariuccia had told her, but he listened benevolently, with his finger between the leaves of his book, or even without closing his book, looking up at her over the leaves, only out of kindness to her, not because he was interested. And then silence would fall on them, a silence which was very sweet to Frances, in the midst of which her own little stream of thoughts flowed on continuously, but which now and then she was struck to the heart to think must be very dull for papa. But tonight it was not dull for him. She listened, and said to herself this was the way to make conversation, and laughed whenever she could, and followed every little gesture of her sister's with admiring eyes. But at the end, Frances, though she would not acknowledge it to herself, felt that she had not been amused. She thought the people in the village were just as interesting, but then she was not so clever as Constance, and could not do them justice in the same way. "And now I am going to bed," Constance said. She rose up in an instant with a rapid movement, as if the thought only just struck her and she obeyed the impulse at once. There was a freedom about all her movements which troubled and captivated Frances. She had been leaning half over the table, her sleeves, which were a little wide, falling back from her arms, now leaning her chin in the hollow of one hand, now supporting it with both, putting her elbows wherever she pleased. Frances herself had been trained by Mariuccia to very great decorum in respect to attitudes. If she did furtively now and then lean an elbow upon the table, she was aware that it was wrong all the time, and as for legs, she knew it was only men who were permitted to cross them, or to do anything save sit with 2 feet equal to each other upon the floor. But Constance cared for none of these rules. She rose up abruptly, Mariuccia would have said, as if something had stung her, almost before she had finished what she was saying. "Show me my room, please," she said, and yawned. She yawned quite freely, naturally, without any attempt to conceal or to apologize for it as if it had been an accident. Frances could not help being shocked, yet neither could she help laughing with a sort of pleasure in this breach of all rules. But Constance only stared, and did not in the least understand why she should laugh. "Where have you put your sister?" Mr. Waring asked. "I have put her in the room next to yours, Papa, between your room and mine, you know, for I am in the blue room now. There she will not feel strange. She will have people on each side. That is to say, you have given her." It was Frances's turn now to give a warning glance. "The room I thought she would like best," she said, with a soft but decisive tone. She too had a little imperious way of her own. It was so soft that a stranger would not have found it out, but in the palazzo they were all acquainted with it, and no one, not even Mariuccia, found it possible to say a word after this small trumpet had sounded. Mr. Waring accordingly was silenced, and made no further remark. He went with his daughters to the door, and kissed the cheek which Constance held lightly to him. "I shall see you again, Papa," Frances said, in that same little determined voice. Mr. Waring did not make any reply, but shrank a little aside, to let her pass. He looked like a man who was afraid. She had spared him. She had not betrayed the ignorance in which he had brought her up. But now the moment of reckoning was near, and he was afraid of Frances. He went back into the salon, and walked up and down with a restlessness which was natural enough, considering how all the embers of his life had been raked up by this unexpected event. He had lived in absolute quiet for 14 long years, a strange life, a life which might have been supposed to be impossible for a man still in the heyday of his strength, but yet, as it appeared, a life which suited him, which he preferred to others more natural. To settle down in an Italian village with a little girl of 6 for his sole companion. When he came to think of it, nothing could be more unnatural, more extraordinary, and yet he had liked it well enough, as well as he could have liked anything at that crisis of his fate. He was the kind of man who, in other circumstances, in another age, would have made himself a monk, and spent his existence very placidly in illuminating manuscripts. He had done something as near this as is possible to an English man not a Roman Catholic of the 19th century. Unfortunately, Waring had no ecclesiastical tendencies, or even in the 19th century he might have found out for himself some pseudo-monkery in which he could have been happy. As it was, he had retired with his little girl, and on the whole had been comfortable enough. But now the little girl had grown up, and required to have various things accounted for, and the other individuals who had claims upon him, whom he thought he had shaken off altogether, had turned up again, and had to be dealt with. The monk had an easy time of it in comparison. He who has but himself to think of may manage himself, if he has good luck. but the responsibility of others on your shoulders is a terrible drawback to tranquility. A little girl! That seemed the simplest of all things. It had never occurred to him that she would form a link by which all his former burdens might be drawn back, or that she, more wonderful still, should ever arise and demand to know why. But both of these impossible things had happened. Waring walked out the salon. He opened the glass door and stepped out into the loggia, into the tranquil shining of the moon, which lit up all the blues of the sea, and kindled little silver lamps all over the quivering palms. How quiet it was! And yet that tranquil nature lying unmoved, taking whatever came of good or evil, did harm in a far more colossal way than any man could do. The sea, then looking so mild, would suddenly rise up and bring havoc and destruction worse than an army, yet next day smile again, and throw its spray into the faces of the children, and lie like a harmless thing under the light. But a man could not do this. A man had to give an account of all that he had done, whether it was good or whether it was evil. If not to God, which on the whole was the easiest, for God knew all about it, how little harm had been intended, how little anything had been intended, how one mistake involved another. If not to God, why, to someone harder to face, perhaps to one's little girl. He came back from the loggia and the moonlight and nature, which, all of them, were so indifferent to what was happening to him, with a feeling that the imperfect human lamp, which so easily got out of gear, as easily as a man, was a more appropriate light for his disturbed soul, and met Frances with her brown eyes waiting for him at the door. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret OLIPHANT. Chapter 8. It is not because of this only, Papa. I wanted before to speak to you. I was waiting in the loggia for you, when Constance came. What did you want, Frances? Oh, I quite acknowledge that you have a right to inquire. I hoped, perhaps, I might be spared tonight. I am rather exhausted, tonight. Frances dropped the hand which she had laid upon his arm. It shall be exactly as you please, Papa. I seem to know a great deal. Oh, a great deal more than I knew at dinner. I don't think I am the same person, and I thought it might save us all trouble if you would tell me as much as you think I ought to know. She sat down in her usual place, in her careful little modest pose, a little stiff, a little prim, the training of Mariusia. After Constance, there was something in the attitude of Frances which made her father smile, though he was in no mood for smiling, and it was clear that he could not, that he ought not to escape. He would not sit down, however, and meet her eye. He stood by the table for a few minutes, with his eyes upon the books, turning them over, as if he were looking for something. At last he said, but without looking up, "There is nothing very dreadful to tell, no guilty secret, though you may suppose so. Your mother and I—" "Then I have really a mother, and she is living?" the girl cried. He looked at her for a moment. "I forgot that for a girl of your age that means a great deal. I hadn't thought of it. Perhaps if you knew. Yes, you have got a mother, and she is living. I suppose that seems a very wonderful piece of news." Frances did not say anything. The water came into her eyes. Her heart beat loudly, yet softly, against her young bosom. She had known it, so that she was not surprised. The surprise had been broken by Constance's careless talk, by the wonder, the doubt, the sense of impossibility, which had gradually yielded to a conviction that it must be so. Her feeling was that she would like to go now, without delay, without asking any more questions, to her mother, and he hadn't thought before how much that meant to a girl of her age. Mr. Waring was a little disconcerted by having no answer. Of course it meant a great deal to a girl, but still, not so much as to make her incapable of reply. He felt a little annoyed, disturbed, perhaps jealous, as Frances herself had been. It was with difficulty that he resumed again, but it had to be done. "Your mother and I," he said, taking up the books again, opening and shutting them, looking at the title page now of one, now of another, "did not get on very well. I don't know who was in fault. Probably both. She had been married before. She had a son whom you hear Constance speak of as Markham. Markham has been at the bottom of all the trouble. He drove me out of my senses when he was a boy. Now he is a man. So far as I can make out, it is he that has disturbed our peace again, hunted us up, and sent Constance here. If you ever meet Markham, and of course now you are sure to meet him, beware of him." Here he made a pause again, and looked with great seriousness at the book in his hand, turning the leaf to finish a sentence which was continued on the next page. "I beg your pardon, Papa," said Frances. "I am afraid I am very stupid. What relation is Markham to me?" He looked at her for a moment, then threw down the book with some violence on the table, as if it were the offender. "He is your step-brother," he said. "My brother? Then I have a brother too?" After a little pause she added, "It is very wonderful, Papa, to come into a new world like this all at once. I want to draw my breath. It is my fault that it comes upon you all at once. I never thought. You were a very small child when I brought you away. You forgot them all, as was natural. I did not at first know how entirely a child forgets, and then it seemed a pity to disturb your mind, and perhaps set you longing for what it was impossible for you to obtain." It surprised him a little that Frances did not breathe a syllable of reproach. She said nothing. In her imagination she was looking back over these years, wondering how it would have been had she known. Would life ever be the same, now that she did know? The world seemed to open up round her, so much greater, wider, more full than she had thought. She had not thought much on the subject. Life in Bordighera was more limited even than life in an English village. The fact that she did not belong to the people among whom she had spent all these years made a difference, and her father's recluse habits, the few people he cared to know, the stagnation of his life, made a greater difference still. Frances had scarcely felt it until that meeting with the Mannerings, which put so many vague ideas into her mind. A child does not naturally inquire into the circumstances which have surrounded it all its life. It was natural to her to live in this retired place, to see nobody, to make amusements and occupations for herself, to know no one more like herself than Daisy Durrant. Had she even possessed any girl friends living the natural life of youth? That might have inspired a question or two, but she knew no girls, except Daisy, whose girlhood was a sort of fossil, and who might almost have been the mother of Frances. She saw indeed the village girls, but it did not occur to her to compare herself with them. Familiar as she was with all their ways, she was still a forestière, one of the barbarous people. English, a word which explains every difference. Frances did not know in what the peculiarity and eccentricity of the English consisted, but she, too, recognized with all simplicity that, being English, she was different, Now it came suddenly to her mind that the difference was not anything generic and general, but that it was her own special circumstances that had been unlike all the rest. There had been a mother all the time, another girl, a sister, like herself. It made her brain whirl. She sat quite silent, thinking it all over, not perceiving her father's embarrassment, thinking less of him, indeed, than of all the wonderful new things that seemed to crowd about her. She did not blame him. She was not thinking enough of him to blame him. Her mind was quite sufficiently occupied by her discoveries. As she had taken him all her life without examination, she continued to take him. He was her father. That was enough. It did not occur to her to ask herself whether what he had done was right or wrong. Only, it was all very strange. The old solid earth had gone from under her feet, and the old order of things had been overthrown. She was looking out upon a world not realized, a spectator of something like the throes of creation, seeing the new landscape tremble and roll into place, the heights and hollows all changing. There was a great deal of excitement in it, both pain and pleasure. It occupied her so fully that he fell back into a secondary place. But this did not occur to Waring. He had not realized that it could be possible. He felt himself the center of the system in which his little daughter lived, and did not understand how she could ignore him. He thought her silence, the silence of amazement and excitement, and of that curious spectatorship, was the silence of reproach, and that her mind was full of a sense of wrong, which only duty kept in check. He felt himself on his trial before her. Having said all that he had to say, he remained silent, expecting her response. If she had given vent to an indignant exclamation, he would have been relieved. He would have allowed that she had a right to be indignant. But her silence was more than he could bear. He searched through the recesses of his own thoughts, but for the moment he could not find any further excuse for himself. He had done it for the best. Probably she would not see that. Waring was well enough acquainted with the human mind to know that every individual sees such a question from his or her own point of view, and he was prepared to find that his daughter would be unable to perceive what was so plain to him, but still he was aware that he had done it for the best. After a while the silence became so irksome to him that he felt compelled to break it and resume his explanations. If she would not say anything, there were a number of things which he might say. "It is a pity," he said, "that it has all broken upon you so suddenly. If I could have divined that Constance would have taken such a step. To tell you the truth, I have never realized Constance at all," he added, with an impulse towards the daughter he knew. "She was of course a mere child. To see her so independent, and with so distinct a will of her own, is very bewildering. I assure you, Frances, if it is wonderful to you, it is scarcely less wonderful to me." There was something in his tone that made her lift her eyes to him, and to see him stand there so embarrassed, so subdued, so much unlike the father who, though very kind and tender, had always been perhaps a little condescending, patronizing, towards the girl, whom he scarcely recognized as an independent entity, went to her heart. She could not tell him not to be frightened, not to look at her with that guilty, apologetic look, which altogether reversed their ordinary relationship, but it added a pang to her bewilderment. She asked hastily, by way of concealing this uncomfortable change, a question which she thought he would have no difficulty in answering. "Is Constance much older than I am, Papa?" He gave a sort of furtive smile, as if he had no right to smile in the circumstances. "I don't wonder at your question. She has seen a great deal more of the world. But if there is a minute or two between you, I don't know which has it. There is no elder or younger in the case. You are twins, though no one would think so. This gave Frances a further shock, though why, it would be impossible to say. The blood rushed to her face. She must think me a very poor little thing, she said, in a hurried tone. I never knew. I have no friend except Tazzy, to show me what girls might be. The thought mortified her in an extraordinary way. It brought a sudden gush of salt tears, tears quite different from those which had welled to her eyes when he told her of her mother. Constance, who was so different, would despise her. Constance, who knew exactly all about it, and that Frances was as old, perhaps a few minutes older than she. It is always difficult to divine what form pride will take. This was the manner in which it affected Frances. The same age, and yet the one an accomplished woman, judging for herself, and the other not much more than a child. You do yourself injustice, said Mr. Waring, somewhat rehabilitated by the mortification of Frances. Nobody could think you a poor little thing. You have not the same knowledge of the world. Constance has been very differently brought up. I think my training a great deal better than what she has had, he added quickly, with a mingled desire to cheer and restore self-confidence to Frances, and to reassert himself after his humiliation. He felt what he said, and yet, as was natural, he said a little more than he felt. I must tell you, he said, in this new impulse, that your mother is a much more important person than I am. She is a great deal richer. The marriage was supposed to be much to my advantage. There was a smile on his face which Frances, looking up suddenly, warned by a certain change of tone, did not like to see. She kept her eyes upon him instinctively, she could not tell why, with a look which had a certain influence upon him, though he did not well understand it either. It meant that the unknown woman of whom he spoke was the girl's mother, her mother, one of whom no unbefitting word was to be said. It checked him in a quite curious, unexpected way. When he had spoken of her, which he had done very rarely since they parted, it had been with a sense that he was free to characterize her as he thought she deserved. But here he was stopped short. That very evening he had said things to Constance of her mother which in a moment he felt that he dared not say to Frances. The sensation was a very strange one. He made a distinct pause, and then he said hurriedly, You must not for a moment suppose that there was anything wrong. There is no story that you need be afraid of hearing. Nothing, neither on her side nor mine. Nothing to be ashamed of. All at once Frances grew very pale. Her eyes opened wide. She gazed at him with speechless horror. The idea was altogether new to her artless mind. It flashed through his that Constance would not have been at all surprised, that probably she would have thought it nice of him to exonerate his wife from all moral shortcoming. The holy ignorance of the other brought a sensation of shame to Waring, and at the same time a sensation of pride. Nothing could more clearly have proved the superiority of his training. She would have felt no consternation, only relief at this assurance, if she had been all her life in her mother's hands. It is a great deal to say, however, though you are too inexperienced to know. The whole thing was incompatibility of temper, and of ideas, and of tastes, and of fortune even. I could not, you may suppose, accept advantages purchased with my predecessor's money, or take the good of his rank through my wife, and she would not come down in the world to my means and to my name. It was an utter mistake altogether. We should have understood each other beforehand. It was impossible that we could get on, but that was all. There was probably more talk about it than if there had been really more to talk about. Frances rose up with a little start. "I think, perhaps," she said, "I don't want you to tell me any more." "Well, perhaps you are right." But he was startled by her quick movement. "I did not mean to say anything that could shock you. If you are to hear anything at all, the truth is what you must hear. But you must not blame me overmuch, Frances. Your very impatience of what I have been saying will explain to you why I thought that to say nothing, as long as I could help it, was the best." Her hand trembled a little as she lighted her candle, but she made no comment. "Good night, Papa. Tomorrow it will all seem different. Everything is strange tonight." He put his hands upon her shoulders and looked down into the little serious face, the face that had never been so serious before. "Don't think any worse of me, Frances, than you can help." Her eyes opened wider with astonishment. "Think of you? Worse? But, Papa, I am not thinking of you at all," she said, simply. "I am thinking of it." Waring had gone through a number of depressing and humbling experiences during the course of the evening, but this was the unkindest of all, and it was so natural. Frances was no critic. She was not thinking of his conduct, which was the first thing in his mind, but of it, the revelation which had been made to her. He might have perceived that, or divined it, if he had not been occupied by this idea, which did not occupy her at all, the thought of how he personally had come through the business. He gave a little faltering laugh at himself as he stooped and kissed her. "That's all right," he said. "Good night, but don't let it interfere with your sleep. Tomorrow everything will look different, as you say." Frances turned away with her light in her hand, but before she reached the door, returned again. "I think I ought to tell you, Papa, that I am sure the Durants know. They said a number of strange things to me yesterday, which I think I understand now. If you don't mind, I would rather let them suppose that I knew all the time. Otherwise, it looks as if you thought you could not trust me." "I could trust you," he said, with a little fervor. "My dear child, my dear little girl, I would trust you with my life." Was there a faint smile in the little girl's limpid, simple eyes? He thought so, and it disconcerted him strangely. She made no response to that protestation, but with a little nod of her head went away. Waring sat down at the table again, and began to think it all over from the beginning. He was sore and aching, like a man who has fallen from a height. He had fallen from the pedestal on which, to Frances, he had stood all these years. She might not be aware of it even, but he was, and he had fallen from those Elysian fields of peace in which he had been dwelling for so long. They had not, perhaps, seemed very Elysian while he was secure of their possession. They had been monotonous in their stillness, and wearied his soul. But now that he looked back upon them, a new cycle having begun, they seemed to him like the very home of peace. He had not done anything to forfeit this tranquillity, and yet it was over, and he stood once more on the edge of an agitated and disturbed life. He was a man who could bear monotony, who liked his own way, yet liked that bondage of habit which is as hard as iron to some souls. He liked to do the same things at the same time day after day, and to be undisturbed in doing them. But now all his quiet was over. Constance would have 1,000 requirements such as Frances had never dreamed of, and her brother no doubt would soon turn up, that stepbrother whom Waring had never been able to tolerate even when he was a child. She might even come herself, who could tell? When this thought crossed his mind, he got up hastily and left the salon, leaving the lamp burning, as Domenico found it next morning, to his consternation. A symbol of chaos come again, burning in the daylight. Mr. Waring almost fled to his room and locked his door in the horror of that suggestion. And this was not only because the prospect of such a visit disturbed him beyond measure, but because he had not yet made a clean breast of it. Frances did not yet know all. Frances for her part went to the blue room, and opened the Bersani, and sat looking out upon the moonlight for some time before she went to bed. The room was bare. She missed her pictures, which Constance had taken no notice of, the Madonna that had been above her head for so many years, and which had vaguely appeared to her as a symbol of the mother who had never existed in her life. Now there seemed less need for the Madonna. The bare walls had pictures all over them, pictures of a new life. In imagination, no one is shy, or nervous, or strange. She let the new figures move about her freely, and delighted herself with familiar pictures of them and the changes that must accompany them. She was not like her father, afraid of changes. She thought of the new people, the new combinations, the quickened life, and the thought made her smile. They would come, and she would make the house gay and bright to receive them. Perhaps some time, surrounded by this new family that belonged to her, she might even be taken home. The thought was delightful, notwithstanding the thrill of excitement in it, but still there was something which Frances did not know. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret Oliphant. Chapter 9. "What is this I hear about warring?" said General Gaunt, walking out upon the loggia where the Durants were sitting, on the same memorable afternoon on which all that has been above related occurred. The general was dressed in loosely fitting light-colored clothes. It was one of the recommendations of the Riviera to him that he could wear out there all his old Indian clothes, which would have been useless to him at home. He was a very tall old man, very yellow, nay, almost greenish in the complexion, extremely spare, with a fine old white mustache, which had an immense effect upon his brown face. The well-worn epigram might be adapted in his case to say that nobody ever was so fierce as the general looked, and yet he was at bottom rather a mild old man, and had never hurt anybody, except the sepoys in the mutiny, all his life. His head was covered with a broad light felt hat, which, soft as it was, took an aggressive cock when he put it on. He held his gloves dangling from his hand with the air of having been in too much haste to put them to their proper use, and his step, as he stepped off the carpet upon the marble of the loggia, sounded like that of an alert officer who had just heard that the enemy has made a reconnaissance in force 2 miles off, and that there is no time to lose. "What is this I hear about warring?" he said. "Yes, indeed," cried Mrs. Durant. "It is a most remarkable story," said his reverence, shaking his head. "But what is it?" asked the general. "I found Mrs. Gaunt almost crying when I went in. What she said was, 'Charles, we have been nourishing a viper in our bosoms.' I am not addicted to metaphor, and I insisted upon plain English, and then it all came out. She told me Waring was an impostor, and had been taking us all in. That some old friend of his had been here, and had told you. Is that true?" "My dear," said Mr. Durant in a tone of remonstrance. "Well, Henry, you never said it was to be kept a secret. It could not possibly be kept a secret. So few of us here, and all so intimate." Then he is an impostor, said General Gaunt. Oh, my dear General, that's too strong a word. Henry, you had better tell the General. Your own way. The old clergyman had been shaking his head all the time. He was dying to tell all that he knew, yet he could not but improve the occasion. Oh, ladies, he said, when there is anything to be told, the best of women is not to be trusted. But, General, our poor friend is no impostor. He never said he was a widower. It's fortunate we have none of us girls, the General began. Then with a start, I forgot Miss Tazy, but she's a girl. A girl in 10,000, he added, with a happy inspiration. Tazy, who was still seated behind the teacups, gave him a smile in reply. Poor dear Mr. Waring, she said, whether he is a widower or has a wife, it does not matter much. Nobody can call Mr. Waring a flirt. He might be anyone's grandfather from his manner. I cannot see that it matters a bit. Not so far as we are concerned, thank heaven, said her mother, with the air of one whose dear child has escaped a danger. But I don't think it is quite respectable for one of our small community to have a wife alive, and never to let anyone know. I understand, a most excellent woman, besides being a person of rank, said Mr. Durant. It has disturbed me very much, though, happily, as my wife says, from no private motive. Here the good man paused, and gave vent to a sigh of thankfulness, establishing the impression that his ingenuous Tazy had escaped as by a miracle from Waring's wiles. And then he continued, I think some one should speak to him on the subject. He ought to understand that now it is known, public opinion requires. Someone should tell him. There is no one so fit as a clergyman, the General said. That is true, perhaps, in the abstract. But with our poor friend, there are some men who will not take advice from a clergyman. Oh, Henry, do him justice. He has never shown anything but respect to you. I should say that a man of the world, like the General. Oh, not I, cried the General, getting up hurriedly. No, thank you. I never interfere with any man's affairs. That's your business, Padre. Besides, I have no daughter. Whether he is married or not is nothing to me. Nor to us. Heaven be praised, said Mrs. Durant. And then she added, it is not for ourselves. It is for poor little Frances, a girl that has never known a mother's care. How much better for her to be with her mother, and properly introduced into society, than living in that hugger-bugger way, without education, without companions. If it were not for Tazy, the child would never see a creature near her own age. And I am not much older than Frances, said Tazy, rather to heighten the hardship of the situation than from any sense this was true. Decidedly, the Padre ought to talk to him, said the Anglo-Indian. He ought to be made to feel that everybody at the station. Wife all right, do you know? Bless me, if the wife is all right, what does the man mean? Why can't they quarrel peaceably, and keep up appearances, as we all do? Oh no, not all. We never quarrel, not for a long time, my love. Henry, you may trust to my memory, not for about 30 years. We had a little disagreement then about where we were to go for the summer. Oh, I remember it well. The agony it cost me. Don't say, as we all do, General, for it would not be true. You are a pair of old turtle doves, quoth the General. All the more reason why you should talk to him, Padre. Tell him he's come among us on false pretenses, not knowing the damage he might have done. I always thought he was a queer hand to have the education of a little girl. He taught her Latin, and that woman of theirs, Mariuccia, taught her to knit. That's all she knows. And her mother all the time in such a fine position, able to do anything for her. Oh, "It is of Francis I think most. It is quite evident," said the General, "that Mr. Durant must interfere. I think it very likely I shall do no good. A man of the world, a man like that. There is no such great harm about the man." "And he is very good to Francis," said Tazzy, almost under her breath. "I dare say he meant no harm," said the General, "if that is all. Only, he should be warned, and if anything can be done for Francis. It is a pity she should see nobody, and never have a chance of establishing herself in life." "She ought to be introduced into society," said Mrs. Durant. "As for establishing herself in life, that is in the hands of Providence, General. It is not to be supposed that such an idea ever enters into a girl's mind, unless it is put there, which is so often the case." "The General means," said Tazzy, "that seeing people would make her more fit to be a companion for her papa. Frances is a dear girl, but it is quite true, she is wanting in conversation. They often sit a whole evening together and scarcely speak." "She is a nice little thing," said the General, energetically. "I always thought so, and never was at a dance, I suppose, or a junketing of any description, in her life. To be sure, we are all old duffers in this place. The Padre should interfere." "If I could see it was my duty," said Mr. Durant. "I know what you mean," said General Gaunt. "I'm not too fond of interference myself, but when a man has concealed his antecedents, and they have been found out, and then the little girl—" "Yes, it is Frances I think of most," said Mr. Durant. It was at last settled among them that it was clearly the clergyman's business to interfere. He had been tolerably certain to begin with, but he liked the moral support of what he called a consensus of opinion. Mr. Durant was not so reluctant as he professed to be. He had not much scope for those social duties which, he was of opinion, were not the least important of a clergyman's functions, and though there was a little excitement in the uncertainty from Sunday to Sunday how many people would be at church, what the collection would be, and other varying circumstances, yet the life of the clergyman at Bordighera was monotonous, and a little variety was welcome. In other chaplaincies which Mr. Durant had held, he had come in contact with various romances of real life. These were still the days of gaming, when every German bath had its tapis vert and its little troupe of tragedies, but the Riviera was very tranquil, and Bordighera had just been found out by the invalid and the pleasure seeker. It was monotonous. There had been few deaths, even among the visitors, which are always varieties in their way for the clergyman, and often are the means of making acquaintances both useful and agreeable to himself and his family. But as yet there had not even been many deaths. This gave great additional excitement to what is always exciting, for a small community, the cropping up under their very noses, in their own immediate circle, of a mystery, of a discovery which afforded boundless opportunity for talk. The first thing naturally that had affected Mr. and Mrs. Durant was the miraculous escape of Tazzy, to whom Mr. Waring might have made himself agreeable, and whose peace of mind might have been affected, for anything that could be said to the contrary. They said to each other that it was a hairbreadth escape, although it had not occurred previously to anyone that any sort of mutual attraction between Mr. Waring and Tazzy was possible. And then the other aspects of the case became apparent. Mr. Durant felt now that to pass it over, to say nothing about the matter, to allow Waring to suppose that everything was as it had always been, was impossible. He and his wife had decided this without the intervention of General Gaunt, but when the General appeared, the only other permanent pillar of society in Bordighera, then there arose that consensus which made further steps inevitable. Mrs. Gaunt looked in later, after dinner, in the darkening, and she, too, was of opinion that something must be done. She was affected to tears by the thought of that mystery in their very midst, and of what the poor, unknown lady must have suffered, deserted by her husband, and bereft of her child. He might at least have left her child, she said, with a sob, and she was fully of opinion that he should be spoken to without delay, and that they should not rest till Frances had been restored to her mother. She thought it was a duty on the part of Mr. Durant to interfere. The consensus was thus unanimous. There was not a dissentient voice in the entire community. "We will sleep upon it," Mr. Durant said, but the morning brought no further light. They were all agreed more strongly than ever that Waring ought to be spoken to, and that it was undeniably a duty for the clergyman to interfere. Mr. Durant accordingly set out before it was too late, before the midday breakfast, which is the coolest and calmest moment of the day, the time for business, before social intercourse is supposed to begin. He was very carefully brushed from his hat to his shoes, and was indeed a very agreeable example of a neat, old, clerical gentleman. Ecclesiastical costume was much more easy in those days. It was before the era of long coats and soft hats, when a white tie was the one incontrovertible sign of the clergyman who did not think of calling himself a priest. He was indeed, having been for a number of years located in Catholic countries, very particular not to call himself a priest, or to condescend to any garb which would recall the soutane and three-cornered hat of the indigenous clergy. His black clothes were spotless, but of the ordinary cut, perhaps a trifle old-fashioned. But yet neither soutane nor berretta could have made it more evident that Mr. Durant, setting out with an ebony stick and black gloves, was an English clergyman going mildly but firmly to interfere. Had he been met with in the wilds of Africa, even their mistake would have been impossible. In his serious eye, in the aspect of the corners of his mouth, in a certain air of gentle determination diffused over his whole person, this was apparent. It made a great impression upon Domenico when he opened the door. After what had happened yesterday, Domenico felt that anything might happen. Lo, this man's brow, like to a title leaf, foretells the nature of the tragic volume. He said to Mary Lucia, at least if he did not use these words, his meaning was the same. He ushered the English pastor into the room which Mr. Waring occupied as a library, with bated breath. "Master is going to catch it," was what, perhaps, a light-minded Cockney might have said, but Domenico was a serious man, and did not trifle. Waring's library was, like all the rooms of his suite, an oblong room, with 3 windows and as many doors, opening into the dining room on one hand, and the ante-room on the other. It had the usual indecipherable fresco on the roof, and the walls on one side were half clothed with bookcases. Not a very large collection of books, and yet enough to make a pretty show, with their old gilding, and the dull white of the vellum in which so many were bound. It was a room in which he spent the most of his time, and it had been made comfortable according to the notions of comfort prevailing in these regions. There was a square of carpet under his writing table. His chair was a large old fauteuil covered with faded damask, and curtains, also faded, were festooned over all the windows and doors. The persiani were shut to keep out the sun, and the cool atmosphere had a greenish tint. Waring, however, did not look so peaceful as his room. He sat with his chair pushed away from the table, reading what seemed to be a novel. He had the air of a man who had taken refuge there from some embarrassment or annoyance, not the tranquil look of a man occupied in so-called studies needing leisure, with his notebooks at hand, and pen and ink within reach. Such a man is usually very glad to be interrupted in the midst of his self-imposed labors, and Waring's first movement was one of satisfaction. He threw down the book, with an apology for having ever taken it up in the half-ashamed, half-violent way in which he got rid of it. "Don't suppose I care for such rubbish," his gesture seemed to say. But the aspect of Mr. Durant changed his look of welcome. He rose hurriedly, and gave his visitor a chair. "You are early out," he said. "Yes, the morning, I find, is the best time, even after the sun is down. It is never so fresh in the evening, especially for business. I find it the best time." "That means, I suppose," said Waring, "that your visit this morning means business, and not mere friendship, as I had supposed." "Friendship always, I hope," said the tidy old clergyman, smoothing his hat with his hand, "but I don't deny it is something more serious. Question I want to ask you, if you don't mind." Just at this moment, in the next room, there rose a little momentary and pleasant clamor of voices and youthful laughter. 2 voices certainly, Francis and another. This made Mr. Durant prick up his ears. "You have visitors?" he said. "Yes, I will answer to the best of my ability," said Waring, with a smile. Now was the time when Mr. Durant realized the difficult nature of his mission. At home in his own house, especially in the midst of the consensus of opinion, with everybody encouraging him and pressing upon him the fact that it was a duty, the matter seemed easy enough. But when he found himself in Waring's house, looking a man in the face with whose concerns he had really no right to interfere, and who had not at all the air of a man ready to be brought to the confessional, Mr. Durant's confidence failed him. He faltered a little. He looked at his very unlikely penitent, and then he looked at the hat which he was turning round in his hands, but which gave him no courage. Then he cleared his throat. "The question is quite a simple one," he said. "There can be no doubt of your ability to answer. I am sure you will forgive me if I say, to begin with—" "One moment. Is this question, which seems to trouble you, about my affairs or yours?" Mr. Durant's clear complexion betrayed something like a flush. "That is just what I want to explain. You will acknowledge, my dear Waring, that you have been received here. Well, there is not very much in our power, but with every friendly feeling, every desire to make you one of us. All this preface shows me that it is I who have been found wanting." "You are quite right. You have been most hospitable and kind. To myself, almost too much so. To my daughter, you have given all the society she has ever known. I am glad, truly glad, that you think we have done our part. My dear friend, was it right, then, when we opened our arms to you so unsuspectingly, to come among us in a false character, under false colors?" "Stop," said Waring, growing pale. "This is going a little too far. I suppose I understand what you mean. Mannering, who calls himself my old friend, has been here, and as he could not hold his tongue if his life depended upon it, he has told you. But why you should accuse me of holding a false position, of coming under false colors, which was what you said—" "Waring," said the clergyman, in a voice of mild thunder, "did you never think, when you came here, comparatively a young, and, well, still a good-looking man, did you ever think that there might be some susceptible heart, some woman's heart?" "Good heavens!" cried Waring, starting to his feet. "I never supposed for a moment—" "Some young creature," Mr. Durant continued, solemnly, "whom it might be my duty and your duty to guard from deception, but who naturally, taking you for a widower—" Waring's countenance of horror was unspeakable. He stood up before his table like a little boy who was about to be caned. Exclamations of dismay fell unconsciously from his lips. "Sir, I never thought—" Mr. Durant paused to contemplate with pleasure the panic he had caused. He put down his hat and rubbed together his little fat white hands. "By the blessing of Providence," he said, drawing a long breath, "that danger has been averted. I say it with thankfulness. We have been preserved from any such terrible result. But had things been differently ordered? Think, only think, and be grateful to Providence." The answer which Waring made to this speech was to burst into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. He seemed incapable of recovering his gravity. As soon as he paused, exhausted, to draw breath, he was off again. The suggestion, when it ceased to be horrible, became ludicrous beyond description. He quavered forth, "I beg your pardon," between the fits, which Mr. Durant did not at all like. He sat looking on at the hilarity very gravely without a smile. "I did not expect so much levity," he said. "I beg your pardon," cried the culprit, with tears running down his cheeks. "Forgive me. If you will recollect that the character of a gay Lothario is the last one in the world." "It is not necessary to be a gay Lothario," returned the clergyman. "Really, if this is to continue, it will be better that I should withdraw. Laughter was the last thing I intended to produce. It is not a bad thing, and it is not an indulgence I am given to, but I think, considering what a very terrible alternative you set before me, we may be very glad it has ended in laughter. Mr. Durant," continued Waring, "you have only anticipated an explanation I intended to make. Mannering is an ass." "I am sure he is a most respectable member of society," said Mr. Durant, with much gravity. "So are many asses. I have someone else to present to you, who is very unlike Mannering, but who betrays me still more distinctly. Constance, I want you here." The old clergyman gazed, not believing his eyes, as there suddenly appeared in the doorway the tall figure of a girl who had never been seen as yet in Bordighera, a girl who was very simply dressed, yet who had an air which the old gentleman, acquainted, as he flattered himself, with the air of fine people, could not ignore. She stood with a careless grace, returning slightly, not without a little of that impertinence of a fine lady which is so impressive to the crowd. His salutation. "Did you want me, papa?" she quietly asked. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shellbellinnes. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret Oliphant. Chapter 10. The revelation which thus burst upon Mr. Durant was known throughout the length and breadth of Bordighera, as that good man said, before the day was out. The expression was not so inappropriate as might be at first supposed, considering the limited society to which the fact that Mr. Waring had a second daughter was of any particular interest, for the good chaplain's own residence was almost at the extremity of the marina, and General Gaunt's on the highest point of elevation among the olive gardens, while the only other English inhabitants were in the hotels near the beach, and consisted of a landlady, a housekeeper, and a highly respectable person who had charge of the stables at the Bellevue. This little inferior world was respectfully interested, but not excited by the new arrival. But to Mrs. Durant and Tacy it was an event of the first importance, and Mrs. Gaunt was at first disposed to believe that it was a revelation of further wickedness, and that there was no telling where these discoveries might end. "We shall be hearing that he has a son next," she said. They had a meeting in the afternoon to talk it over, and it really did appear at first that the new disclosure enhanced the enormity of the first, for, naturally, the difference between a widower and a married man is aggravated by the discovery that the deceiver pretending to have only one child has really a family. At the first glance, the ladies were all impressed by this, though afterwards, when they began to think of it, they were obliged to admit that the conclusion perhaps was not very well founded. And when it turned out that Francis and the newcomer were twins, that altogether altered the question, and left them, though they were by no means satisfied, without anything further to say. While all this went on outside the palazzo, there was much going on within it that was calculated to produce difficulty and embarrassment. Mr. Waring, with a consciousness that he was acting a somewhat cowardly part, ran away from it altogether, and shut himself up in his library, and left his daughters to make acquaintance with each other as they best could. He was, as has been said, by no means sufficiently at his ease to return to what he called his studies, the ordinary occupations of his life. He had run away, and he knew it. He went so far as to turn the key in one door, so that, whatever happened, he could only be invaded from one side, and sat down uneasily in the full conviction that from moment to moment he might be called upon to act as interpreter or peacemaker, or to explain away difficulties. He did not understand women, but only his wife, from whom he had taken various prejudices on the subject. Neither did he understand girls, but only Frances, whom indeed he ought to have known better than to suppose either that she was likely to squabble with her sister, or call him in to mediate or explain. Frances was not at all likely to do either of these things, and he knew that, yet lived in a vague dread, and did not even sit comfortably on his chair, and tried to distract his mind with a novel, which was the condition in which he was found by Mr. Durant. The clergyman's visit did him a little good, giving him at once a grievance and an object of ridicule. During the rest of the day he was so far distracted from his real difficulties as to fall from time to time into fits of secret laughter over the idea of having been in all unconsciousness a source of danger for Taisy. He had never been a gay Lothario, as he said, but to have run the risk of destroying Taisy's peace of mind was beyond his wildest imagination. He longed to confide it to somebody, but there was no one with whom he could share the fun. Constance perhaps might have understood, but Frances? He relapsed into gravity when he thought of Frances. It was not the kind of ludicrous suggestion which would amuse her. Meanwhile, the girls, who were such strangers to each other, yet so closely bound by nature, were endeavouring to come to a knowledge of each other by means which were much more subtle than any explanation their father could have supplied, so that he might, if he had understood them better, have been entirely at his ease on this point. As a matter of fact, though Constance was the cleverer of the two, it was Frances who advanced most quickly in her investigations, for the excellent reason that it was Constance who talked, while Frances, for the most part having nothing at all interesting to say of herself, held her peace. Frances had been awakened at an unusually late hour in the morning, for the agitation of the night had abridged her sleep at the other end, by the sounds of mirth which accompanied the first dialogue between her new sister and Maria Chia. The Italian which Constance knew was limited, but it was of a finer quality than any with which Maria Chia was acquainted, yet still they came to some sort of understanding, and both repudiated the efforts of Frances to explain. And from that moment Constance had kept the conversation in her hands. She did not chatter, nor was there any appearance of loquacity in her, but Frances had lived much alone and had been taught not to disturb her father when she was with him. so that it was more her habit to be talked to than to talk. She did not even ask many questions. They were scarcely necessary, for Constance, as was natural, was full of herself and of her motives for the step she had taken. These revelations gave Frances new lights almost at every word. "You always knew, then, about us?" Frances said. She had intended to say about me, but refrained with mingled modesty and pride. "Oh, certainly. Mamma always writes, you know, at Christmas, if not oftener. We did not know you were here. It was Markham who found out that. Markham is the most active-minded fellow in the world. Papa does not much like him. I dare say you have never heard anything very favourable of him, but that is a mistake. We knew pretty well about you. Mamma used to ask that you should write, since there was no reason why, at your age, you should not speak for yourself, but you never did. I suppose he thought it better not." "I suppose so." "I should not myself have been restrained by that," said Constance. "I think very well on the whole of Papa, but obedience of that sort at our age is too much. I should not have obeyed him. I should have told him that in such a matter I must judge for myself. However, if one learns anything as one grows up," said this young philosopher, "it is that no two people are alike. I suppose that was not how the subject presented itself to you?" Frances made no reply. She wondered what she would have said had she been told to write to an unknown mother. Ought she to do so now? The idea was a very strange one to her mind, and yet what could be more natural? It was with a sense of precipitate avoidance of a subject which must be contemplated fully at an after period that she said hurriedly, "I have never written letters. It did not come into my head." "Ah," said Constance, looking at her with a sort of impartial scrutiny. Then she added, with a sequence of thoughts which it was not difficult to follow, "Don't you think it is very odd that you and I should be the same age?" Frances felt herself grow red, and the water came to her eyes. She looked wistfully at the other, who was so much more advanced than she felt herself to be. "I suppose we ought to have been like each other," she said. "We are not, however, a bit. You were like Mamma. I don't know whether you were like her in mind, but on the outside. And I am like him. It is very funny. It shows that one has these peculiarities from one's birth. It couldn't be habit or association, as people say, for I have never been with him. Neither have you with Mamma. I suppose he is very independent-minded and does what he likes without thinking. So do I. And you consider what other people will say and how it will look, and 1,000 things." It did not seem to Frances that this was the case, but she was not at all in the habit of studying herself, and made no protest. Did she consider very much what other people would say? Perhaps it was true. She had been obliged, she reflected, to consider what Maria Chia would say, so that probably Constance was right. "It was Markham that discovered you after all, as I told you. He is invaluable. He never forgets, and if you want to find anything out, he will take any amount of trouble. I may as well tell you why I left home. If we are going to live together as sisters, we ought to make confidence of each other, and if you have to go, you can take my part. Well then, you must know there is a man in it. They say you should always ask, 'Who is she?' when there is a row between men, and I am sure it is just as natural to ask, 'Who is he?' when a girl gets into a scrape." The language, the tone, the meaning were all new to Frances. She did not know anything about it. When there is a row between men, when a girl gets into a scrape, the one and the other were equally far from her experience. She felt herself blush, though she scarcely knew why. She shook her head when Constance added, though rather as a remark than as a question, "Don't you know? Oh well, I did not mean, have you any personal experience, but as a general principle. The man in this case was well enough. Papa said when I told him that it was quite right that I had better have made up my mind without making a fuss. That he would have advised me so, if he had known. But I will never allow that this is a point upon which anyone can judge for you. Mamma pressed me more than a mother has any right to do to a person of my age. But, Constance, 18 is not so very old. 18 is the age of reason, said the girl somewhat imperiously. Then she paused and added, in most cases, when one has been much in the world, like me. Besides, it is like the Middle Ages when your mother thinks she can make you do what she pleases and marry as she likes. That must be one's own affair. I must say that I thought Papa would take my part more strongly, for they have always been so much opposed. But after all, though he is not in harmony with her, still the parent side is his side. Did you not like the gentleman? Said Frances. Nothing could be more modest than this question, and yet it brought the blood to her face. She had never heard the ordinary badinage on this subject, or thought of love with anything but awe and reverence. As a mystery altogether beyond her and out of discussion, she did not look at her sister as she put the question. Constance lay back in the long wicker work chair, well lined with cushions, which was her father's favourite seat, with her hands clasped behind her head, in one of those attitudes of complete abandon which Frances had been trained to think impossible to a girl. Did I like the gentleman? I did not think that question could ever again be put to me in an original way. I see now what is the good of a sister. Mamma and Markham and all my people had such a different way of looking at it. You must know that that is not the first question, whether you like the man. As for that, I liked him well enough. There was nothing to dislike in him. Frances turned her eyes to her sister's face with something like reproach. I may not have used the right word. I have never spoken on such subjects before. I have always been told that men are dreadful prudes, said Constance. I suppose Papa has brought you up to think that such things must never be spoken of. I'll tell you what is original about it. I have been asked if he was not rich enough, if he was not handsome enough, if it was because he had no title, and I have been asked if I loved him, which was nonsense. I could answer all that. But you I can't answer. Don't I like him? I was not going to be persecuted about him. It was Markham who put this into my head. Why don't you go to your father, he said, if you won't hear reason? He is just the sort of person to understand you, if we don't. So, then, I took them at the word. I came off to Papa. Does Markham dislike Papa? I mean, doesn't he think... I know what you mean. They don't think that Papa has good sense. They think him romantic and all that. I have always been accustomed to think so too. But the curious thing is that he isn't, said Constance with an injured air. I suppose, however foolish one's father may be for himself, he still feels that he must stand on the parent's side. You speak, said Frances, with a little indignation, as if Papa was likely to be against his children, as if he were an enemy. Taking sides is not exactly being enemies, said Constance. We are each of our own faction, you know. It is like Whigs and Tories. The fathers and mothers side with each other, even though they may be quite different and not get on together. There is a kind of reason in it, only I have always heard so much of Papa as unreasonable and unlike other people, that I never thought of him in that light. He would be just the same, though, except that for the present I am a stranger, and he feels bound to be civil to me. If it were not for his politeness, he is capable of being medieval too. I don't know what medieval means, said Frances with much heat, indignant to hear her father thus spoken of as a subject for criticism. Perhaps she had criticised him in her time, as children use, but silently, not putting it into words, which makes a great difference. And besides, what one does oneself in this way is quite another matter. As she looked at this girl, who was a stranger, though in some extraordinary way not a stranger, a momentary pang and impotent sudden rage against the web of strange circumstances in which she felt herself caught and bewildered, flamed up in her mild eyes and mind, unaccustomed to complications. Constance took no notice of this sudden passion. It means bread and water, she said with a laugh, and shutting up in one's own room, and cutting off all communication from without. Mamma, if she were driven to it, is quite capable of that. They all are, rather than give in. But as we are not living in the Middle Ages, they have to give in at last. Perhaps if I had thought that what you may call his official character would be too strong for Papa, I should have fought it out at home. But I thought he at least would be himself and not a conventional parent. I am sure he has been a very queer sort of parent hitherto, but the moment a fight comes, he puts himself on his own side. She gave forth these opinions very calmly, lying back in the long chair with her hands clasped behind her head and her eyes following abstractly the lines of the French coast. The voice which uttered sentiments so strange to Francis was of the most refined and harmonious tones, low, soft, and clear, and the lines of her slim elastic figure, and of her perfectly appropriate dress, which combines simplicity and costliness, carelessness and consummate care, as only high art can, added to the effect of a beauty which was not beauty in any demonstrative sense, but rather harmony, ease, grace, fine health, fine training, and what, for want of a better word, we call blood. Not that the bluest blood in the world inevitably carries with it this perfection of tone, but Constance had the effect which a thoroughbred horse has upon the connoisseur. It would have detracted from the impression she made had there been any special point upon which the attention lingered, had her eyes or her complexion, her hands or her hair, or any individual trait called for particular notice. But hers was not beauty of that description. Her sister, who was, so to speak, only a little rustic, sat and gazed at her in a kind of rapture. Her heart did not, as yet at least, go out towards this intruder into her life. Her affections were as yet untouched, and her temper was a little excited, disturbed by the critical tone which her sister assumed, and the calm frankness with which she spoke. But though all these dissatisfied, almost hostile sentiments were in Francis's mind, her eyes and attention were fascinated. She could not resist the influence which this external perfection of being produced upon her. It was only perhaps now, in the full morning light, in the abandon of this confidence and candour, which had none of the usual tenderness of confidential revelations, but rather a certain half-disdainful self-discovery which necessity demanded, that Frances fully perceived her sister's gifts. Her own impatience, her little impulses of irritation and contradiction died away in the wondering admiration with which she gazed. Constance showed no sign even of remarking the effect she produced. She said meditatively, dropping the words into the calm air without any apparent conception of novelty or wonder in them, "I wonder how you will like it when you have to go." End of recording. End of chapter 10. Recording by Shellbellinnes. End of A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret Oliphant.
Chapter 11 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret Oliphant. Chapter 11. Within the first few days, a great many of these conversations took place, and Frances gradually formed an idea to herself, not, perhaps, very like reality, but yet an idea, of the other life from which her sister had come. The chief figure in it was Mamma, the mother with whom Constance was so carelessly familiar, and of whom she herself knew nothing at all. Frances did not learn from her sister's revelations to love her mother. The effect was very different from that which, in such circumstances, might have been looked for. She came to look upon this unknown representative of the parent's side, as Constance said, as upon a sort of natural opponent, one who understood but little and sympathized not at all with the younger, the other faction, the generation which was to succeed and replace her. Of this fact the other girl never concealed her easy conviction. The elders for the moment had the power in their hands, but by and by their day would be over. There was nothing unkind or cruel in this certainty. It was simply the course of nature. By and by their sway would be upset by the natural progress of events, and in the meantime it was modified by the other certainty that if the young stood firm, the elders had no alternative but to give in. Altogether, it was evident the parents' side was not the winning side, but all the same it had the power of annoying the other to a very great extent, and exercised this power with a selfishness which was sometimes brutal. Mamma, it was evident, had not considered Constance at all. She had taken her about into society for her own ends, not for her daughter's pleasure, and, finally, she had formed a plan by which Constance was to be handed over to another proprietor without any consultation of her own wishes. The heart of Frances sank as she slowly identified this maternal image, so different from that which fancy and nature suggest. She tried to compare it with the image which she herself might in her turn have communicated of her father, had it been she who was the expositor. It frightened her to find, as she tried this experiment in her own mind, that the representation of Papa would not have been much more satisfactory. She would have shown him as passing his time chiefly in his library, taking very little notice of her tastes and wishes, settling what was to be done, where to go, everything that was of any importance in her life, without at all taking into account what she wished. This she had always felt to be perfectly natural, and she had no feeling of a grievance in the matter. But supposing it to be necessary to tell the story to an ignorant person, what would that ignorant person's opinion be? It gave her a great shock to perceive that the impression produced would also be one of harsh authority, indifferent, taking no note of the inclinations of those who were subject to it. That was how Constance would understand Papa. It was not the case, and yet it would look so to one who did not know. Perceiving this, Frances came to feel that it might be natural to represent the world as consisting of two factions, parents and children. There was a certain truth in it. If there should happen to occur any question, which was impossible, between Papa and herself, she felt sure that it would be very difficult for him to realize that she had a will of her own, and yet Frances was very conscious of having a will of her own. In this way, she learned a great many things vaguely through the talk of her sister. She learned that balls and other entertainments, such as, to her experienced fancy, had seemed nothing but pleasure, were not in reality intended, at least as their first object, for pleasure at all. Constance spoke of them as things to which one must go. "We looked in for an hour," she would say. "Mamma thinks she ought to have half a dozen places to go to every evening," with a tone in which there was more sense of injury than pleasure. Then there was the mysterious question of love, which was at once so simple and so awful a matter, on which there could be no doubt or question. That, it appeared, was quite a complicated affair, in which the lover, the hero, was transferred into the man, whose qualities had to be discovered and considered as if he were a candidate for a public office. All this bewildered Frances more than can be imagined or described. Her sister's arrival, and the disclosures involved in it, had broken up to her all the known lines of heaven and earth, and now that everything had settled down again, and these lines were beginning once more to be apparent, Frances felt that though they were wider, they were narrower too. She knew a great deal more, but knowledge only made that appear hard and unyielding which had been elastic and infinite. The vague and imaginary were a great deal more lovely than this, which, according to her sister's revelation, was the real and true. Another very curious experience for Frances occurred when Mrs. Durant and Mrs. Gaunt, as in duty bound, and moved with lively curiosity, came to call and make acquaintance with Mr. Waring's new daughter. Constance regarded these visitors with languid curiosity, only half rising from her chair to acknowledge her introduction to them, and leaving Frances to answer the questions which they thought it only civil to put. Did she like Bordighera? "Oh, yes, well enough," Constance replied. "My sister thinks the people not so picturesque as she expected," said Frances. "But of course she felt the delightful difference in the climate?" People, Mrs. Durant understood, were suffering dreadfully from east wind in London. "Ah, one doesn't notice in town," said Constance. "My sister is not accustomed to living without comforts and with so little furniture. You know that makes a great difference," said our anxious expositor and apologist. And then there would ensue a long pause, which the newcomer did nothing at all to break, and then the conversation fell into the ordinary discussion of who was at church on Sunday, how many new people from the hotels, and how disgraceful it was that some who were evidently English should either poke into the Roman Catholic places or never go to church at all. "It comes to the same thing indeed," Mrs. Durant said indignantly, "for when they go to the native place of worship, they don't understand. Even I, that have been so long on the continent, I can't follow the service." "But Papa can," said Tazy. "Ah, Papa. Papa is much more highly educated than I could ever pretend to be, and besides, he is a theologian and knows. There were quite half a dozen people, evidently English, whom I saw with my own eyes coming out of the chapel on the marina. Oh, don't say anything, Tazy. I think, in a foreign place, where the English have a character to keep up, it is quite a sin." "You know, Mamma, they think nobody knows them," Tazy said. Mrs. Gaunt did not care so much who attended church, but when she found that Constance had, as she told the General, really nothing to say for herself, she too dropped into her habitual mode of talk. She did her best in the first place to elicit the opinions of Constance about Bordighera and the climate, about how she thought Mr. Waring looking, and if dear Frances was not far stronger than she used to be. But when these judicious inquiries failed of a response, Mrs. Gaunt almost turned her back upon Constance. "I have had a letter from Katie, my dear," she said. "Have you indeed? I hope she is quite well. And the babies?" "Oh, the babies. They are always well. But poor Katie, she has been a great sufferer. I told you she had a touch of fever by last mail. Now it is her liver. You are never safe from your liver in India. She had been up to the hills, and there she met Douglas, who had gone to settle his wife and children. His wife is a poor little creature, always ailing, and their second boy. But, dear me, I have not told you my great news. Frances, George is coming home. He is coming by Brindisi and Venice, and will be here directly. I told him I was sure all my kind neighbors would be so glad to see him, and it will be so nice for him, don't you think, to see Italy on his way?" "Oh, very nice," said Frances. "And you must be very happy, both the General and you." "The General does not say much, but he is just as happy as I am. Fancy! By next mail! In another week!" The poor lady dried her eyes and added, laughing, sobbing, "Only think! In a week! My youngest boy!" "Do you mean to say," said Constance, when Mrs. Gaunt was gone, "that you have made them believe you care?" "Oh, that is exactly like Mamma. She makes people think she is quite happy and quite miserable about their affairs, when she does not care one little bit. What is this woman's youngest son to you?" "But she is. I have been here all my life. I am glad that she should be happy," cried Frances, suddenly placed upon her defense. When she thought of it, Mrs. Gaunt's youngest boy was nothing at all to her, nor did she care very much whether all the English in the hotels on the marina went to church. But Mrs. Gaunt was interested in the one, and the Durants in the other. And was it true what Constance said, that she was a humbug, that she was a deceiver, because she pretended to care? Frances was much confused by this question. There was something in it. Perhaps it was true. She faltered as she replied, "Do you think it is wrong to sympathize? It is true that I don't feel all that for myself, but still it is not false, for I do feel it for them, in a sort of a way." "And that is all the society you have here? The clergywoman and the old soldier. And will they expect me, too, to feel for them, in a sort of a way?" "Dear Constance," said Frances in a pleading tone, "it could never be quite the same, you know, because you are a stranger, and I have known them ever since I was quite a little thing. They have all been very kind to me. They used to have me to tea, and Tazy would play with me, and Mrs. Gaunt brought down all her Indian curiosities to amuse me. Oh, you don't know how kind they are. I wonder, sometimes, when I see all the carved ivory things and remember how they were taken out from under the glass shades for me, a little thing, how I didn't break them, and how dear Mrs. Gaunt could trust me with them. And then Taisy. Taisy? What a ridiculous name! But it suits her well enough. She must be 40, I should think. Her right name is Anastasia. She is called after the Countess of Denrara, who is her godmother, said Frances, with great gravity. She had heard this explanation a great many times from Mrs. Durrant, and unconsciously repeated it in something of the same tone. Constance received this with a sudden laugh, and clapped her hands. I didn't know you were a mimic. That is capital. Do Taisy now. I am sure you can, and then we shall have got a laugh out of them at least. What do you mean? Asked Frances, growing pale. Do you think I would laugh at them, when you know how really good they are? Oh, yes, I suppose I shall soon know, said Constance, opening her mouth in a yawn, which Frances thought would have been dreadful in anyone else, but which, somehow, was rather pretty in her. Everything was rather pretty in her, even her little rudeness and impertinences. If I stay here, of course I shall have to be intimate with them, as you have been. And must I take a tender interest in the youngest boy? Let us see. He will be a young soldier, probably, as his mother is an old one, and as he is coming from India. He will never have seen anyone. He is bound to take one of us for a goddess, either you or me. Constance! Cried Frances, in her consternation raising her voice. Well, said her sister, is there anything wonderful in that? We are very different types, and till we see the hero, we shall not be able to tell which he is likely to prefer. I see my way to a little diversion, if you will not be too puritanical, Fan. That never does a man any harm. It will rouse him up. It will give him something to think of. A place like this can't have much amusement, even for a youngest boy. We shall make him enjoy himself. His mother will bless us. You know, everybody says it is part of education for a man. Frances looked at her sister with eyes bewildered, somewhat horrified, full of disapproval, while Constance, roused still more by her sister's horror than by the first mischievous suggestion which had awakened her from her indifference, laughed, and woke up into full animation. We will go and return their visits, she said, and I will be sympathetic too. But you shall see, when I take up a part, I make much more of it than you do. I know who these people were who did not go to church. They were my people, the people I traveled with, and they shall go next Sunday, and Taisy's heart shall rejoice. When we call, I will let them know that England, even at Bordighera, expects every man, and every woman, which is more to the purpose, and that their absence was remarked. They will never be absent again, Van, and as for the other interest, I shall inquire all about Katie's illnesses, and secure the very last intelligence about the youngest boy. She will show me his photograph. She will tell me stories of how he cut his first tooth. I wonder, said Constance, suddenly pausing and falling back into the old languid tone, whether you will take up my old ways when you are with Mamma. I shall never have it in my power to try, said Frances. Mamma will never want me. She was a little shy of using that name. Don't you know the condition, then? I think you don't half know our story. Papa behaved rather absurdly, but honestly, too. When they separated, he settled that one of us should always be with her, and one of us with him. He had the right to have taken us both. Men have more rights than women. We belong to him, but we don't belong to her. I don't see the reason of it, but still, that is law. He allowed her to have one of us always. I dare say he thought two little things like what we were then would have been a bore to him. At all events, that is how it was settled. Now it does not need much cleverness to see that as I have left her, she will probably claim you. She will not let Papa off anything he has promised. She likes a girl in the house. She will say, "Send me Frances. I should like to hide behind a door or under a table and see how you get on." I am sure you must be mistaken, said Frances, much disturbed. There was never any question about me. No, because I was there. Oh, yes, there was often question of you. Mamma has a little picture of you as you were when you were taken away. It always hangs in her room, and when I had to be scolded, she used to apostrophize you. She used to say, that little angel would never have done so-and-so. I did, for I was a little demon, so I rather hated you. She will send for you now, and I wonder if you will be a little angel still. I should like to see how you get on, but I shall be fully occupied here driving people to church and making things pleasant for the old soldier's youngest son. I wish you would not talk so wildly, said Frances. You are laughing at me all the time. You think I am such a simpleton I will believe all you say. And indeed I am not clever enough to understand when you are laughing at me. All this is impossible. That I should take your place, and that you should take mine. Oh, impossible, cried Frances, with a sharper certainty than ever, as that last astounding idea made itself apparent. That Constance should order Papa's dinners, and see after the mayonnaise, and guide Mariuccia. Oh, impossible, she cried. Nothing is impossible. You think I am not good enough to do the housekeeping for Papa. I only hope you will censure of the difficulties of my place, as I shall of yours. Be a kind girl, and write to me, and tell me how things go. I know what will happen. You will think everything charming at first, and then... But don't let Markham get hold of you. Markham is very nice. He is capital for getting you out of a scrape. But still, I should not advise you to be guided by him, especially as you are Papa's child, and he is not fond of Papa. Please don't say any more, cried Frances. I am not going anywhere. I shall live as I have always done, but only more pleasantly from having you. That is very pretty of you, said Constance, turning round to look at her. If you are sure you mean it, and that it is not only true, in a sort of a way. I am afraid I have been nothing but a bore, breaking in upon you like this. It would be nice if we could be together, she added very calmly, as if, however, no great amount of philosophy would be necessary to reconcile her to the absence of her sister. It would be nice, but it will not be allowed. You needn't be afraid, though, for I can give you a number of hints which will make it much easier. Mamma is she is just a little, but I should think you would get on with her. You look so young, for one thing. She will begin your education over again, and she likes that. And then you are like her, which will give you a great pull. It is very funny to think of it. It is like a transformation scene. But I dare say we shall both get on a great deal better than you think. For my part, I never was the least afraid. With this, Constance sank into her chair again, and resumed the book she had been reading, with that perfect composure and indifference which filled Frances with admiration and dismay. It was with difficulty that Frances herself kept her seat or her self-command at all. She had been drawing, making one of those innumerable sketches which could be made from the loggia, now of a peak among the mountains, now of the edge of foam on the blue margin of the sea, now of an olive, now of a palm. Frances had a consistent, conscientious way of besieging nature, forcing her day to day to render up the secret of another tent, another shadow. It was thus she had come to the insight which had made her father acknowledge that she was growing up. But today her hand had no cunning. Her pulses beat so tumultuously that her pencil shared the agitation, and fluttered too. She kept still as long as she could, and spoiled a piece of paper, which to Frances, with very little money to lose, was something to be thought of. And when she had accomplished this, and added to her excitement the disagreeable and confusing effect of failure in what she was doing, Frances got up abruptly and took refuge in the household concerns, in directions about the dinner, and consultations with Mariuccia, who was beginning to be a little jealous of the signorina's absorption in her new companion. If the young lady is indeed your sister, it is natural she should have a great deal of your attention, but not even for that does one desert one's old friends, Mariuccia said, with a little offended dignity. Frances felt, with a sinking of the heart, that her sister's arrival had been to her perhaps less an unmixed pleasure than to any of the household. but she did not say so. She made no exhibition of the trouble in her bosom, which even the consultations over the mayonnaise did not allay. That familiar duty indeed soothed her for the moment. The question was whether it should be made with chicken or fish, a very important matter. But though this did something to relieve her, the culinary effort did not last. To think of being sent away into that new world in which Constance had been brought up, to leave everything she knew, to meet Mamma, whose name she whispered to herself almost trembling, feeling as if she took a liberty with a stranger, all this was bewildering, wonderful, and made her heart beat and her head ache. It was not altogether that the anticipation was painful. There was a flutter of excitement in it which was almost delight, but it was an alarmed delight, which shook her nerves as much as if it had been unmixed terror. She could not compose herself into indifference as Constance did, or sit quietly down to think, or resume her usual occupation, in the face of this sudden opening out before her of the unforeseen and unknown. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 12 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 12. The days ran on for about a week with a suppressed and agitating expectation in them, which seemed to Frances to blur and muddle all the outlines, so that she could not recollect which was Wednesday or which was Friday, but felt it all one uncomfortable, long, feverish sort of day. She could not take the advantage of any pleasure there might be in them, and it was a pleasure to watch Constance, to hear her talk, to catch the many glimpses of so different a life, which came from the careless, easy monologue which was her style of conversation, for the exciting sense that she did not know what might happen at any moment, or what was going to become of her. Even the change from her familiar place at table, which Constance took without any thought, just as she took her father's favorite chair on the loggia, and the difference in her room, helped to confuse her mind, and add to the feverish sensation of a life altogether out of joint. Constance had not observed any of those signs of individual habitation about the room, which Frances had fancied would lead to a discovery of the transfer she had made. She took it quite calmly, not perceiving anything beyond the ordinary in the chamber which Frances had adorned with her sketches, with the little curiosities she had picked up, with all the little collections of her short life. It was wanting still in many things which to Constance seemed simple necessities. How was she to know how many were in it which were luxuries to that primitive locality? She remained altogether unconscious, accordingly, of the sacrifice her sister had made for her, and spoke lightly of poor Frances's pet decorations, and of the sketches, the authorship of which she did not take the trouble to suspect. "What funny little pictures!" she had said. "Where did you get so many odd little things? They look as if the frames were homemade, as well as the drawings." Fortunately, she was not in the habit of waiting for an answer to such a question, and she did not remark the color that rose to her sister's cheeks. But all this added to the disturbing influence, and made these long days look unlike any other days in Frances's life. She took the other side of the table meekly with a half-smile at her father, warning him not to say anything, and she lived in the blue room without thinking of adding to its comforts. For what was the use, so long as this possible banishment hung over her head? Life seemed to be arrested during these half-dozen days. They had the mingled colors and huddled outlines of a spoiled drawing. They were not like anything else in her life, neither the established calm and certainty that went before, nor the strange novelty that followed after. There were no confidences between her father and herself during this period. Since their conversation on the night of Constance's arrival, not a word had been said between them on the subject. They mutually avoided all occasion for further talk. At least Mr. Waring avoided it, not knowing how to meet his child, or to explain to her the hazard to which her life was exposed. He did not take into consideration the attraction of the novelty, the charm of the unknown mother and the unknown life, at which Frances permitted herself to take tremulous and stealthy glimpses as the days went on. He contemplated her fate from his own point of view as something like that of the princess who was doomed to the dragon's maw, but for the never-to-be-forgotten interposition of St. George, that emblem of chivalry. There was no St. George visible on the horizon, and Waring thought the dragon no bad emblem of his wife, and he was ashamed to think that he was helpless to deliver her, and that, by his fault, this poor little Una, this hapless Andromeda, was to be delivered over to the waiting monster. He avoided Frances because he did not know how to break to her this possibility, or how, since Constance probably had made her aware of it, to console her in the terrible crisis at which she had arrived. It was a painful crisis for himself as well as for her. The first evening on which, coming into the loggia to smoke his cigarette after dinner, he had found Constance extended in his favorite chair, had brought this fully home to him. He strolled out upon the open-air room with all the ease of custom, and for the first moment he did not quite understand what it was that was changed in it, that put him out, and made him feel as if he had come, not into his own familiar domestic center, but somebody else's place. He hung about for a minute or two, confused, before he saw what it was, and then, with a half-laugh in his throat, and a mingled sense that he was annoyed, and that it was ridiculous to be annoyed, strolled across the loggia and half-seated himself on the outer wall, leaning against a pillar. He was astonished to think how much disconcerted he was, and with what a comical sense of injury he saw his daughter lying back so entirely at her ease in his chair. She was his daughter, but she was a stranger, and it was impossible to tell her that her place was not there. Next evening he was almost angry, for he thought that Frances might have told her, though he could not, and indeed Frances had done what she could to warn her sister of the usurpation. But Constance had no idea of vested rights of this description, and had paid no attention. She took very little notice, indeed, of what was said to her, unless it arrested her attention in some special way, and she had never been trained to understand that the master of a house has sacred privileges. She had not so much as known what it is to have a master to a house. This, and other trifles of the same kind, gave to Waring something of the same confused and feverish feeling which was in the mind of Frances, and there hung over him a cloud as of something further to come, which was not so clear as her anticipations, yet was full of discomfort and apprehension. He thought of many things, not of one thing, as she did. It seemed to him not impossible that his wife herself might arrive some day as suddenly as Constance had done, to reclaim her child, or to take away his, for that was how they were distinguished in his mind. The idea of seeing again the woman from whom he had been separated so long filled him with dread, and that she should come here and see the limited and recluse life he led, and his bare rooms, and his homely servants, filled him with a kind of horror. Rather anything than that. He did not like to contemplate even the idea that it might be necessary to give up the girl, who had flattered him by taking refuge with him and seeking his protection, but neither was the thought of being left with her and having Frances taken from him endurable. In short, his mind was in a state of mortal confusion and tumult. He was like the commander of a besieged city, not knowing on what day he might be summoned to surrender, not able to come to any conclusion whether it would be most wise to yield, or if the state of his resources afforded any feasible hopes of holding out. Constance had been a week at the palazzo before the trumpet sounded. The letters were delivered just before the 12 o'clock breakfast, and Frances had received so much warning as this, that Mariuccia informed her there had been a large delivery that morning. The Signor Padrone had a great packet, and there were also some letters for the other young lady, Signorina Constanza, but never any for thee, carina, Mariuccia had said. The poor girl thus addressed had a momentary sense that she was indeed to be pitied on this account, before the excitement of the certainty that now something definite must be known as to what was to become of her, swelled her veins to bursting, and she felt herself grow giddy with the thought that what had been so vague and visionary might now be coming near, and that in an hour or less she would know. Waring was as usual shut up in his book-room, but she could see Constance on the loggia with her lap full of letters, lying back in the large chair as usual, reading them as if they were the most ordinary things in the world. Frances, for her part, had to wait in silence until she should learn from others what her fate was to be. It seemed very strange that one girl should be free to do so much, while another of the same age could do nothing at all. Waring came in to breakfast with the letters in his hand. "I have heard from your mother," he said, looking straight before him, without turning to the right or the left. Frances tried to appropriate this to herself, to make some reply, but her voice died in her throat, and Constance, with the easiest certainty that it was she who was addressed, answered before she could recover herself. "Yes, so have I. Mamma is rather fond of writing letters. She says she has told you what she wishes, and then she tells me to tell you. I don't suppose that is of much use?" "Of no use at all," said he. "She is pretty explicit. She says—" Constance leaned over the table a little, holding up her finger. "Don't you think, Papa," she said, "as it is business, that it would be better not to enter upon it just now? Wait till we have had our breakfast." He looked at her with an air of surprise. "I don't see," he said. Then, after a moment's reflection, "Perhaps you're right, after all. It may be better not to say anything just now." Frances had recovered her voice. She looked from one to another as they spoke, with a cruel consciousness that it was she, not they, who was most concerned. At this point she burst forth with feelings not to be controlled. "If it is on my account, I would rather know at once what it is," she cried. And then she had to bear the looks of both, her father's astonished half-remorseful gaze, and the eyes of Constance, which conveyed a warning. Why should Constance, who had told her of the danger, warn her now not to betray her knowledge of it? Frances had got beyond her own control. She was vexed by the looks which were fixed upon her, and by the supposed consideration for her comfort which lay in their delay. "I know," she said quickly, "that it is something about me. If you think I care for breakfast, you are mistaken. But I think I have a right to know what it is, if it is about me. Oh, Papa, I don't mean to be disagreeable," she cried suddenly, sinking into her own natural tone as she caught his eye. "That is not very much like you, certainly," he said, in a confused voice. "Evil communications," said Constance, with a laugh. "I have done her harm already." Frances felt that her sister's voice threw a new irritation into her mood. "I am not like myself," she said, "because I know something is going to happen to me, and I don't know what it is. Papa, I don't want to be selfish, but let me know, please. Only let me know what it is." "It is only that Mamma has sent for you," said Constance, lightly. "That is all. It is nothing so very dreadful. Now do let us have our breakfast in peace." "Is that true, Papa?" Frances said. "My dear little girl, I had meant to explain it all, to tell you, and I have been so silly as to put off. Your sister does not understand how we have lived together, Frances, you and I. Am I to go, Papa?" He made a gesture of despair. "I don't know what to do. I have given my promise. It is as bad for me as for you, Frances, but what am I to do?" "I suppose," said Constance, who had helped herself very tranquilly from the dish which Domenico had been holding unobserved at his master's elbow, "that there is no law that could make you part with her, if you don't wish to. Promises are all very well with strangers, but they are never kept, are they, between husband and wife? The father has all the right on his side, and you are not obliged to give either of us up. What a blessing," she cried suddenly, "to have servants who don't understand! That was why I said, don't talk of it till after breakfast. But it does not at all matter. It is as good as if he were deaf and dumb. Papa, you need not give her up unless you like." Waring looked at his daughter with mingled attention and anger. The suggestion was detestable, but yet— "And then," she went on, "there is another thing. It might have been all very well when we were children, but now we are of an age to judge for ourselves. At 18 you can choose which you will stay with. Oh, younger than that. There have been several trials in the papers. No one can force Frances to go anywhere she does not like, at her age. I wish, he said, with a little irritation, restrained by politeness, for Constance was still a young lady visitor to her father, that you would leave this question to be discussed afterwards. Your sister was right, Frances. After breakfast, after I have had a little time to think of it, I cannot come to any decision all at once. That is a great deal better, said Constance approvingly. One can't tell all in a moment. Frances is like Mamma in that too. She requires you to know your own mind, to say yes or no at once. You and I are very like each other, Papa. I shall never hurry your decision, or ask you to settle a thing in a moment. But these cutlets are getting quite cold. Do have some before they are spoiled. Waring had no mind for the cutlets, to which he helped himself mechanically. He did not like to look at Frances, who sat silent, with her hands clasped on the table, pale but with a light in her eyes. The voice of Constance running on, forming a kind of veil for the trouble and confusion in his own mind, and doubtless in that of her sister, was half a relief and half an aggravation. He was grateful for it, yet irritated by it. He felt himself to play a very poor figure in the transaction altogether, as he had felt ever since she arrived. Frances, whom he regarded as a child, had sprung up into a judge, into all the dignity of an injured person, whose right to complain of the usage to which she had been subjected no one could deny. And when he stole a furtive glance at her pale face, her head held high, the new light that burned in her eyes, he felt that she was fully aware of the wrong he had done her, and that it would not be so easy to dictate what she was to do, as everybody up to this moment had supposed. He saw, or thought he saw, resistance, indignation, in the gleam that had been awakened in Frances's dove's eyes. And his heart fell, yet rose also, for how could he constrain her if she refused to go? He had no right to constrain her. Her mother might complain, but it would not be his doing. On the other side, it would be shameful, pitiful on his part to go back from his word, to acknowledge to his wife that he could not do what he had pledged himself to do. In every way it was an uncomfortable breakfast, all the forms of which he followed, partly for the sake of Constance, partly for that of Domenico. But Frances ate nothing he could see. He prolonged the meal, through a sort of fear of the interview afterwards, of what he must say to her, and of what she should reply. He felt ashamed of his reluctance to encounter this young creature, whom a few days ago he had smiled at as a child, and ashamed to look her in the face, to explain and argue with, and entreat, where he had been always used to tell her to do this and that, without the faintest fear that she would disobey him. If even he had been left to tell her himself of all the circumstances, to make her aware gradually of all that he had kept from her, for her good, to show her now how his word was pledged, but even this had been taken out of his hands. All this time no one talked but Constance, who went on with an occasional remark and with her meal, for which she had a good appetite. "I wish you would eat something, Frances," she said. "You need not begin to punish yourself at once. I feel it dreadfully, for it is all my fault. It is I who ought to lose my breakfast, not you. If you will take a few hints from me, I don't think you will find it so bad. Or perhaps, if we all lay our heads together, we may see some way out of it. Papa knows the law, and I know the English side, and you know what you think yourself. Let us talk it all over, and perhaps we may see our way." To this Frances made no reply, save a little inclination of her head, and sat with her eyes shining, with a certain proud air of self-control and self-support, which was something quite new to her. When the uncomfortable repast could be prolonged no longer, she was the first to get up. "If you do not mind," she said, "I want to speak to Papa by himself." Constance had risen too. She looked with an air of surprise at her little sister. "Oh, if you like," she said, "but I think you will find that I can be of use." "If you are going to the book-room, I will come with you, Papa," said Frances, but she did not wait for any reply. She opened the door and walked before him into that place of refuge, where he had been sheltering himself all these days. Constance gave him an inquiring look, with a slight shrug of her shoulders. She is on her high horse, and she is more like Mamma than ever, but I suppose I may come all the same. He wavered a moment. He would have been glad of her interposition, even though it irritated him, but he had a whimsical sense of alarm in his mind, which he could not get over. He was afraid of Frances, which was one of the most comical things in the world. He shook his head and followed humbly into the book-room, and himself closed the door upon the intruder. Frances had seated herself already at his table, in the seat which she always occupied when she came to consult him about the dinner, or about something out of the usual round which Mariuccia had asked for. To see her seated there, and to feel that the door was closed against all intrusion, made Waring feel as if all this disturbance was a dream. How good the quiet had been, the calm days, which nothing interfered with, the little housekeeper, whose childlike prudence and wisdom were so quaint, whose simple obedience was so ready, who never, save in respect to the spice, set up her own will or way. His heart grew very soft as he sat down and looked at her. No, he said to himself, he would not break that old bond. He would not compel his little girl to leave him, send her out as a sacrifice. He would rather stand against all the wives in the world. "Papa," said Frances, "a great deal of harm has been done by keeping me ignorant. I want you to show me Mamma's letter. Unless I see it, how can I know?" This pulled him up abruptly and checked the softening mood. "Your mother's letter," he said, "goes over a great deal of old ground. I don't see that it could do you any good. It appears I promised, what Constance told you, with her usual coolness, that one of you should be always left with her. Perhaps that was foolish." "Surely, Papa, it was just." "Well, I thought so at the time. I wanted to do what was right, but there was no right in the matter. I had a perfect right to take you both away, to bring you up as I pleased. It would have been better, perhaps, had I done what the law authorized me to do. However, that need not be gone into now. What your sister said was quite true. You are at an age when you are supposed to be able to judge for yourself, and nobody in the world can force you to go where you don't want to go. But if you promised, and if my mother trusted to your promise?" There was something more solemn in that title than to say, "Mamma." It seemed easier to apply it to the unknown. "I won't have you made a sacrifice of on my account," he said hastily. He was surprised by her composure, by that unwonted light in her eyes. She answered him with great gravity, slowly, as if conscious of the importance of her conclusion. "It would be no sacrifice," she said. Waring, there could be no doubt, was very much startled. He could not believe his ears. "No sacrifice? Do you mean to say that you want to leave me?" he cried. "No, Papa. That is, I did not. I knew nothing. But now that I know, if my mother wants me, I will go to her. It is my duty, and I should like it," she added, after a pause. Waring was dumb with surprise and dismay. He stared at her, scarcely able to believe that she could understand what she was saying. He, who had been afraid to suggest anything of the kind, who had thought of Andromeda and the virgins who were sacrificed to the dragon. He gazed aghast at this new aspect of the face with which he was so familiar, the uplifted head and shining eyes. He could not believe that this was Frances, his always docile, submissive, unemancipated girl. "Papa," she said, "everything seems changed, and I too. I want to know my mother. I want to see how other people live." "Other people?" He was glad of an outlet for his irritation. "What have we to do with other people? If it had not been for this unlucky arrival, you would never have known." "I must have known sometime," she said. "And do you think it right that a girl should not know her mother? When she has a mother? I want to go to her, Papa." He flung out of his chair with an angry movement, and took up the keys which lay on his table and opened a small cabinet which stood in the corner of the room, Frances watching him all the time with the greatest attention. Out of this he brought a small packet of letters, and threw them to her with a movement which, for so gentle a man, was almost violent. I kept these back for your good, not to disturb your mind. You may as well have them, since they belong to you, now, he said. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 13 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 13. "Come out for a walk, Papa," said Constance. "What? In the heat of the day? You think you are in England." "No, indeed. I wish I did. At least, that is not what I mean. But I wish you did not think it necessary to stay in a place like this. Why should you shut yourself out from the world? You are very clever, Papa." "Who told you so? You cannot have found that out by your own unassisted judgment." "A great many people have told me. I have always known. You seem to have made a mystery about us, but we never made any mystery about you. For one thing, of course, we couldn't, for everybody knew. But if you chose to go back to England—" "I shall never go back to England." "Oh," said Constance with a laugh, "never is a long day." "So long a day that it is a pity you should link your fortunes to mine, my dear. Frances has been brought up to it, but your case is quite different, and you see even she catches at the first opportunity of getting away." "You are scarcely just to Frances," said Constance with her usual calm. "You might have said the same thing of me. I took the first opportunity also. To know that one has a father, whom one never remembers to have seen, is very exciting to the imagination, and just in so much as one has been disappointed in the parent one knows, one expects to find perfection in the parent one has never seen. Anything that you don't know is better than everything you do know," she added, with the air of a philosopher. "I am afraid, in that case, acquaintance has been fatal to your ideal." "Not exactly," she said. "Of course you are quite different from what I supposed, but I think we might get on well enough, if you please. Do come out. If we keep in the shade, it is not really very hot. It is often hotter in London, where nobody thinks of staying indoors. If we are to live together, don't you think you must begin by giving in to me a little, Papa?" "Not to the extent of getting a sunstroke." "In March?" she cried, with a tone of mild derision. "Let me come into the book room then. You think if Frances goes that you will never be able to get on with me." "My thoughts have not gone so far as that. I may have believed that a young lady fresh from all the gaieties of London, but so tired of them, and very glad of a little novelty, however it presents itself." "Yes, so long as it continues novel. But the novelty of making the spice in a village, and looking sharply after every centissimo that is asked for an artichoke." "The spice means the daily expenses? I should not mind that. And Mariuccia is far more entertaining than an ordinary English cook. And the neighbors, well, the neighbors afford some opportunities for fun. Mrs. Gaunt, is it? Expects her youngest boy. And then there is Tazy." The name of Tazy brought a certain relaxation to the muscles of Waring's face. He gave a glance round him to see that all the doors were closed. "I must confide in you, Constance, though, mind, Frances must not share it. I, sitting here, simple as you see me, have been supposed dangerous to Tazy's peace of mind. Is not that an excellent joke?" "I don't see that it is a joke at all," said Constance, without even a smile. "Why, Tazy is antediluvian. She must be nearly as old as you are. Any old gentleman might be dangerous to Tazy. Tell me something more wonderful than that." "Oh, that is how it appears to you?" said Waring. His laugh came to a sudden end, broken off, so to speak, in half, and an air of portentous gravity came over his face. He turned over the papers on the table before him, as with a sudden thought. "By the way, I forgot I had something to do this afternoon," he said. Before dinner, perhaps, we may take a stroll, if the sun is not so hot. But this is my working time," he added, with a stiff smile. Constance could not disregard so plain a hint. She rose up quickly. She had taken Frances's chair, which he had forgiven her at first, but it made another note against her now. "What have I done?" she said to herself, raising her eyebrows, angry and yet half amused by her dismissal. Frances had gone to her room too, and was not to be disturbed, as her sister had seen by the look of her face. She felt herself, as she would have said, very much out of it as she wandered round the deserted salon, looking at everything in it with a care suggested by her solitude rather than any real interest. She looked at the big high-colored water-pots, turned into decorations, one could imagine against their will, which stood in the corners of the room, and which were Mrs. Durrant's present to Frances, and at the blue Savona vases, with the names of medicines, real or imaginary, betraying their original intention, and all the other decorative scraps, the little old pictures, the pieces of needlework and brocade. They were pretty when she looked at them, though she had not perceived their beauty at the first glance. There were more decorations of the same description in the anteroom, which gave her a little additional occupation, and then she strolled into the loggia and threw herself into the long chair. She had a book, one of the novels she had bought on the journey, but Constance was not accustomed to much reading. She got through a chapter or two, and then she looked round upon the view and mused a little, and then returned to her novel. The second time she threw it down and went back to the drawing-room, and had another look at the Savona pots. She had thought how well they would look on a certain shelf at home, and then she stopped and took herself to task. What did she mean by home? This was home. She was going to live here. It was to be her place in the world. What she had to do was to think of the decorations here, and whether she could add to them, not of vacant corners in another place. Finally, she returned again to the loggia and sat down once more rather drearily. There had never occurred a day in her experience in which she had been so long without something to do. Something to do meant something that was amusing, something to pass the time, somebody to entertain, or perhaps, if nothing else was possible, to quarrel with. To sit alone and look round her at the view, to have not a creature to say a word to, and nothing to engage herself with but a book, and nothing to look forward to but this same thing repeated 365 days in the year? The prospect, the thought, made Constance shiver. It could not be. She must do something to break the spell. But what was there to do? The spees were all made for today. The dinner was ordered, and she knew very little either about the spees or the dinner. She would have to learn, to think of new dishes, and write them down in a little book, as Frances did. Her dinners, she said to herself, must be better than those of Frances. But when was she to begin, and how was she to do it? In the meantime she went and fetched a shawl, and while the sun blazed straight on the loggia from the south, to which it was open in front, and left only one scrap of shade in a corner scarcely enough to shelter the long chair, fell asleep there, finding that she had nothing else to do. Frances had gone to her room with her packet of letters. She had not thought what they were, nor what had been the meaning of what her father said when he gave them to her. She took them, no, not to her own room, but to the blue room in which there was so little comfort. Her little easy chair, her writing table, all the things with which she was at home, belonged to Constance now. She sat down, or rather up, in a stiff, upright chair, and opened her little packet upon her bed. To her astonishment, she found that it contained letters addressed to herself, unopened. The first of them was printed in large letters, as for the eyes of a child. They were very simple, not very long, concluding invariably with one phrase, "Dear, write to me. Write to me, my darling." Frances read them with her eyes full of tears, with a rising wave of passion and resentment which seemed to suffocate her. He had kept them all back. What harm could they have done? Why should she have been kept in ignorance, and made to appear like a heartless child, like a creature without sense or feeling? Half for her mother, half for herself, The girl's heart swelled with a kind of fury. She had not been ready to judge her father even after she had been aware of his sin against her. She had still accepted what he did as part of him, bidding her own mind be silent, hushing all criticism. But when she read these little letters, her passion overflowed. How dare he to ignore all her rights, to allow herself to be misrepresented, to give a false idea of her? This was the most poignant pang of all. Without being selfish, it is still impossible to feel a wrong of this kind to another so acutely as to yourself. He had deprived her of the comfort of knowing that she had a mother, of communicating with her, of retaining some hold upon the closest of natural friends. That injury she had condoned and forgiven. But when Frances saw how her father's action must have shaped the idea of herself in the mind of her mother, there was a moment in which she felt that she could not forgive him. If she had received year by year these tender letters, yet never had been moved to answer one of them, what a creature must she have been, devoid of heart or common feeling, or even good taste, that superficial grace by which the want of better things is concealed! She was more horrified by this thought than by any other discovery she could have made. She seemed to see the Frances whom her mother knew, a little, ill-conditioned child, a small, petty, ungracious, unloving girl. Was this what had been thought of her? And it was all his fault, all her father's fault. At first she could see no excuse for him. She would not allow herself that any love for her, or desire to retain her affection, was at the bottom of the concealment. She got a sheet of paper, and began to write with passionate vehemence, pouring forth all her heart. Imagine that I have never seen your dear letters till today. Never till today. And what must you think of me? She wrote. But when she had put her whole heart into it, working a miracle, and making the dull paper to glow and weep, there came a change over her thoughts. She had kept his secret till now. She had not betrayed even to Constance the ignorance in which she had been kept. And should she change her course and betray him now? As she came to think it over, she felt that she herself blamed her father bitterly, that he had fallen from the pedestal on which to her he had stood all her life. Yet the thought that others should be conscious of this degradation was terrible to her. When Constance spoke lightly of him, it was intolerable to Frances, and the mother of whom she knew nothing, of whom she knew only that she was her mother, a woman who had grievances of her own against him, who would be perhaps pleased, almost pleased, to have proof that he had done this wrong. Frances paused, with the fervor of indignation still in her heart, to consider how she should bear it if this were so. It was all selfish, she said to herself, growing more miserable as she fought with the conviction that whether in condemning him or covering what he had done, herself was her first thought. She had to choose now between vindicating herself at his cost or suffering continued misconception to screen him. Which should she do? Slowly she folded up the letter she had written and put it away, not destroying but saving it, as leaving it still possible to carry out her first intention. Then she wrote another, shorter, half-fictitious letter, in which the bitterness in her heart seemed to take the form of reproach, and her consent to obey her mother's call was forced and sullen. But this letter was no sooner written than it was torn to pieces. What was she to do? She ended, after much thought, by destroying also her first letter, and writing as follows. Dear Mother, to see my sister and to hear that you want me is very bewildering and astonishing to me. I am very ready to come, if, indeed, you will forgive me all that you must think so bad in me, and let me try as well as I can to please you. Indeed, I desire to do so with all my heart. I have understood very little, and I have been thoughtless, and, you will think, without any natural affection. But this is because I was so ignorant, and had nobody to tell me. Forgive me, dear mamma. I do not feel as if I dare write to you now and call you by that name. As soon as we can consider and see how it is best for me to travel, I will come. I am not clever and beautiful like Constance, but indeed I do wish to please you with all my heart. Frances. That was all she could say. She put it up in an envelope, feeling confused with her long thinking, and with all the elements of change that were about her, and took it back to the book-room to ask for the address. She had felt that she could not approach her father with composure or speak to him of ordinary matters, but it made a little formal bridge, as it were, from one kind of intercourse to another, to ask him for that address. "Will you please tell me where Mamma lives?" she said. Waring turned round quickly to look at her. "So you have written already?" "Oh, Papa, can you say already? What kind of creature must she think I am, never to have sent a word all these years?" He paused a moment and then said, "You have told her, I suppose?" "I have told her nothing except that I am ready to come whenever we can arrange how I am to travel. Papa," she said, with one of those sudden relentings which come in the way of our sternest displeasure with those we love. "Oh, Papa," laying her hand on his arm, "why did you do it? I am obliged to let her think that I have been without a heart all my life, for I cannot bear it when anyone blames you." "Frances," he said, with a response equally sudden, putting his arm round her, "what will my life be without you? I have always trusted in you, depended on you without knowing it. Let Constance go back to her, and stay you with me." Frances had not been accustomed to many demonstrations of affection, and this moved her almost beyond her power of self-control. She put down her head upon her father's shoulder and cried, "Oh, if we could only go back a week! But we can't. No, nor even half a day. Things that might have been this morning can't be now, Papa. I was very, very angry. Oh, in a rage, when I read these letters. Why did you keep them from me? Why did you keep my mother from me? I wrote and told her everything, and then I tore up my letter and told her nothing. But I can never be the same again," said the girl, shaking her head with that conviction of the unchangeableness of a first trouble which is so strong in youth. "Now I know what it is to be one thing and appear another, and to bear blame and suffer for what you have not deserved." Waring repented his appeal to his child. He repented even the sudden impulse which had induced him to make it. He withdrew his arm from her with a sudden revulsion of feeling, and a recollection that Constance was not emotional, but a young woman of the world, who would understand many things which Frances did not understand. He withdrew his arm, and said, somewhat coldly, "Show me what address you put upon your mother's letter. You must not make any mistake in that." Frances dried her eyes hastily and felt the check. She put her letter before him without a word. It was addressed to Mrs. Waring, no more. "I thought so," he said, with a laugh which sounded harsh to the excited girl. "And, to be sure, you had no means of knowing. I told you your mother was a much more important person than I. You will see the difference between wealth and poverty, as well as between a father's sway and a mother's, when you go to Eaton Square. This is your mother's address." He wrote it hastily on a piece of paper and pushed it towards her. Frances had received many shocks and surprises in the course of these days, but scarcely one which was more startling to her simple mind than this. The paper which her father gave her did not bear his name. It was addressed to Lady Markham, Eaton Square, London. Frances turned to him in astonished gaze. "That is where Mamma is living?" she said. "That is your mother's name and address," he answered coldly. "I told you she was a greater personage than I." "But, Papa—" "You are not aware," he said, "that, according to the beautiful arrangements of society, a woman who makes a second marriage below her is allowed to keep her first husband's name. It is so, however. Lady Markham chose to avail herself of that privilege. That is all, I suppose? You can send your letter without any further reference to me." Frances went away without a word, treading softly, with a sort of suspense of life and thought. She could not tell how she felt or what it meant. She knew nothing about the arrangements of society. Did it mean something wrong? Something that was impossible? Frances could not tell how that could be, that your father and mother should not only live apart, but have different names. A vague horror took possession of her mind. She went back to her room again, and stared at that strange piece of paper without knowing what to make of it. Lady Markham! It was not to that personage she had written her poor little simple letter. How could she say mother to a great lady, one who was not even of the same name? She was far too ignorant to know how little importance was to be attached to this. To Frances, a name was so much. She had never been taught anything but the primitive symbols, the innocently conventional alphabet of life. This new discovery filled her with a chill horror. She took her letter out of its envelope with the intention of destroying that too, and letting silence, that silence which had reigned over her life so long, fall again and forever between her and the mother whose very name was not hers. But, as this impulse swept over her, her eye caught one of the first of the little letters which had revealed this unknown woman to her. It was written in very large letters, such as a child might read, and in little words. "My darling, write to me. I long so for you, your loving mother." Her simple mind was swept by contending impulses, like strong winds carrying her now one way, now another, and unless it should be that unknown mother herself, there was nobody in the world to whom she could turn for counsel. Her heart revolted against Constance, and her father had been vexed. She could not tell how. She was incapable of betraying the secrets of the family to anyone beyond its range. What was she to do? And all this because the mother, the source of so much disturbance in her little life, was Lady Markham and not Mrs. Waring. But this, to the ignorance and simplicity of Frances, was the most incomprehensible mystery of all. End of Chapter 13. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 14 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 14. Waring went out with Constance when the sun got low in the skies. He took a much longer walk than was at all usual to him, and pointed out to her many points of view. The paths that ran along the olive woods, the little terraces which cut up the sides of the hills, the cool gray foliage and gnarled trunks, the clumps of flowers, garden flowers in England, but here as wild and rather more common than blades of grass, delighted her, and her talk delighted him. He had not gone so far for months, nor had he thought, for years found the time go so fast. It was very different from Frances's mild attempts at conversation. "Do you think, Papa? Do you remember, Papa?" So many references to events so trifling, and her little talk about Tacy's plans and Mrs. Gaunt's news. Constance took him boldly into her life and told him what was going on in the world. Ah, the world! That was the only world. He had said in his bitterness, again and again, that society was as limited as any village, and duchesses curiously like washerwomen. But when he found himself once more on the edge of that great tumult of existence, he was like the old war horse that neighs at the sound of the battle. He began to ask her questions about the people he had known. He had always been a shy, proud man, and had never thrown himself into the stream. But still, there had been people who had known him and liked him, or whom he had liked, and gradually he awakened into animation and pleasure. When they met the old general, taking his stroll too, before dinner, that leathern old Indian was dazzled by the bright creature, who walked along between them, almost as tall as the two men, with a graceful, careless step and independent ways, not deferring to them as the other ladies did, but leading the conversation. Even General Gaunt began to think whether there was anyone whom he could speak of, anyone he had known, whom perhaps this young exponent of society might know. She knew everybody. Even princes and princesses had no mystery for her. She told them what everybody said, with an air of knowing better, which in her meant no conceit or presumption, as in other young persons. Constance was quite unconscious of the possibility of being thus judged. She was not self-conscious at all. She was pleased to bring out her news for the advantage of the seniors. Frances was none the wiser when her sister told her the change that had come over the Grande Maison, or how Lord Sunbury's marriage had been brought about, and why people now altered their hours for the row. Frances listened, but she had never heard about Lord Sunbury's marriage, nor why it should shock the elegant public. But the gentleman remembered his father, or they knew how young men commit themselves without intending it. It is not to be supposed that there was anything at all risqué in Constance's talk. She touched, indeed, upon the edge of scandals which had been in the newspapers, and therefore were known even to people in the Riviera, but she did it with the most absolute innocence, either not knowing or not understanding the evil. "I believe there was something wrong, but I don't know what. Mamma would never tell me," she said. Her conversation was like a very light, graceful edition of a society paper, not then begun to be, with all the nastiness and almost all the malice left out. But not quite all. There was enough to be piquant. "I am afraid I am a little ill-natured, but I don't like that man," she would say now and then. When she said, "I don't like that woman," the gentleman laughed. She was conscious of having a little success, and she was pleased, too. Frances perhaps might be a better housekeeper, but Constance could not but think that in the equally important work of amusing Papa, she would be more successful than Frances. It was not much of a triumph, perhaps, for a girl who had known so many, but yet it was the only one, as yet possible, in the position in which she now was. "I suppose it is settled that Frances is to go?" she said, as General Gaunt took the way to his bungalow, and she and her father turned towards home. "She seems to have settled it for herself," he said. "I am always repeating she is so like Mamma. That is exactly what Mamma would have done. They are very positive. You and I, Papa, are not positive at all. I think, my dear, that coming off as you did by yourself was very positive indeed, and the first step in the universal turning upside down which has ensued. I hope you are not sorry I came?" "No, Constance, I am very glad to have you." And this was quite true, although he had said to Frances something that sounded very different. Both things were true, both that he wished she had never left her mother, and that he wished she might return to her mother, and leave Frances with him as of old, and that he was very glad to have her here. "If I were to go back, would not everything settle down just as it was before?" Then he thought of what Frances, taught by the keenness of a personal experience, had said to him a few hours ago. "No," he said, "nothing can ever be as it was before. We never can go back to what has been, whether the event that has changed it has been happy or sad." "Oh, surely sometimes," said Constance. "That is a dreadful way to talk of anything so trifling as my visit. It could not make any real difference, because all the facts are just the same as they were before." To this he made no reply. She had no way, thanks to Frances, of finding out how different the position was, and she went on, after a pause, "Have you settled how she is to go?" "I have not even thought of that." "But, Papa, you must think of it. She cannot go unless you manage it for her. Markham heard of those people coming, and that made it quite easy for me. If Markham were here—" "Heaven forbid!" "I have always heard you were prejudiced about Markham. I don't think he is very safe, myself. I have warned Frances, whatever she does, not to let herself get into his hands." "Frances in Markham's hands? That is a thing I could not permit for a moment. Your mother may have a right to Frances's society, but none to throw her into the companionship of—" "Her brother, Papa." "Her brother? Her step-brother, if you please, which I think scarcely a relationship at all." Waring's prejudices, when they were roused, were strong. His daughter looked up in amazement at his sudden passion, the frown on his face, and the fire in his eye. "You forget that I have been brought up with Markham," she said. "He is my brother, and he is a very good brother. There is nothing he will not do for me. I only warn Frances because she is different, because she is a girl who ought not to breathe the same air with a young reprobate, a young—" "Papa, you are mistaken. I don't know what Markham may have been, but he is not a reprobate. It was because Frances does not understand chaff, you know. She would think he was in earnest, and he is never in earnest. She would take him seriously, and nobody takes him seriously. But if you think he is bad, there is nobody who thinks that. He is not bad. He only has ways of thinking which I hope my daughters will never share, said Waring, with a little formality. Constance raised her head as if to speak, but then stopped, giving him a look which said more than words, and added no more. In the meantime, Frances had been left alone. She had directed her letter, and left it to be posted. That step was taken, and could no more be thought over. She was glad to have a little of her time to herself, which once had been all to herself. She did not like as yet to broach the subject of her departure to Mariuccia, but she thought it all over very anxiously, trying to find some way which would take the burden of the household off the shoulders of Constance, who was not used to it. She thought the best thing to do would be to write out a series of menus, which Mariuccia might suggest to Constance, or carry out upon her own responsibility, whichever was most practicable, and she resolved that various little offices, which she had herself fulfilled, might be transferred to Domenico without interfering with her father's comfort. All these arrangements, though she turned them over very soberly in her mind, had a bewildering, dizzying effect upon her. She thought that it was as if she were going to die, when she went away out of the narrow enclosure of this world, which she knew. It would be to something so entirely strange to her that it would feel like another life. It would be as if she had died. She would not know anything. The surroundings, the companions, the habits, all would be strange. She would have to leave utterly behind her everything she had ever known. The thought was not melancholy, as is, in almost all cases, the thought of leaving the warm precincts of the cheerful day. It made her heart swell and rise with an anticipation which was full of excitement and pleasure, but which, at the same time, had the effect of making her brain swim. She could not make to herself any picture of the world to which she was going. It would be softer, finer, more luxurious than anything she knew, but that was all. Of her mother, she did try to form some idea. She was acquainted only with mothers who were old. Mrs. Durant, who wore a cap, encircling her face, and tied under her chin, and Mrs. Gaunt, who had grandchildren who were as old as Frances. Her own mother could not be like either of these, but still she would be old, more or less, would wrap herself up when she went out, would have gray or even perhaps white hair, which Frances liked in an old lady. Mrs. Durant wore a front, and Mrs. Gaunt was suspected of dyeing her hair, and would not care to move about more than she could help. She would go out into society, beautifully dressed with lace and jewels, and Frances grew more dizzy than ever, trying to imagine herself standing behind this magnificent old figure, like a maid of honor behind a queen. But it was difficult to imagine the details of a picture so completely vague. There was a general sense of splendor and novelty, a vague expectation of something delightful, which it was beyond her power to realize, but no more. She had roused herself from the vague excitement of these dreams, which were very absorbing, though there was so little solidity in them, with the sudden fear that she was losing all the afternoon, and that it was time to prepare for dinner. She went to the corner of the loggia which commanded the road, to look out for Constance and her father. The road swept along below the Punto, leading to the town, and a smaller path traversing the little height climbed upward to the platform on which the palazzo stood. Frances did not at first remark, as in general every villager does, an unfamiliar figure making its way up this path. Her father and sister were not visible, and it was for them she was looking. Presently, however, her eye was caught by the stranger, no doubt an English tourist, with a glass in his eye, a little man with a soft gray felt hat, which, when he lifted his head to inspect the irregular structure of the old town, gave him something the air of a moving mushroom. His movements were somewhat irregular, as his eyes were fixed upon the walls, and did not serve to guide his feet, which stumbled continually on the inequalities of the path. His progress began to amuse her, as he came nearer, his head raised, his eyes fixed upon the buildings before him, his person executing a series of undulations like a ship in a storm. He climbed up at last to the height, and coming up to some women who were seated on the stone bench opposite to Frances on the loggia, began to ask them for instructions as to how he was to go. The little scene amused Frances. The women were knitting, with a little cluster of children about them, scrambling upon the bench or on the dusty pathway at their feet. The stranger took off his big hat and addressed them with few words and many gestures. She heard casa and inglés, but nothing else that was comprehensible. The women did their best to understand, and replied volubly, but here the little tourist evidently could not follow. He was like so many tourist visitors, capable of asking his question, but incapable of understanding the answer given him. Then there arose a shrill little tempest of laughter, in which he joined, and of which Frances herself could not resist the contagion. Perhaps a faint echo from the loggia caught the ear of one of the women, who knew her well, and who immediately pointed her out to the stranger. The little man turned round and made a few steps towards the palazzo. He took off the mushroom top of grey felt, and presented to her an ugly, little, vivacious countenance. "I beg you 10,000 pardons," he said, "but if you speak English, as I understand them to say, will you be so very kind as to direct me to the house of Mr. Waring? Ah, I am sure you are both English and kind. They tell me he lives near here." Frances looked down from her height demurely, suppressing the too ready laugh, to listen to this queer little man, but his question took her very much by surprise. Another stranger asking for Mr. Waring? But oh, so very different a one from Constance. An odd, little, ugly man, looking up at her in a curious one-sided attitude, with his glass in his eye. "He lives here," she said. "What? Where?" He had replaced his mushroom on his head, and he cocked up towards her one ear, the ear upon the opposite side to the eye which wore the glass. "Here!" cried Frances, pointing to the house, with a laugh which she could not restrain. The stranger raised his eyebrows so much and so suddenly that his glass fell. "Oh!" he cried, but the biggest O, round as the O of Giotto, as the Italians say. He paused there some time, looking at her, his mouth retaining the shape of that exclamation, and then he cast an investigating glance along the wall, and asked, "How am I to get in?" "Nunziata, show the gentleman the door," cried Frances to one of the women on the bench. She lingered a moment, to look again down the road for her father. It was true that nothing could be so wonderful as what had already happened, but it seemed that surprises were not yet over. Would this be someone else who had known him, who was arriving full of the tale that had been told, and was a mystery no longer? Some old friend, like Mr. Mannering, who would not be satisfied without betraying the harmless hermit, whom some chance had led him to discover? There was some bitterness in Frances's thoughts. She had not remembered the Mannerings before, in the rush of other things to think of. The fat, ruddy couple, so commonplace and so comfortable. Was it all their doing? Were they to blame for everything? For the conclusion of one existence and the beginning of another? She went into the drawing room and sat down there, to be ready to receive the visitor. He could not be so important. That was impossible. There could be no new mystery to record. When the door opened and Domenico solemnly ushered in the stranger, Frances, although her thoughts were not gay, could scarcely help laughing again. He carried his big gray mushroom top now in his hand, and the little round head which had been covered with it seemed incomplete without that thatch. Frances felt herself looking from the head to the hat with a ludicrous sense of this incompleteness. He had a small head, thinly covered with light hair, which seemed to grow in tufts like grass. His eyes twinkled keen, two very bright gray eyes, from the puckers of eyelids which looked old, as if he had got them second-hand. There was a worn and wrinkled look about him altogether, carried out in his dress and even in his boots, which suggested the same idea. An old man who looked young, or a young man who looked old. She could not make out which he was. He did not bow and hesitate and announce himself as a friend of her father's, as she expected him to do, but came up to her briskly with a quick step, but a shuffle in his gait. "I suppose I must introduce myself," he said, though it is odd that we should need an introduction to each other, you and I. After the first moment, I should have known you anywhere. You are quite like my mother. Francis, isn't it? And I'm Markham, of course, you know." "Markham!" cried Frances. She had thought she could never be surprised again, after all that had happened, but she felt herself more astonished than ever now. "Yes, Markham. You think I am not much to look at, I can see. I am not generally admired at the first glance. Shake hands, Francis. You don't quite feel like giving me a kiss, I suppose, at the first offset? Never mind. We shall be very good friends after a while." He sat down, drawing a chair close to her. "I am very glad to find you by yourself. I like the looks of you. Where is Con? Taken possession of the governor and left you alone to keep house, I should suppose?" "Constance has gone out to walk with Papa. I had several things to do." "I have not the least doubt of it. That would be the usual distribution of labor if you remained together. Van, my mother has sent me to fetch you home." Frances drew a little farther away. She gave him a look of vague alarm. The familiarity of the address troubled her. But when she looked at him again, her gravity gave way. He was such a very queer little man. "You may laugh if you like, my dear," he said. "I am used to it. Providence, always the best judge, no doubt, has not given me an awe-inspiring countenance. It is hard upon my mother, who is a pretty woman, but I accept the position for my part. This is a charming place. You've got a number of nice things, and those little sketches are very tolerable. Who did them? You? Waring, so far as I remember, used to draw very well himself. I am glad you draw. It will give you a little occupation. I like the looks of you, though I don't think you admire me." "Indeed," said Frances, troubled. "It is because I am so much surprised. Are you really? Are you sure you are?" He gave a little chuckle, which made her start. An odd, comical, single note of laughter, very cordial and very droll, like the little man himself. "I've got a servant with me," he said, "down at the hotel, who knows that I go by the name of Markham when I'm at home. I don't know if that will satisfy you, but Con, to be sure, knows me, which will be better. You don't hear any voice of nature saying within your breast, 'This is my long-lost brother'? That's a pity. But by and by, you'll see, we'll be very good friends." "Oh, I didn't mean that I had any doubt. It is so great a surprise, one thing after another. Now, answer me one question. Did you know anything about your family before Con came?" "Ah," he said, catching her alarmed and wondering glance. "I thought not. I have always said so. He never told you. And it has all burst upon you in a moment, you poor little thing. But you needn't be afraid of us. My mother has her faults, but she is a nice woman. You will like her. And I am very queer to look at, and many people think I have a screw loose. But I'm not bad to live with. Have you settled it with the governor? Has he made many objections? He and I never drew well together. Perhaps you know?" "He does not speak as if he liked you, but I don't know anything. I have not been told much. Please, don't ask me things," Frances cried. "No, I will not. On the contrary, I'll tell you everything. Con probably would put a spoke in my wheel, too. My dear little Fan, don't mind any of them. Give me your little hand. I am neither bad nor good. I am very much what people make me. I am nasty with the nasty sometimes, more shame to me, and disagreeable with the disagreeable. But I am innocent with the innocent," he said, with some earnestness, "and that is what you are, unless my eyes deceive me. You need not be afraid of me." "I am not afraid," said Frances, looking at him. Then she added, after a pause, "Not of you, nor of anyone. I have never met any bad people. I don't believe anyone would do me harm." "Nor I," he said, with a little fervor, patting her hand with his own. "All the same," he added, after a moment, "it is perhaps wise not to give them a chance, so I've come to fetch you home." Frances, as she became accustomed to this remarkable new member of her family, began immediately, after her fashion, to think of the material necessities of the case. She could not start with him at once on the journey, and in the meantime where should she put him? The most natural thing seemed to be to withdraw again from the blue room and take the little one behind, which looked out on the court. That would do, and no one need be any the wiser. She said, with a little hesitation, "I must go now and see about your room." "Room?" he cried. "Oh, no, there's no occasion for a room. I wouldn't trouble you for the world. I have got rooms at the hotel. I'll not stay even, since Daddy's out, to meet him. You can tell him I'm here, and what I came for. If he wants to see me, he can look me up. I am very glad I have seen you. I'll write to the mother tonight to say you're quite satisfactory, and a credit to all your belongings. And I'll come tomorrow to see Con. And in the meantime, Fan, you must settle when you are to come, for it is an awkward time for a man to be loafing about here." He got up as he spoke, and stooping, gave her a serious brotherly kiss upon her forehead. "I hope you and I will be very great friends," he said. And then he was gone. Was he a dream only, an imagination? But he was not the sort of figure that imagination produces. No dream man could ever be so comical to behold, could ever wear a coat so curiously wrinkled, or those boots, in the curves of which the dust lay, as in the inequalities of the dry and much frequented road. End of Chapter 14. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 15 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 15. The walk with Constance, though he had set out upon it reluctantly, had done Waring great good. He was comparatively rehabilitated in his own eyes. Between her and him there was no embarrassment, no uneasy consciousness. She had paid him the highest compliment by taking refuge with him, flying to his protection from the tyranny of her mother, and giving him thus a victory as sweet as unexpected over that nearest, yet furthest of all connections, that inalienable antagonist in life. He had been painfully put out of son assiette, as the French say. Instead of the easy superiority which he had held not only in his own house, but in the limited society about, he had been made to stand at the bar, first by his own child, afterwards by the old clergyman, for whom he entertained a kindly contempt. Both of these simple wits had called upon him to account for his conduct. It was the most extraordinary turning of the tables that ever had occurred to a man like himself. And though he had spoken the truth when in that moment of melting he had taken his little girl into his arms and bidden her stay with him, he was yet glad now to get away from Frances, to feel himself occupying his proper place with her sister, and to return thus to a more natural state of affairs. The intercourse between him and his child companion had been closer than ever could, he believed, exist between him and any other human being whatsoever. But it had been rent in twain by all the concealments which he was conscious of, by all the discoveries which circumstances had forced upon her. He could no longer be at his ease with her, or she regard him as of old. The attachment was too deep, the interruption too hard, to be reconcilable with that calm which is necessary to ordinary existence. Constance had restored him to herself by her pleasant indifference, her easy talk, her unconsciousness of everything that was not usual and natural. He began to think that if Frances were but away, since she wished to go, a new life might begin, a life in which there would be nothing below the surface, no mystery, which is a mistake in ordinary life. It would be difficult, no doubt, for a brilliant creature like Constance to content herself with the humdrum life which suited Frances, and whether she would condescend to look after his comforts he did not know. But so long as Mariuccia was there, he could not suffer much materially, and she was a very amusing companion, far more so than her sister. As he came back to the palazzo, he was reconciled to himself. This comfortable state of mind, however, did not last long. Frances met them at the door with her face full of excitement. "Did you meet him?" she said. "You must have met him. He has not been gone 10 minutes." "Meet whom? We met no one but the General." "I think I know," cried Constance. "I have been expecting him every day. Markham. He says he has come to fetch me, Papa." "Markham?" cried Waring. His face clouded over in a moment. It is not easy to get rid of the past. He had accomplished it for a dozen years, and after a very bad moment he thought he was about to shuffle it off again. But it was evident that in this he was premature. "I will not allow you to go with Markham," he said. "Don't say anything more. Your mother ought to have known better. He is not an escort I choose for my daughter." "Poor old Markham! He is a very nice escort," said Constance, in her easy way. "There is no harm in him, Papa. But never mind till after dinner, and then we can talk it over. You are ready, Fan? Oh, then I must fly. We have had a delightful walk. I never knew anything about fathers before. They are the most charming companions," she said, kissing her hand to him as she went away. But this did not mollify the angry man. There rose up before him the recollection of 100 contests in which Markham's voice had come in to make everything worse, or of which Markham's escapades had been the cause. "I will not see him," he said. "I will not sanction his presence here. You must give up the idea of going altogether, till he is out of the way. I think, Papa, you must see him." "Must? There is no must. I have not been in the habit of acknowledging compulsion, and be assured that I shall not begin now. You seem to expect that your small affairs are to upset my whole life." "I suppose," said Frances, "my affairs are small, but then they are my life too." She ought to have been subdued into silence by his first objection, but, on the contrary, she met his angry eyes with a look which was deprecating, but not abject, holding her little own. It was a long time since Waring had encountered anything which he could not subdue and put aside out of his path. But, he said to himself, all that long restrained and silent temper which had once reigned and raged within him, springing up again unsubdued. He might have known. The moment long deferred, yet inevitable, which brought him in contact once more with his wife, could bring nothing with it but pain. Strife breathed from her wherever she appeared. He had never been a match for her and her boy, even at his best, and now that he had forgotten the ways of battle, now that his strength was broken with long quiet, and the sword had fallen from his hand, she had a pull over him now which she had not possessed before. He could have done without both the children a dozen years ago. He was conscious that it was more from self-assertion than from love that he had carried off the little one, who was rather an embarrassment than a pleasure in those days, because he would not let her have everything her own way. But now Frances was no longer a creature without identity, not a thing to be handed from one to another. He could not free himself of interest in her, of responsibility for her, of feeling his honor and credit implicated in all that concerned her. Ah, that woman knew. She had a hold upon him that she never had before, and the first use she made of it was to insult him, to send her son, whom he hated, for his daughter, to force him into unwilling intercourse with her family once more. Frances took the opportunity to steal away, while her father gloomily pursued these thoughts. What a change from the tranquillity which nothing disturbed! Now, one day after another, there was some new thing that stirred up once more the original pain. There was no end to it. The mother's letters at one moment, the brother's arrival at another, and no more quiet whatever could be done, no more peace. Nevertheless, dinner and the compulsory decorum which surrounds that great daily event had its usual tranquilizing effect. Waring could not shut out from his mind the consciousness that to refuse to see his wife's son, the brother of his own children, was against all the decencies of life. It is easy to say that you will not acknowledge social compulsion, but it is not so easy to carry out that determination. By the time that dinner was over, he had begun to perceive that it was impossible. He took no part, indeed, in the conversation, lightly maintained, by Constance, about her brother, made short replies even when he was directly addressed, and kept up more or less the lowering aspect with which he had meant to crush Francis. But Francis was not crushed, and Constance was excited and gay. "Let us send for him after dinner," she said. "He is always amusing. There is nothing Markham does not know. I have seen nobody for a fortnight, and no doubt 100 things have happened. Do send for Markham, Francis. Oh, you must not look at Papa. I know Papa is not fond of him." "Dear, if you think one can be fond of everybody one meets, especially one's connections. Everybody knows that you hate half of them. That makes it piquant. There is nobody you can say such spiteful things to as people whom you belong to, whom you call by their Christian names." "That is a charming Christian sentiment, entirely suited to the surroundings you have been used to, Con, but not to your sister's." "Oh, my sister! She has heard plenty of hard things said of that good little Tazy, who is her chief friend. Frances would not say them herself. She doesn't know how, but her surroundings are not so ignorant. You are not called upon to assume so much virtue, Papa." "I think you forget a little to whom you are speaking," said Waring, with quick anger. "Papa!" cried Constance, with an astonished look. "I think it is you who forget. We are not in the Middle Ages. Mamma failed to remember that. I hope you have not forgotten, too, or I shall be sorry I came here." He looked at her with a sudden gleam of rage in his eyes. That temper which had fallen into disuse was no more overcome than when all this trouble began, but he remained silent, putting force upon himself, though he could not quite conceal the struggle. At last he burst into an angry laugh. "You will train me, perhaps, in time to the subjection which is required from the 19th century parent," he said. "You are charming," said his daughter, with a bow and a smile across the table. "There is only this lingering trace of medievalism in respect to Markham. But you know, Papa, really a feud can exist in these days. Now, answer me yourself, can it? It would subject us all to ridicule. My experience is that people as a rule are not fond of each other, but to show it is quite a different thing. Oh no, Papa, no one can do that." She was so certain of what she said, so calm in the enunciation of her dogmas, that he only looked at her and made no other reply. And when Constance appealed to Francis whether Domenico should not be sent to the hotel to call Markham, he avoided the inquiring look which Francis cast at him. "If Papa has no objection," she said, with hesitation and alarm. "Oh, Papa can have no objection," Constance cried, and the message was sent, and Markham came. Frances, frightened, made many attempts to excuse herself, but her father would neither see nor hear the efforts she made. He retired to the book-room while the girls entertained their visitor on the loggia, or rather, while he entertained them. Waring heard the voices mingled with laughter, as we all hear the happier intercourse of others when we are ourselves in gloomy opposition, nursing our wrath. He thought they were all the more lively, all the more gay, because he was displeased. Even Frances. He forgot that he had made up his mind that Frances had better go, as she wished to go, and felt that she was a little monster to take so cordially to the stranger whom she knew he disliked and disapproved. Nevertheless, in spite of his irritation and misery, the little lecture of Constance on what was conventionally necessary had so much effect upon him that he appeared on the loggia before Markham went away, and conquered himself sufficiently to receive, if not to make much response to the salutations which his wife's son offered. Markham jumped up from his seat with the greatest cordiality, when this tall shadow appeared in the soft darkness. "I can't tell you how glad I am to see you, sir, after all these years. I hope I am not such a nuisance as I was when you knew me before, at the age when all males should be kept out of sight of their seniors, as the sage says." "What sage was that?" "Ah, his experience was all at second hand." "Not like yours, sir," said Markham, and then there was a slight pause, and Constance struck in. Markham is a great institution to people who don't get the Morning Post. He has told me a heap of things. In a fortnight, when one is not on the spot, it is astonishing what quantities of things happen. In town, one gets used to having one's gossip hot and hot every day. The advantage of abstinence is that you get up such an appetite for your next meal. I had only a few items of news. My mother gave me many messages for you, sir. She hopes you will not object to trust little Frances to my care. I object to trust my child to anyone's care, said Waring, quickly. I beg your pardon. You intend, then, to take my sister to England yourself, the stranger said. It was dark, and their faces were invisible to each other, but the girls looking on saw a momentary swaying of the tall figure towards the smaller one, which suggested something like a blow. Frances had nearly sprung from her seat, but Constance put out her hand and restrained her. She judged rightly. Passion was strong in Waring's mind. He could, had inclination prevailed, have seized the little man by the coat and pitched him out into the road below, but the bonds were upon him more potent than if they had been made of iron. I have no such intention, he said. I should not have sent her at all, but it seems she wishes to go. I will not interfere with her arrangements, but she must have some time to prepare. As long as she likes, sir, said Markham cheerfully. A few days more out of the east wind will be delightful to me. And no more passed between them. Waring strolled about the loggia with his cigarette. Though Francis had made haste to provide a new chair as easy as the other, he had felt himself dislodged, and had not yet settled into a new place, and when he joined them in the evening, he walked about or sat upon the wall, instead of lounging in indolent comfort, as in the old quiet days. On this evening he stood at the corner, looking down upon the lights of the marina in the distance, and the grey twinkle of the olives in the clear air of the night. The poor neighbours of the little town were still on the Punto, enjoying the coolness of the evening hours, and the murmur of their talk rose on one side, a little softened by distance, while the group on the loggia renewed its conversation close at hand. Waring stood and listened with a contempt which he partially knew to be unjust, but he was sore and bitter, and the ease and gaiety seemed a kind of insult to him, one of many insults which he was of opinion he had received from his wife's son. Confounded little fool, he said to himself. But Constance was right in her worldly wisdom. It would make them all ridiculous if he made objections to Markham, if he showed openly his distaste to him. The world was but a small world at Bordighera, but yet it was not without its power. The interrupted conversation went on with great vigor. He remarked with a certain satisfaction that Frances talked very little, but Constance and her brother, as he called himself, the puppy, never paused. There is no such position for seeing the worst of ordinary conversation. Waring stood looking out blankly upon the bewildering lines of the hills towards the west, with the fresh breeze in his face, and his cigarette only kept alight by a violent puff now and then, listening to the lively chatter. How vacant it was, about this one and that one, about so-and-so's peculiarities, about things not even made clear, which each understood at half a word, which made them laugh. Good heavens! At what? Not at the wit of it, for there was no wit, at some ludicrous image involved, which to the listener was dull as the village chatter on the other side, but more dull, more vapid in its artificial ring. How they echoed each other, chiming in. How they remembered anecdotes to the discredit of their friends. How they ran on in the same circle endlessly, with jests that were without point even to Frances, who sat listening in an eager tension of interest, but could not keep up to the height of the talk, which was all about people she did not know, and still more without point to Waring, who had known, but knew no longer, and who was angry and mortified and bitter, feeling his supremacy taken from him in his own house, and all his habits shattered, yet knew very well that he could not resist, that to show his dislike would only make him ridiculous, that he was once more subject to society, and dare not show his contempt for its bonds. After a while, he flung his half-finished cigarette over the wall, and stalked away with a brief, "Excuse me, but I must say good night." Markham sprang up from his chair, but his stepfather only waved his hand to the little party sitting in the evening darkness, and went away, his footsteps sounding upon the marble floor through the salon and the anteroom, closing the doors behind him. There was a little silence as he disappeared. "Well," said Markham, with a long-drawn breath, "that's over, Con. I'm better than might have been expected." "Better? Do you call that better? I should say almost as bad as could be. Why didn't you stand up to him and have it out?" "My dear, he always cows me a little," said Markham. "I remember times when I stood up to him, as you say, with that idiocy of youth in which you are so strong, Con. But I think I generally came off second best. Our respected papa has a great gift of language when he likes." "He does not like now. He is too old. He has given up that sort of thing. Ask Frances. She thinks him the mildest of pious fathers." "If you please," said the little voice of Frances out of the gloom, with a little quiver in it, "I wish you would not speak about papa so, before me. It is perhaps quite right of you, who have no feeling for him, or don't know him very well, but with me it is quite different. Whether you are right or wrong, I cannot have it, please." "The little thing is quite right, Con," said Markham. "I beg your pardon, little Fan. I have a great respect for papa, though he has none for me. Too old? He is not so old as I am, and a much more estimable member of society. He is not old enough, that is the worst of it, for you and me." "I am not going to encourage her in her nonsense," said Constance, "as if one's father or mother was something sacred, as if they were not just human beings like ourselves. But apart from that, as I have told Frances, I think very well of papa." End of Chapter 15. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 16 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant, Chapter 16. There was no more said for a day or two about the journey, but that it was to take place, that Markham was waiting till his stepsister was ready, and that Frances was making her preparations to go, nobody any longer attempted to ignore. Waring himself had gone so far in his recognition of the inevitable as to give Frances money to provide for the necessities of the journey. "You will want things," he said. "I don't wish it to be thought that I kept you like a little beggar." "I am not like a little beggar, papa," cried Frances, with an indignation which scarcely any of the more serious grievances of her life had called forth. She had always supposed him to be pleased with the British neatness, the modest, girlish costumes which she had procured for herself by instinct, and which made this girl, who knew nothing of England, so characteristically an English girl. This proof of the man's ignorance, which Frances ignorantly supposed to mean entire indifference to her appearance, went to her heart. "And it is impossible to get things here," she added, with her usual anxious penitence for her own impatience. "You can do it in Paris, then," he said. "I suppose you have enough of the instincts of your sex to buy clothes in Paris." Girls are not fond of hearing of the instincts of their sex. She turned away with a speechless vexation and distress which it pleased him to think rudeness. "But she keeps the money all the same," he said to himself. Thus it became very apparent that the departure of Frances was desirable, and that she could not go too soon. But there were still inevitable delays. Strange, that when love, embittered, made her stay intolerable, the washerwoman should have compelled it. But to Frances, for the moment, everything in life was strange. And not the least strange was the way in which Markham, whom she liked but did not understand, the odd, little, shabby, unlovely personage, who looked like anything in the world but an individual of importance, was received by the little world of Bordighera. At the little church on Sunday there was a faint stir when he came in, and one lady pointed him out to another as the small audience filed out. The English landlady at the hotel spoke of him continually. Lord Markham was now the authority whom she quoted on all subjects. Even Domenico said, "Me lord," with a relish, and as for the Durants, their enthusiasm was boundless. Tazy, not yet quite recovered from the excitement of Constance's arrival, lost her self-control altogether when Markham appeared. "It was so good of him to come to church," she said. "Such an example for the people at the hotels. And so nice to lose so little time in coming to call upon Papa." Of course Papa, as the clergyman, would have called upon him as soon as it was known where he was staying. But it was so pretty of Lord Markham to conform to foreign ways and make the first visit. "We knew it must be your doing, Francis," she said, with grateful delight. "But, indeed, it was not my doing. It is Constance who makes him come," Francis cried. Constance, indeed, insisted upon his company everywhere. She took him not only to the Durants, but to the bungalow up among the olive woods, which they found in great excitement, and where the appearance of Lord Markham partially failed of its effect, a greater hero and stranger being there. George Gaunt, the General's youngest son, the chief subject of his mother's talk, the one of her children about whom she always had something to say, had arrived the day before, and in his presence even a living lord sank into a secondary place. Mrs. Gaunt had been the first to see the little party coming along by the terraces of the olive woods. She had long ago formed plans in her imagination of what might ensue when George came home. She ran out to meet them with her hands extended. "Oh, Francis, I am so glad to see you! Only fancy what has happened. George has come." "I am so glad," said Frances, who was the first. She was more used to the winding of those terraces, and then she had not so much to talk of as Constance and Markham. Her face lighted up with pleasure. "How happy you must be," she said, kissing the old lady affectionately. "Is he well?" "Oh, wonderfully well, so much better than I could have hoped." "George, where are you? Oh, my dear, I am so anxious that you should meet. I want you to like him," Mrs. Gaunt said. Almost for the first time there came a sting of pain to Frances's heart. She had heard a great deal of George Gaunt. She had thought of him more than of any other stranger. She had wondered what he would be like, and smiled to herself at his mother's too evident anxiety to bring them together, with a slight, not disagreeable flutter of interest in her own consciousness. And now here he was, and she was going away. It seemed sort of a spite of fortune, a tantalizing of circumstances, though, to be sure, she did not know whether she would like him, or if Mrs. Gaunt's hopes might bear any fruit. Still, it was the only outlet her imagination had ever had, and it had amused and given her a pleasant, fantastic glimpse now and then into something that might be more exciting than the calm round of every day. She stood on the little grassy terrace which surrounded the house, looking towards the open door, but not taking any steps towards it, waiting for the hero to appear. The house was low and broad, with a veranda round it, planted in the midst of the olive groves, where there was a little clearing, and looking down upon the sea. Frances paused there, with her face towards the house, and saw coming out from under the shadow of the veranda, with a certain awkward celerity, the straight, slim figure of the young Indian officer, his mother's hero, and, in a visionary sense, her own. She did not advance. She could not tell why, but waited till he should come up, while his mother turned round, beckoning to him. This was how it was that Constance and Markham arrived upon the scene before the introduction was fully accomplished. Frances held out her hand, and he took it, coming forward, but already his eyes had travelled over her head to the other pair arriving, with a look of inquiry and surprise. He let Frances's hand drop as soon as he had touched it, and turned towards the other, who was much more attractive than Frances. Constance, who missed nothing, gave him a glance, and then turned to his mother. "We brought our brother to see you," she said, as Frances had not had presence of mind to do. "Lord Markham, Mrs. Gaunt, but we have come at an inappropriate moment, when you are occupied." "Oh, no, it is so kind of you to come. This is my son George. Miss Waring. He arrived last night. I have so wanted him to meet—" She did not say Francis, but she looked at the little girl, who was quite eclipsed and in the background, and then hurriedly added, "Your family, whose name he knows as such friends, and how kind of Lord Markham to come all this way." She was not accustomed to lords, and the mother's mind jumped at once to the vain, but so unusual idea that this lord, who had himself sought the acquaintance, might be of use to her son. She brought forward George, who was a little dazzled too, and it was not till the party had been swept into the veranda, where the family sat in the evening, that Mrs. Gaunt became aware that Frances had followed, the last of the train, and had seated herself on the outskirts of the group, no one paying any heed to her. Even then, she was too much under the influence of the less-known visitors to do anything to put this right. "I am delighted that you think me kind," said Markham, in answer to the assurances which Mrs. Gaunt kept repeating, not knowing what to say. "My stepfather is not of that opinion at all. Neither will you be, I fear, when you know my mission. I have come for Frances." "For Frances!" she cried, with a little suppressed scream of dismay. "Ah, I said you would not be of that opinion long," Markham said. "Is Frances going away?" said the old general. "I don't think we can stand that. Eh, George? That is not what your mother promised you. Frances is all we have got to remind us that we were young once. Waring must hear reason. He must not let her go away." "Frances is going, but Constance stays," interposed that young lady. "General, I hope you will adopt me in her stead." "That I will," said the old soldier. "That is, I will adopt you in addition, for we cannot give up Frances, though, if it is only for a short visit, if you pledge yourself to bring her back again, I suppose we will have to give our consent." "Not I," said Mrs. Gaunt under her breath. She whispered to her son, "Go and talk to her. This is not Frances. That is Frances," leaning over his shoulder. George did not mean to shake off her hand, but he made a little impatient movement, and turned the other way to Constance, to whom he made some confused remark. All the conversation was about Frances, but she took no part in it, nor did anyone turn to her to ask her own opinion. She sat on the edge of the veranda, half hidden by the luxuriant growth of a rose which covered one of the pillars, and looked out, rather wistfully, it must be allowed, over the gray clouds of olives in the foreground, to the blue of the sea beyond. It was twilight under the shade of the veranda, but outside, a subdued daylight on the turn towards night. The little talk about her was very flattering, but somehow it did not have the effect it might have had, for though they all spoke of her as of so much importance, they left her out with one consent. Not exactly with one consent. Mrs. Gaunt, standing up, looking from one to another, hurt, though causelessly, beyond expression by the careless movement of her newly returned boy, would have gone to Frances, had she not been held by some magnetic attraction which emanated from the others. The lord who might be of use, the young lady whose careless ease and self-confidence were dazzling to simple people. Neither the general nor his wife could realize that she was merely Frances's sister, Waring's daughter. She was the sister of Lord Markham. She was on another level altogether from the little girl who had been so pleasant to them all, and so sweet. They were very sorry that Frances was going away, but the other one required attention, had to be thought of, and put in the chief place. As for Frances, who knew them all so well, she would not mind, and thus even Mrs. Gaunt directed her attention to the newcomer. Frances thought it was all very natural, and exactly what she wished. She was glad, very glad, that they should take to Constance, that she should make friends with all the old friends who to herself had been so tender and kind. But there was one thing in which she could not help but feel a little disappointed, disconcerted, cast down. She had looked forward to George. She had thought of this new element in the quiet village life with a pleasant flutter of her heart. It had been natural to think of him as falling more or less to her own share, partly because it would be so in the fitness of things, she being the youngest of all the society, the girl, as he would be the boy, and partly because of his mother's fond talk, which was full of innocent hints of her hopes. That George should come when she was just going away was bad enough, but that they should have met like this, that he should have touched her hand almost without looking at her, that he should not have had the most momentary desire to make acquaintance with Frances, whose name he must have heard so often, that gave her a real pang. To be sure, it was only a pang of the imagination. She had not fallen in love with his photograph, which did not represent an Adonis, and it was something half a brother, half a comrade, not, consciously, a lover, for which Frances had looked in him. But yet it gave her a very strange, painful, deserted sensation when she saw him look over her head at Constance, and felt her hand dropped as soon as taken. She smiled a little at herself when she came to think of it, saying to herself that she knew very well Constance was far more charming, far more pretty than she, and that it was only natural she should take the first place. Frances was ever anxious to yield to her the first place, but she could not help that quiver of involuntary feeling. She was hurt, though it was all so natural. It was natural, too, that she should be hurt, and that nobody should take any notice, all the most everyday things in the world. George Gaunt came to the palazzo the next day. He came in the afternoon with his father to be introduced to Waring, and he came again after dinner, for these neighbors did not entertain each other at the working-day meals, so to speak, but only in light ornamental ways, with cups of tea or black coffee, with both his parents to spend the evening. He was thin and of a slightly greenish tinge in his brownness, by reason of India and the illnesses he had gone through, but his slim figure had a look of power, and he had kind eyes, like his mother's, under the hollows of his brows. Not a handsome young man, yet not at all common or ordinary, with a soldier's neatness and upright bearing. To see Markham beside him with his insignificant figure, his little round head tufted with sandy hair, his one-sided look with his glass in his eye, or his ear tilted up on the opposite side, was as good as a sermon upon race and its advantages. For Markham was the 15th Lord, and the Gaunts were, it was understood, of as good as no family at all. Captain George, from that first evening, had neither ear nor eye for anyone but Constance. He followed her about shyly wherever she moved. He stood over her when she sat down. He said little, for he was shy, poor fellow. Yet he did sometimes hazard a remark, which was always subsidiary or responsive to something she had said. Mrs. Gaunt's distress at this subversion of all she had intended was great. She got Frances into a corner of the loggia while the others talked, and thrust upon her a pretty sandalwood box inlaid with ivory, one of those that George had brought from India. "It was always intended for you, dear," she said. "Of course he could not venture to offer it himself." "But, dear Mrs. Gaunt," said Frances, with a low laugh, in which all her little bitterness evaporated, "I don't think he has so much as seen my face. I am sure he would not know me if we met in the road." "Oh, my dear child," cried poor Mrs. Gaunt, "it has been such a disappointment to me. I have just cried my eyes out over it, to think you should not have taken to each other after all my dreams and hopes." Frances laughed again, but she did not say that there had been no failure of interest on her side. She said, "I hope he will soon be quite strong and well. You will write and tell me about everybody." "Indeed I will. Oh, Frances, is it possible that you are going so soon? It does not seem natural that you should be going, and that your sister should stay." "Not very natural," said Frances, with a composure which was less natural still. "But since it is to be, I hope you will see as much of her as you can, dear Mrs. Gaunt, and be as kind to her as you have been to me." "Oh, my dear, there is little doubt that I shall see a great deal of her," said the mother, with a glance towards the other group, of which Constance was the central figure. She was lying back in the big wickerwork chair, with the white hands and arms, which showed out of her sleeves shorter than usual in Bogadera, very visible in the dusk, accompanying her talk by lively gestures. The young captain stood like a sentinel a little behind her. His mother's glance was half vexation and half pleasure. She thought it was a great thing for a girl to have secured the attentions of her boy, and a very sad thing for the girl who had not secured them. Any doubt that Constance might not be grateful had not yet entered her thoughts. Frances, though she was so much less experienced, saw the matter in another light. "You must remember," she said, "that she has been brought up very differently. She has been used to a great deal of admiration, Markham says. And now you will come in for that, and she must take what she can get here." Mrs. Gaunt's tone when she said this showed that she felt, whoever was the loser, it would not be Constance. Frances shook her head. "It will be very different with me. And, dear Mrs. Gaunt, if Constance should not do as you wish—" "My dear, I will not interfere. It never does any good when a mother interferes," Mrs. Gaunt said hurriedly. Her mind was incapable of pursuing the idea which Frances so timidly had endeavored to suggest. And what could the girl do more? Next day she went away. Her father, pale and stern, took leave of her in the book-room with an air of offence and displeasure which went to Frances's heart. "I will not come to the station. You will have, no doubt, everybody at the station. I don't like greetings in the market-places," he said. "Papa," said Frances, "Mariuccia knows everything. I am sure she will be careful. She says she will not trouble Constance more than is necessary, and I hope—" "Oh, we shall do very well, I don't doubt. I hope you will forgive me, Papa, for all I may have done wrong. I hope you will not miss me. That is, I hope— Oh, I hope you will miss me a little, for it breaks my heart when you look at me like that." "We shall do very well," said Waring, not looking at her at all. "Both you and I." "And you have nothing to say to me, Papa?" "Nothing, except that I hope you will like your new life and find everything pleasant. Goodbye, my dear. It is time you were going." And that was all. Everybody was at the station, it was true, which made it no place for leave-takings. And Frances did not know that he watched the train from the loggia till the white plume of steam disappeared with a roar in the next of those many tunnels that spoiled the beautiful Cornice road. Constance walked back in the midst of the Gaunts and her aunts, looking, as she always did, the mistress of the situation. But neither did Frances, blotted out in the corner of the carriage, crying behind her veil and her handkerchief, leaving all she knew behind her, understand with what a tug at her heart Constance saw the familiar little ugly face of her brother for the last time at the carriage window, and turned back to the deadly monotony of the shelter she had sought for herself, with a sense that everything was over, and she herself completely deserted, like a wreck upon a desolate shore. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter 17 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 17. Yes, I hope you will come and see me often. Oh yes, I shall miss my sister, but then I shall have all the more of Papa. Good night, Captain Gaunt. No, I don't sketch, that was Frances. I don't know the country either. It was my sister who knew it. I am quite ignorant and useless. Good night. Waring, who was on the loggia, heard this in the clear tones of his only remaining companion. He heard her come in afterwards with a step more distinct than that of Frances, as her voice carried farther. He said to himself that everything was more distinct about this girl, and he was glad that she was coming. Glad of some relief from the depression which overcame him against his will. She came across one room after another, and out upon the loggia, throwing herself down listlessly in the usurped chair. It did not occur to him that she was unaware of his presence, and he was surprised that she said nothing. But after a minute or two, there could be no doubt why it was that Constance did not speak. There was no loud outburst of emotion, but a low, suppressed sound which it was impossible to mistake. She said after a moment to herself, "What a fool I am!" But even this reflection did not stem the tide. A sensation of utter solitude had seized upon her. She was abandoned among strangers, and though she had so much experience of the world, it was not of this world that Constance had any knowledge. Had she been left alone among a new tribe of people unknown to her, she would not have been afraid. Court or camp would have had no alarms for her. But the solitude, broken only by the occasional appearance of these rustic companions, the simple young soldier who was going to bestow his heart upon her, an entirely undesired gift, the anxious mother who was about to mount guard over her at a distance, the polite old beau in the background. Was it possible that the existence she knew had altogether receded from Constance and left her with such companions alone? She was not thinking of her father, neither of himself nor of his possible presence, which was of little importance to her. After a while she sat upright and passed her handkerchief quickly over her face. "It is my own fault," she said, still to herself. "I might have known." "You don't see, Constance, that I am here." She started and pulled herself up in a moment. "Oh, are you there, Papa? No, I didn't see you. I didn't think of anyone being here. Well, they are gone. Everybody came to see Frances off, as you divined. She bore up very well, but, of course, it was a little sad for her, leaving everything she knows." "You were crying a minute ago, Constance." "Was I? Oh, well, that was nothing. Girls cry, and it doesn't mean much. You know women well enough to know that." "Yes, I know women enough to say the ordinary things about them," said Waring. "But perhaps I don't know you, which is of far more consequence just now." "There's not much in me to know," said the girl in a light voice. "I am just like other girls. I am apt to cry when I see people crying." Frances sobbed like a little foolish thing. For why should she cry? She is going to see the world. Did you ever feel when you came here first a sort of horror seize upon you, as if you were lost in a savage wilderness and would never see a human face again? "No, I cannot say I ever felt that." "No, to be sure," cried Constance. "What ridiculous nonsense I am talking. A savage wilderness, with all these houses about, and the hotels on the beach. I mean, didn't you feel as if you would like to run violently down a steep place into the sea?" Then she stopped and laughed. "It was the swine that did that. It has never occurred to me to take that means of settling matters, and yet I understand you," he said gravely. "You have made a mistake. You thought you were philosopher enough to give up the world, and it turns out that you are not. But you need not cry, for it is not too late. You can change your mind." "I change my mind? Not for the world, Papa. Do you think I would give them the triumph of supposing that I could not do without them? That I was obliged to go back? Not for the world." "I understand the sentiment," he said. "Still, between these two conditions of mine, it is rather unfortunate for you, my dear. I do not see any middle course." "Oh, yes, there is a middle course. I can make myself very comfortable here, and that is what I mean to do. Papa, if you had not found it out, I should not have told you. I hope you are not offended." "Oh, no, I am not offended," he said with a short laugh. "It is perhaps a pity that everybody has been put to so much trouble for what gives you so little satisfaction. That is the worst of it. These mistakes affect so many others besides oneself." Constance evidently had a struggle with herself to accept this reproof, but she made no immediate reply. After a while, "Frances will be a little strange at first, but she will like it by and by. And it is only right she should have her share," she said softly. "I have been wondering," she went on, with a laugh that was somewhat forced, "whether Mamma will respect her individuality at all, or if she will put her altogether into my place. I wonder if that man I told you of, Papa." "Well, what of him?" said Waring rather sharply. "I wonder if he will be turned over to Frances too. It would be droll. Mamma is not a person to give up any of her plans, if she can help it. And you have brought up Frances so very well, Papa. She is so docile and so obedient." "You think she will accept your old lover, or your old wardrobe, or anything that offers?" "I don't think she is so well brought up as that." "I did not mean to insult my sister," cried Constance, springing to her feet. "She is so well brought up that she accepted whatever you chose to say to her, forgetting that she was a woman, that she was a lady." Waring's face grew scarlet in the darkness. "I hope," he said, "that I am incapable of forgetting on any provocation that my daughter is a lady." "You mean me," she cried breathless. "Oh, I can—" But here she stopped. "Papa," she resumed, "what good will it do us to quarrel? I don't want to quarrel, Instead of setting yourself against me because I am poor Con and not Francis, whom you love, oh, I think you might be good to me just at this moment, for I am very lonely, and I don't know what I am good for, and I think my heart will break." She went to him quickly and flung herself upon his shoulder and cried. Waring was perhaps more embarrassed than touched by this appeal, but after all, she was his child, and he was sorry for her. He put his arm around her and said a few soothing words. "You may be good for a great deal, if you choose," he said, "and if you will believe me, my dear, you will find that by far the most amusing way. You have more capabilities than Frances. You are much better educated than she is. At least I suppose so, for she was not educated at all." "How do you mean that it will be more amusing?" "I don't expect to be amused. All that is over," said Constance in a dolorous tone. He was so much like her that he paused for a moment to consider whether he should be angry, but decided against it and laughed instead. "You are not complimentary," he said. "What I mean is that if you sit still and think over your deprivations, you will inevitably be miserable, whereas if you exert yourself a little and make the best of the situation, you will very likely extract something that is amusing out of it. I have seen it happen so often in my experience." "Ah," said Constance, considering, and then she withdrew from him and went back to her chair. "I thought perhaps you meant something more positive. There are perhaps possibilities. Frances would have thought it wrong to look out for amusement. That must have been because you trained her so." "Not altogether. Frances does not require so much amusement as you do. It is so in everything. One individual wants more sleep, more food, more delight than others." "Yes, yes," she cried. "That is like me. Some people are more alive than others. That is what you mean, Papa." "I am not sure that is what I mean, but if you like to take it so, I have no objection, and in that view I recommend you to live, Constance. You will find it a great deal more amusing than to mope, and it will be much pleasanter to me." "Yes," she said, "I was considering. Perhaps what I mean will not be the same as what you mean. I will not do it in Francis' way, but still, I will take your advice, Papa. I am sure you are right in what you say." "I am glad you think so, my dear. If you cannot have everything you want, take what you can get. It is the only true philosophy." "Then I will be a true philosopher," she said with a laugh. The laugh was more than a mere recovery of spirits. It broke out again after a little, as if with a sense of something irresistibly comic. "But I must not interfere too much with Mariuccia, it appears. She knows what you like better than I do. I am only to look wise when she submits her menu, as if I knew all about it. I am very good at looking at it as if I knew all about it. By the way, do you know there is no piano? I should like to have a piano if I might." "That will not be very difficult," he said. "Can you play?" At which she laughed once more, with all her easy confidence restored. "You shall hear when you get me a piano." "Thanks, Papa. You have quite restored me to myself. I can't knit you socks like Francis, and I'm not so clever about the mayonnaises. But still, I am not altogether devoid of intellect, and now we completely understand each other. Good night." "This is sudden," he said. "Good night, if you think it is time for that ceremony." "It is time for me. I am a little tired, and I have got some alterations to make in my room. Now that, at present, when I am quite settled and see my way." He did not understand what she meant, and did not inquire. It was of very little consequence. Indeed, it was perhaps well that she should go and leave him to think of everything. It was not a month yet since the day when he had met that idiot Mannering on the road. To be sure, there was no proof that the idiot Mannering was the cause of all that had ensued, but at least it was he who had first disturbed the calm which Waring hoped was to have been eternal. He sat down to think, almost grateful to Constance for taking herself away. He thought a little of Frances hurrying along into the unknown, the first great journey she had ever taken, and such a journey away from everything and everybody she knew. Poor little Fan. He thought a little about her, but he thought a great deal about himself. Would it ever be possible to return to that peace which had been so profound, which had ceased to appear capable of disturbance? The circumstances were all very different now. Frances, who would think it her duty to write him often, was henceforth to be her mother's companion, reflecting no doubt the sentiments of a mind to escape from the companionship of which he had given up the world and almost his own species. And Constance, though she had elected to be his companion, would no doubt all the same write to her mother, and everything that he did and said and all the circumstances of his life would thus be laid open. He felt an impatience beyond words of that dutifulness of women, that propriety in which girls are trained, which makes them write letters. Why should they write letters? But it was impossible to prevent it. His wife would become a sort of distant witness of everything he did. She would know what he liked for dinner, the wine he preferred, how many baths he took. To describe how this thought annoyed him would be impossible. He had forgotten to warn Frances that her father was not to be discussed with Milady. But what was the use of saying anything when letters would come and go continually from one house to the other, and he would be compelled to put up with it, although nothing could be more unpleasant. If these girls had been boys, this would not have happened. It was perhaps the first time Waring had felt himself within reach of such a wish, for boys were far more objectionable to his fine taste than girls, gave more trouble, and were less agreeable to have about one. In the present circumstances, however, he could not but feel they would have been less embarrassing. Constance might grow tired, indeed, of that unprofitable exercise of letter-writing, but Frances, he felt sure, would in all cases be dutiful and would not grow tired. She would write to him, perhaps he shivered, every day, at least every week, and she would think it her duty to tell him everything that happened, and she would require that he should reply. But this, except once or twice, perhaps to let her down easily, he had resolved that nothing should induce him to do. Constance was neither tired nor sleepy when she went to her room. She had never betrayed the consciousness in any way, being high-bred and courteous when it did not interfere with her comfort to be so. Yet she had divined that Frances had given up her room to her. This would have touched the heart of many people, but to Constance it was almost an irritation. She could not think why her sister had done it, except with that intention of self-martyrdom with which so many good people exasperate their neighbors. She would have been quite as comfortable in the blue room, and she would have liked it better. Now that Frances was safely gone, and her feelings could not be hurt any more, Constance had set her heart upon altering it to her own pleasure, making it bear no longer the impress of Frances' mind, but of her own. She took down a number of the pictures which Frances had thought so much of, and softly pulled the things about, and changed it more than anyone could have supposed a room could be changed. Then she sat down to think. The depression which had seized upon her when she had felt that all was over, that the door was closed upon her, and no place of repentance any longer possible, did not return at first. Her father's words, which she understood in a sense not intended by him, gave her a great deal of amusement as she thought them over. She did not conceal from herself the fact that there might ensue circumstances in which she should quote them to him to justify herself. Frances does not require so much amusement as you do. One individual requires more sleep, more food, more delight than another. She laid this dangerous saying up in her mind with much glee, laughing to herself under her breath. If you cannot get what you want, you must take what you can get. How astounded he would be if it should ever be necessary to put him in mind of these dogmas, which were so true. Her father's arguments, indeed, which were so well meant, did not suit the case of Constance. She had been in a better state of mind when she had felt herself to awake, as it were, on the edge of this desert, into which, in her impatience, she had flung herself, and saw that there was no escape for her, that she had been taken at her word, that she was to be permitted to work out her own will, and that no one would forcibly interfere to restore all her delights, to smooth the way for her to return. She had expected this, if not consciously, yet with a strong, unexpressed conviction. But when she had seen Markham's face disappear, and realized that he was gone, actually gone, and had left her to exist as she could in the wilderness to which she had flown, her young perverse soul had been swept as by a tempest. After a while, when she had gone through that little interview with her father, when she had executed her little revolution, and had seated herself in the quiet of the early night to think again over the whole matter, the pang returned, as every pang does. It was not yet 10 o'clock, the hour at which she might have been setting out to a succession of entertainments under her mother's wing, but she had nothing better to amuse her than to alter the arrangement of a few old chairs, to draw aside a faded curtain, and then to betake herself to bed, though it was too early to sleep. There were sounds of voices still audible without, people singing, gossiping, enjoying on the stone benches of the Punto. just those same delights of society which happy people on the verge of a new season were beginning to enjoy. But Constance did not feel much sympathy with the villagers, who were foreigners, whom she felt to be annoying and intrusive, making a noise under her windows, when, as it so happened, she had nothing to do but to go to sleep. When she looked out from the window and saw the pale sky spreading clear over the sea, she could think of nothing but Frances rushing along through the night, with Markham taking such care of her, hastening to London, to all that was worth living for. No doubt that little thing was still crying in her corner, in her folly and ignorance, regretting her village. Oh, if they could but have changed places! To think of sitting opposite to Markham, with the soft night air blowing in her face, devouring the way, seeing the little towns flash past, the morning dawn upon France, the long levels of the flat country sweep along, then Paris, London at last. She shut the Persiani almost violently with a hand that trembled, and looked round the four walls, which shut her in, with again an impulse of almost despair. She felt like a wild creature newly caged, shut in there, to be kept within bolts and bars, to pace up and down and beat against the walls of her prison, and never more to go free. But this fit, being more violent, did not go so deep as the unspeakable sense of loneliness which had overwhelmed her soul at first. She sprang up from it with the buoyancy of her age, and said to herself what her father had said: "If you cannot get what you want, you must take what you can get." There was yet a little amusement to be had out of this arid place. She had her father's sanction for making use of her opportunities. Anything was better than to mope, and for her it was a necessity to live. She laughed a little under her breath once more, as she came back to this more reassuring thought, and so lay down in her sister's bed with a satisfaction in the thought that it had not taken her any trouble to supplant Frances, and a mischievous smile about the corners of her mouth, although, after all, the thought of the travelers came over her again as she closed her eyes, and she ended by crying herself to sleep. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Kat Andrews. Chapter 18 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 18. Captain Gaunt called the next day to bring, he said, a message from his mother. She sent Mr. Waring a newspaper which she thought he might like to see, an English weekly newspaper which some of her correspondents had sent her, in which there was an article. He did not give a very clear account of this, nor make it distinctly apparent why Waring should be especially interested, and as a matter of fact, the newspaper found its way to the waste-paper basket, and interested nobody. But no doubt Mrs. Gaunt's intentions had been excellent. When the young soldier arrived, there was a carriage at the door, and Constance had her hat on. "We are going," she said, "to San Remo, to see about a piano. Do you know San Remo? Oh, I forgot, you are as much a stranger as I am. You don't know anything. What a good thing that there are two ignorant persons! We will keep each other in countenance, and they will be compelled to make us all kinds of expeditions to show us everything." "That will be a wonderful chance for me," said the young man, "for nobody would take so much trouble for me alone." "How can you tell that? Miss Taisy, I should think, would be an excellent chichéronne," said Constance. She said it with a light laugh of suggestion, meaning to imply, though, of course, she had said nothing, that Taisy would be too happy to put herself at Captain Gaunt's disposition, a suggestion which he too received with a laugh, for this is one of the points upon which both boys and girls are always ungenerous. "And failing Miss Taisy," said Constance, "suppose you come with Papa and me. They say it is a pretty drive. They say, of course, that everything here is lovely, and that the Riviera is paradise. Do you find it so?" "I can fancy circumstances in which I should find it so," said the young soldier. "Ah, yes, everyone can do that. I can fancy circumstances in which Bond Street would be a paradise. Oh, very easily. It is not far from paradise at any time." "That is a heaven of which I know very little, Miss Waring." "Ah, then, you must learn. The true Elysian fields are in London in May. If you don't know that, you can form no idea of happiness. An exile from all delights gives you the information, and you may be sure it is true." Why then, Miss Waring, if you think so. Am I here? Oh, that is easily explained. I have a sister. Yes, I know. Ah, I understand. You have heard a great deal about my sister. I suffer here from being compared with her. I am not nearly so good, so wise, as Frances. But is that my fault, Captain Gaunt? You are impartial. You are a newcomer. If I could, I would be as nice as Frances. Don't you believe? The young man gave Constance a look, which indeed she expected, and said with confusion, I don't see any need for improvement, and blushed as near crimson as was possible over the greenish-brown of his Indian color. Constance, for her part, did not blush. She laughed and made him an almost imperceptible curtsy. The ways of flirtation are not original, and all the parallels of the early encounters might be stereotyped, as everybody knows. You are very amiable, she said. But then, you don't know Frances, and your opinion, accordingly, is less valuable. I did not ask you, however, to believe me to be equal to my sister, but only to believe that I would be as nice, if I could. However, all that is no explanation. We have a mother, you know, in England. We are, unfortunately, that sad thing, a household divided against itself. Captain Gaunt was not prepared for such confidences. He grew still a little browner with embarrassment, and muttered something about being very sorry, not knowing what to say. Oh, there is not very much to be sorry about. Papa enjoys himself in his way here, and Mamma is very happy at home. The only thing is that we must each have our turn. You know, that is only fair. So Frances has gone to Mamma, and here am I, in the Bordighera. We are each dreadfully out of our element. Her friends condemn me, to begin with, as if it were my fault that I am not like her. And my friends, perhaps. But no, I don't think so. Frances is so good, so nice, so everything a girl ought to be. At this she laughed softly again, and young Gaunt's consciousness that his mother's much vaunted Frances was the sort of girl to please old ladies rather than young men, a prim, little, smooth, correct maiden, with not the least go in her look, took additional force and certainty, whereas... But he had no words in which to express his sense of the advantages on the other side. You must find it, he said, knowing nothing more original to say, dreadfully dull living here. I have not found anything as yet. I have only just come. I am no more than a few days older than you are. We can compare notes as time goes on. But perhaps you don't mean to stay very long in these abodes of the blessed? I don't know that I did intend it, but I shall stay now as long as ever I can, said the young man. Then, for he was shy, he added hastily, It is a long time since I have seen my people, and they like to have me. Naturally, but you need not have spoiled what looked like a very pretty compliment by adding that. Perhaps you didn't mean it for a compliment? Oh, I don't mind at all. It is much more original if you didn't mean it. Compliments are such a common coin. But I don't pretend to despise them as some girls do, and I don't like to see them spoiled, Constance said seriously. The young man looked at her with consternation. After a while, his mustache expanded into a laugh, but it was a confused laugh, and he did not understand. Still less did he know how to reply. Constance had been used to sharper wits, who took her at half a word, and she was half angry to be thus obliged to explain. We are going to San Remo, as I told you, she said. I am waiting for my father. We are going to look for a piano. Frances is not musical, so there is no piano in the house. You must come too, and give your advice. Oh, are you ready, Papa? Captain Gaunt, who does not know San Remo, and who does know music, is coming with us to give his advice. The young soldier stammered forth that to go to San Remo was a thing he most desired in the world. But I don't think my advice will be good for much, he said conscientiously. I do a little on the violin, but as for pretending to be a judge of a piano... Come, we are all ready, said Constance, leading the way. Waring had to let the young fellow precede him, to see him get into the carriage without any articulate murmur. As a matter of fact, a sort of stupor seized the father, altogether unaccustomed to be the victim of accidents. Frances might have lived by his side till she was 50 before she would have thought of inviting a stranger to be of their party. A stranger, a young man, which was a class of being with which Waring had little patience, a young soldier, proverbially frivolous and occupied with foolish matters. Young Gaunt respectfully left to his senior the place beside Constance, but he placed himself opposite to her and kept his eyes on her with a devout attention, which Waring would have thought ridiculous had he not been irritated by it. The young fellow was a great deal too much absorbed to contribute much to the amusement of the party, and it irritated Waring beyond measure to see his eyes gleam from under his eyebrows, opening wider with delight, half closing with laughter. the ends of his mustache going up to his ears, wearing, an impartial spectator was not so much impressed by his daughter's wit. He thought he had heard a great deal of the same before, or even better, surely better, for he could recollect that he had in his day been charmed by a similar treatment, which must have been much lighter in touch, much less commonplace in subject, because he was charmed. Thus, we argue in our generations. In the meantime, young Gaunt, though he had not been without some experience, looked at Constance from under his brows and listened as if to the utterances of the gods. If only they could have had it all to themselves. If only the old father had been out of the way. The sunshine, the sea, the beautiful color, the unexpected vision round every corner of another and another picturesque cluster of towns and roofs. All that charm and variety which give to Italy above every country on earth, the admixture of human interest, the endless chain of association, which adds a grace to natural beauty, made very little impression upon this young pair. She would have been amused and delighted by the exercise of her own power, and he would have been enthralled by her beauty and what he considered her wit and high spirits, had their progress been along the dullest streets. It was only Waring's eyes, disgusted by the prospect before him of his daughter's little artifices, and young Gaunt's imbecile subjection, which turned any special consciousness to the varying blues of the sea, to the endless developments of the landscape. Flirtation is one of the last things in the world to brook a spectator. Its little absurdities, which are so delightful to the actors in the drama, and which at a distance the severest of critic may smile at and forgive, excite the wrath of a too close looker-on in a way quite disproportioned to the real offensiveness. The interchange of chatter, which prevents, as that observer would say, all rational conversation, the attempts to charm, which are so transparent, the response of silly admiration, which is only another form of vanity, how profoundly sensible we all are of their folly. Had Constance taken as much pains to please her father, he would, in all probability, have yielded altogether to the spell. But he was angry, ashamed, furious that she should address those wiles to the young stranger, and saw through him with a clear-sightedness which was exasperating. It was all the more exasperating that he could not tell what she meant by it. Was it possible that she had already formed an inclination towards this tawny young stranger? Had his bilious hues affected her imagination? Love at first sight is a very respectable emotion, and commands in many cases both sympathy and admiration. But no man likes to see the working of this sentiment in a woman who belongs to him. Had Constance fallen in love? He grew angry at the very suggestion, though breathed only in the recesses of his own mind. A girl who had been brought up in the world, who had seen all kinds of people, was it possible that she should fall a victim in a moment to the attractions of a young nobody, a young fellow who knew nothing but India? That he should be subjected was simple enough. But Constance! Waring's brow clouded more and more. He kept silent, taking no part in the talk, and the young fools did not so much as remark it, but went on with their own absurdity more and more. The transformation of a series of little Italian municipalities, although in their nature more towns than villages, rendered less rustic by the traditions of exposed coast, and many a crisis of self-defense, into little modern towns full of hotels and tourists, is neither a pleasant nor a lovely process. San Remo in the old days, before Dr. Antonio made it known to the world, lay among its olive gardens on the edge of the sea, which grew bluer and bluer as it crept to the feet of the human master of the soil. A delight to behold, a little picture which memory cherished. Wide promenades flanked with big hotels, with conventional gardens full of green bushes, and a kiosk for the band, make a very different prospect now. But then, in the old days, there could have been no music sellers with pianos to let or sell, no famous English chemist with colored bottles, no big shops in which travelers could be tempted. Constance forgot Captain Gaunt when she found herself in this atmosphere of the world. She began to remember things she wanted. "Papa, if you don't despise it too much, you must let me do a little shopping," she said. She wanted a hat for the sun. She wanted some eau de cologne. She wanted just to run into the jeweler's to see if the coral was good, to see if there were any peasant ornaments which would be characteristic. At all this her father smiled somewhat grimly, taking it as a part of the campaign into which his daughter had chosen to enter for the overthrow of the young soldier. But Constance was perfectly sincere, and had forgotten her campaign in the new and warmer interest. "So long as you do not ask me to attend you from shop to shop," he said, "Oh no, Captain Gaunt will come," said Constance. Captain Gaunt was not a victim who required many wiles. He was less amusing than she had hoped, in so far that he had given in an incredibly short space of time. He was now in a condition to be trampled on at her pleasure, and this was unexciting. A longer resistance would have been much more to Constance's mind. Captain Gaunt accompanied her to all the shops. He helped her with his advice about the piano, bending his head over her as she ran through a little air or two, and struck a few chords on one after the other of the music seller's stock. They were not very admirable instruments, but one was found that would do. "You can bring your violin," Constance said. "We must try to amuse ourselves a little." This was before her father left them, and he heard it with a groan. Waring took a silent walk round the bay while the purchases went on. He thought of past experiences, of the attraction which a shop has for women. Frances, no doubt, after a little of her mother's training, would be the same. She would find out the charms of shopping. He had not even her return to look forward to, for she would not be the same Frances who had left him when she came back, if she ever came back. The same Frances, never. Perhaps not even a changed Frances. Her mother would quickly see what an advantage she had in getting the daughter whom her husband had brought up. She would not give her back. She would turn her into a second Constance. There had been a time when Waring had concluded that Constance was amusing and Frances was dull. But it must be remembered that he was under provocation now. If she had been amusing, it had not been for him. She had exerted herself to please a commonplace, undistinguished boy with an air of being indifferent to everything else, which was beyond measure irritating to her father. And now she had got a scent of the shops, and would never be happy save when she was rushing from one place to another, to Mentone, to Nice perhaps, wherever her fancied wants might lead her. Waring discussed all of this with himself as he rambled along, his nerves all set on edge, his taste revolted. Flirtations and shops, was he to be brought to this? He who had been free from domestic encumbrance, who had known nothing for so many years but a little ministrant, who never troubled him, who was ready when he wanted her, but never put forth herself as a restraint or an annoyance. He had advised Constance to take what good she could find in her life, but he had never imagined this was the line she would take. The drive home was scarcely more satisfactory. Young Gaunt had got a little courage by the episode of the shops. He ventured to tell her of the trifles he had brought with him from India, and to ask if Miss Waring would care to see them, and he described to her the progress he had made with his violin, and what his attainments were in music. Constance told him that the best thing he could do was to bring the said violin and all his music so that they might see what they could do together. "If you are not too far advanced for me," she said with a laugh, "come in the morning, when we shall not be interrupted." Her father listened but said nothing. His imagination immediately set before him the tuning and scraping, the clang of the piano, the shriek of the fiddle, and he himself only 2 rooms off, endeavoring in vain to collect his thoughts and do his work. Mr. Waring's work was not of the first importance, but still it was his work, and momentous to him. He bore, however, a countenance unmoved, if very grave, and even endured without a word the young man's entrance with them, the consultation about where the piano was to stand, and tea afterwards in the loggia. He did not himself want any tea. He left the young people to enjoy this refreshment together while he retired to his book-room. But with only 2 rooms between, and his senses quickened by the displeasure, he heard their voices, the laughter, the continual flow of talk, even the little tinkle of the teacups, every sound. He had never been disturbed by Frances's tea, but then, except Taisy Durant, there had been nobody to share it. No son from the bungalow, no privileged messenger sent by his mother. Mrs. Gaunt's children, of whom she talked continually, had always been a nuisance, except to the sympathetic soul of Frances. But who could have imagined the prominence which they had assumed now? Young Gaunt did not go away until shortly before dinner, and Constance, after accompanying him to the anteroom, went along the corridor singing to her own room to change her dress. Though her room, Frances's room that was at the extremity of the suite, her father heard her light voice running on in a little operatic air all the time she made her toilet. Had it been described in a book, he thought to himself, it would have had a pretty sound. The girl's voice, sweet and gay, sounding through the house, the voice of happy youth, brightening the dull life there, the voice of innocent content betraying its own satisfaction with existence, satisfaction in having a young fool to flirt with, and some trumpery shops to buy unnecessary appendages in. At dinner, however, she made fun of young Gaunt, and the morose father was a little mollified. It is rather dreadful for other people when there is an adoring mother in the background to think everything you do perfection, Constance said. I don't think we shall make much of the violin. These are subjects on which you can speak with more authority than I, both the violin and the mother, said Waring. Oh, she cried, you don't think Mamma was one of the adoring kind, I hope. There may be things in her which might be mended, but she is not like that. She kept one in one's proper place. And as for the violin, I suspect he plays like an old fiddler in the streets. You have changed your mind about it very rapidly, said Waring, but on the whole he was pleased. You seemed much interested in both the hero and the music a little while ago. Yes, was I not? Said Constance with perfect candor. And he took it all in as if it were likely. These young men from India, they are very ingenious. It seems wicked to take advantage of them, does it not? More people are ingenuous than the young man from India. I intended to speak to you very seriously as soon as he was gone, to ask you what were my intentions, cried Constance, with an outburst of gayest laughter. Oh, what a pity I began. How sorry I am to have missed that. Do you think his mother will ask me, Papa? It is generally the man, isn't it, who is questioned? And he says his intentions are honorable. Mine, I frankly allow, are not honorable. No, very much the reverse, I should think, but it had better be clearly defined for my satisfaction, Constance. Which of you is true? The girl who cried over her loneliness last night, or she who made love to Captain Gaunt this morning? No, Papa, only was a little nice to him, because he is lonely too. These delicacies of expression are too fine for me. Who made the poor young fellow believe that she liked his society immensely, was much interested, counted upon him and his violin as her greatest pleasures? You are going too far, she said. I think the fiddle will be fun. When you play very badly and are a little conceited about it, you are always amusing. And as for Captain Gaunt, so long as he does not complain— It is I who am complaining, Constance. Well, Papa, but why? You told me last night to take what I had, since I could not have what I want. And you have acted upon my advice? With great promptitude, I must allow. Yes, she said with composure. What is the use of losing time? It is not my fault if there is somebody here quite ready. It amuses him too. And what harm am I doing? A girl can't be asked, except for fun, those disagreeable questions. And therefore you think a girl can do what would be dishonorable in a man? Oh, you are much too serious, cried Constance. Are you always as serious as this? You laughed when I told you about Fanny Gervais. Is it only because it is me that you find fault? And don't you think it is a little too soon for parental interference? The Gaunts would be much surprised. They would think you were afraid for my peace of mind, Papa, as her parents were afraid for Miss Tacey. This moved the stern father to a smile. He had thought that Constance did not appreciate that joke, but the girl had more humor than he supposed. I see, he said. You will have your own way, but remember, Constance, I cannot allow it to go too far. How could he prevent it going as far as she pleased? She said to herself with a little scorn when she was alone. Parents may be medieval if they will, but the means have never yet been invented of preventing a woman, when she is so minded and has the power in her hands, from achieving her little triumph over a young man's heart. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Kat Andrews. Chapter 19 of A House Divided Against Itself. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A House Divided Against Itself by Margaret O. Oliphant. Chapter 19. Where is George? I scarcely ever see him, said the General in querulous tones. He is always after that girl of Waring's. Why don't you try to keep him at home? Mrs. Gaunt did not say that she had done her best to keep him at home, but found her efforts unsuccessful. She said apologetically, He has so very little to amuse him here, and the music, you know, is a great bond. He plays like a beginner, and she as well as a professional. I don't understand what kind of bond that can be. So much the greater a compliment it is to George that she likes his playing, responded the mother promptly. She likes to make a fool of him, I think, the General said, and you help her on. I don't understand your tactics. Women generally like to keep their sons free from such entanglements, and after getting him safely out of India, where every man is bound to fall into mischief. Oh, my dear, said Mrs. Gaunt, if it ever should come to that, think what an excellent connection. I wish it had been Francis. I do wish it had been Francis. I had always set my heart on that, but the connection would be the same. You knew nothing about the connection when you set your heart on Francis, and I can't help thinking there is something odd about the connection. Why should that girl have come here, and why should the other one be spirited away like a transformation scene? Well, my dear, it is in the peerage, said Mrs. Gaunt. Great families, we all know, are often very queer in their arrangements. But there can be no doubt it is all right, for it is in the peerage. If it had been Francis, I should have been too happy. With such a connection, he could not fail to get on. He had much better get on by his own merits, retorted the General with a grumble. Francis was not to be compared with this girl, but I don't believe she means anything more than amusing herself, he added. This is not the sort of girl to marry a poor soldier without a penny. Not she. She will take her fun out of him, and then— The General kissed the end of his fingers and tossed them into the air. He was, perhaps, a little annoyed that his son had stepped in and monopolized the most amusing member of the society. And perhaps he did not think so badly of George's chances as he said. You may be sure, said Mrs. Gaunt indignantly, she will do nothing of the kind. It is not every day that a girl gets a fine fellow like our George at her feet. He is just a little too much at her feet, which is always a mistake, I think. But still, General, you cannot but allow that Lord Markham's sister— I have never seen much good come of great connections, said the General. But though his tone was that of a skeptic, his mind was softer than his speech. He too felt a certain elation in the thought that the youngest, who was not the clever one of the family, and who had not been quite so steady as might have been desired, was thus in the way of putting himself above the reach of fate. For, of course, to be brother-in-law to a viscount was a good thing. It might not be of the same use as in the days when patronage ruled supreme, but still it would be folly to suppose that it was not an advantage. It would admit George to circles with which otherwise he could have formed no acquaintance, and make him known to people who could push him in his profession. George was the one about whom they had been most anxious. All the others were doing well in their way, though it was not a way which threw them into contact with viscounts or fine society. George would be over all their heads in that respect, and he was the one that wanted it most. He was the one who was most dependent on outside aid. I don't quite understand, said Mrs. Gaunt, what Constance's position is. She ought to be the Honourable, don't you think? The Honourable Constance sounds very pretty. It would come in very nicely with Gaunt, which is an aristocratic-sounding name. People may say what they like about titles, but they are very nice. There is much individuality in them. Mrs. George might be anybody. It might be me, as your name is George too. But the Honourable would distinguish it at once. When she called here, there was only Miss Constance Waring written on her father's card. But then you don't put Honourable on your card. And as Lady Markham's daughter, women don't count, said the General. As I've often told you, she's Waring's daughter. Mr. Waring may be a very clever man, said Mrs. Gaunt indignantly, but I should like to know how Constance can be the daughter of a viscountess in her own right without— Is she a viscountess in her own right? This question brought Mrs. Gaunt to a sudden pause. She looked at him with a startled air. It is not through Mr. Waring, that is clear, she said. But it is not in her own right. At least I don't think so. It is through her first husband, the father of that funny little creature, meaning Lord Markham. General, said Mrs. Gaunt, shocked. Then she added, I must make some excuse to look at the peerage this afternoon. The Durants have always got their peerage on the table. We shall have to send for one, too, if— If what? If your boy gets a wife who has titled connections? For that is all. A wife. And what is he to keep her on in the name of heaven? Mothers and brothers are tolerably close connections, said Mrs. Gaunt with dignity. He has got his pay, General, and you always intended, if he married to your satisfaction, of course, she added, speaking very quickly, to forestall an outburst, Lady Markham will not leave her daughter dependent upon a captain's pay. And even Mr. Waring must have a fortune of his own. Or a person like that would never have married him, and he would not be able to live as he does, very comfortably, even luxuriously. Oh, I suppose he has enough to live on, but as for pinching himself in order to enable his girl to marry your boy, "I don't believe a word of it!" exclaimed the general. Fortunately, being carried away by this wave of criticism, he had forgotten his wife's allusion to his own intentions in George's favor, and this was a subject on which she had no desire to be premature. "Well, General," she said, "perhaps we are going a little too fast. We don't know yet whether anything will come of it. George is rather a ladies' man. It may be only a flirtation. It may end in nothing. We need not begin to count our chickens." "Why, it was you!" cried the astonished general. "I never should have remarked anything about it or wasted a moment's thought on the subject." Mrs. Gaunt was not a clever woman, skilled in the art of leaving conversational responsibilities on the shoulders of her interlocutor. But if a woman is not inspired on behalf of her youngest boy, when is she to be inspired? She gave her shoulders the slightest possible shrug and left him to his newspaper. They had a newspaper from England every morning, the Standard, whose reasonable conservatism suited the old general. Except in military matters, such questions as the advance of Russia towards Afghanistan or the defenses of our own coasts, the general was not a bigot, and preferred his politics mild, with as little froth and foam as possible. His newspaper afforded him occupation for the entire morning, and he enjoyed it in very pleasant wise, seated under his veranda with a faint suspicion of lemon blossom in the air which ruffled the young olive trees all around, and the blue breadths of the sea stretching far away at his feet. The garden behind him was fenced in with lemon and orange trees, the fruit in several stages, and just a little point of blossom here and there, not enough to load the air. Mrs. Gaunt had preserved the wild flowers that were natural to the place, and accordingly had a scarlet field of anemones which wanted no cultivation, and innumerable clusters of the sweet white narcissus filling her little enclosure. These cost no trouble, and left Tony, the man of all work, at leisure for the more profitable culture of the olives. From where the general sat, there was nothing visible, however, but the terraces descending in steps toward the distant glimpse of the road, and the light blue margin edged with spray of the sea, under a soft and cheering sun, that warmed to the heart, but did not scorch or blaze, and with a soft air playing about his old temples, breathing freshness and that lemon bloom. Sometimes there would come a faint sound of voices from some group of workers among the olives. The little clump of palm trees at the end of the garden, for nothing here is perfect without a palm or two, cast a fantastic shadow that waved over the newspaper now and then. When a man is old and has done his work, what can he want more than this sweet retirement and stillness? But naturally, it was not all that was necessary to young Captain George. Mrs. Gaunt went over to the Durrants in the afternoon, as she so often did, and found that family, as usual, on their loggia. It cost her a little trouble and diplomacy to get a private inspection of the peerage, and even when she did so, it threw but little light upon her question. Geoffrey Viscount Markham, 10th Lord, was a name which she read with a little flutter of her heart, feeling that he was already almost a relation, and she read over the names of Markham Priory and Dunmora, his lodge in the Highlands, and the town address in Eaton Square, all with a sense that by and by she might herself be directing letters from one or other of these places. But the peerage said nothing about the Dowager Lady Markham, subsequent to the conclusion of the first marriage, except that she had married again, E. Waring, Esquire. And thus Mrs. Gaunt's studies came to no satisfactory end. She introduced the subject, however, in the course of tea. She had asked whether anyone had heard from Frances, and had received a satisfactory reply. "Oh, yes, I have had 2 letters, but she does not say very much. They had gone down to the Priory for Easter, and she was to be presented at the first drawing-room. Fancy Frances in a court train and feathers at a drawing-room! It does seem so very strange," Tazy said. She said it with a slight sigh, for it was she, in old times, who had expounded society to little Frances, and taught her what, in an emergency, it would be right to do and say, and now little Frances had taken a stride in advance. I asked her to write and tell us all about it, and what she wore. It would be white, of course. "Oh, yes, it would be white, a debutante. When I went to drawing-rooms," said Mrs. Durrant, who had once, in the character of chaplainess to an embassy, made her courtesy to Her Majesty, "young ladies' toilettes were simpler than now. Frances will probably be in white satin, which, except for a wedding dress, is quite unsuitable, I think, for a girl. I wonder if we shall see it in the papers. Sometimes my sister-in-law sends me a queen, said Mrs. Gaunt, when she thinks there is something in it which will interest me. But she does not know anything about Frances. Dear little thing, I can't think of her in white satin. Her sister now, Constance would wear velvet if she could, or cloth of gold, cried Tacy with a little irritation. Her mother gave her a reproving glance. There is a tone in your voice, Tacy, which is not kind. Oh yes, I know, Mamma, but Constance is rather a trial. I know one ought not to show it. She looks as if one was not good enough to tie her shoes. And after all, she is no better than Frances. She is not half so nice as Frances. But I mean, there can be no difference of position between sisters. One is just as good as the other. And Frances was so fond of coming here. Do you think Constance gives herself airs? Oh no, dear Tacy, said Mrs. Gaunt. She is really not at all, when you come to know her. I am most fond of Frances myself. Frances has grown up among us, and we know all about her. That is what makes the difference. And Constance is a little shy. At this there was a cry from the family. I don't think she is shy, said the old clergyman whom Constance had insulted by walking out of church before the sermon. Shy, claimed Mrs. Durant, about as shy as... But no simile occurred to her which was bold enough to meet the case. It is better she should not be shy, said Tacy. You remember how she drove those people from the hotel to church? They have come ever since. They are quite afraid of her. Oh, there are some good things in her, some very good things. We are the more hard to please after knowing Frances, repeated Mrs. Gaunt. But when a girl has been like that, used to the best society... By the way, Mr. Durant, you who know everything are sure to know. Is she the Honourable? For my part, I can't quite make it out. Mr. Durant put on his spectacles to look at her, as if such a question passed the bounds of the permissible. He was very imposing when he looked at anyone through those spectacles with an air of mingled astonishment and superiority. Why should she be an honourable? He said. Mrs. Gaunt felt as if she would like to sink into the abyss of the earth, that is, through the floor of the loggia, whatever might be the dreadful depths underneath. Oh, I don't know, she said meekly. I only thought, her mother being a titled person, a viscountess in her own right. But my dear lady, said Mr. Durant, with a satisfaction in his superior knowledge which was almost unspeakable, Lady Markham is not a viscountess in her own right. Dear no. She is not a viscountess at all. She is plain Mrs. Waring and nothing else, if right was right. Society only winks good-naturedly at her retaining the title, which she certainly, if there is any meaning in the peerage at all, forfeits by marrying a commoner. Mrs. Durant and Tacy both looked with great admiration at their head and instructor as he thus spoke. You may be sure Mr. Durant says nothing that he is not quite sure of, said the wife, crushing any possible skepticism on the part of the inquirer. And Papa knows such a lot, added Tacy, awed yet smiling on her side. Oh, is that all? Said Mrs. Gaunt, greatly subdued. But then Lord Markham calls her his sister, you know. The nobility, said Mr. Durant, are always very scrupulous about relationships, and she is his stepsister. He couldn't qualify the relationship by calling her so. A common person might do so, but not a man of high breeding like Lord Markham. That is all. I suppose you must be right, said Mrs. Gaunt. The General said so too, but it does seem very strange to me that of the same women's children, and she a lady of title, one should be a lord and the other have no sort of distinction at all. They all smiled upon her blandly, every one ready with a new piece of information, and much sympathy for her ignorance, which Mrs. Gaunt, seeing that it was she that was likely to be related to Lord Markham, and not any of the Durants, felt that she could not bear. So she jumped up hastily and declared that she must be going, that the General would be waiting for her. I hope you will come over some evening and I will ask the Warings, and Tacy must bring her music. I am sure you would like to hear George's violin. He is getting on so well, with Constance to play his accompaniments. And before anyone could reply to her, Mrs. Gaunt had hurried away. It is painful not to have time to get out your retort, and these excellent people turned instinctively upon each other to discharge the unflown arrows. It is so very easy, with a little trouble, to understand the titles, complimentary and otherwise, of our own nobility," said Mr. Durant, shaking his head. "And such a sign of want of breeding not to understand them," said his wife. "The Honourable Constance would sound very pretty," cried Tazy. "It is such a pity, especially, our friend thinks, if it was the Honourable Constance Gaunt." "That she could never be, my dear," said the old clergyman mildly. "She might be the Honourable Mrs. Gaunt, but Constance? No, not in any case." "I should like to know why," Mrs. Durant said. Perhaps here the excellent chaplain's knowledge failed him, or he had become weary of the subject, for he rose and said, "I have really no more time for a matter which does not concern us," and trotted away. The mother and daughter, left alone together, naturally turned to a point more interesting than the claims of Constance to rank. "Do you really think, Mamma," said Tazy, "do you really, really think? It is silly to be always discussing these sorts of questions, but do you believe that Constance Waring actually means anything? You should say, does George Gaunt mean anything? The girl never comes first in such a question," said Mrs. Durant, with that ingrained contempt for girls which often appears in elderly women. Tazy was so traditionally young, besides having a heart of 16 in her bosom, that her sympathies were all with the girl. "I don't think in this case, Mamma," she said. "Constance is so much more a person of the world than any of us. I don't mean to say she is worldly, oh no, but having been in society and so much out—" "I should like to know in what kind of society she has been," said Mrs. Durant, who took gloomy views. "I don't want to say a word against Lady Markham, but society, Tazy, the kind of society to which your father and I have been accustomed, looks rather coldly upon a wife living apart from her husband. Oh, I don't mean to say Lady Markham was to blame. Probably she is a most excellent person, but the presumption is that at least, you know, there were faults on both sides." "I am sure I can't give an opinion," cried Tazy, "for of course I don't know anything about it. But George Gaunt has nothing but his pay, and Constance couldn't be in love with him, could she? Oh, no, I don't know anything about it, but I can't think of a girl like Constance." "A girl in a false position," said the chaplain's wife, "is often glad to marry anyone, just for a settled place in the world." "Oh, but not Constance, Mamma. I'm sure she's just amusing herself." "Tazy, you speak as if she were the man," exclaimed Mrs. Durant in a tone of reproof. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Kat Andrews.